Chapter 1, Becoming a Father Before Even Holding a Girl's Hand? Zhou Chuan, where are you? Yao Yao has been waiting for you for a long time.
On the phone, his mother, Zhou Yun, urged.
I'm here.
Zhou Chuan hung up the phone casually, maneuvered the steering wheel, performed a beautiful drift, and parked the black Porsche Cayenne in front of the villa.
Zhou Chuan got out of the car, played with the keys, and entered the gate. Yao Yao? After playing for so long, you finally came back? Today is Ji Zhou Chuan's 24th birthday.
Ji Zhou Chuan got into trouble some time ago, so it is not appropriate to hold a big celebration like in previous years. Zhou Yun only simply decorated the house and invited the daughter of an old friend, Lu Ruoyao.
On the leather sofa in the living room. Yao Yao, it's been a long time since you last saw Zhou Chuan, right? Zhou Yun took Lu Ruoyao's hand and her eyes were full of a smile.
Yes, Aunt Zhou, I haven't seen him much since I went abroad. Lu Ruoyao was very nervous at the thought of meeting someone she liked.
Then you two can catch up later. The more Zhou Yun looked at Lu Ruoyao, the more satisfied she became.
The Ji and Lu families were old friends, and their houses were close by. Lu Ruoyao and Ji Zhou Chuan had grown up together, seeing each other every day.
Until Lu Ruoyao went abroad for further studies when she was 20 years old. I heard from your father that you have been following up on important projects during this period of time. Are you okay now that you are back? Zhou Yun asked with concern. Aunt Zhou, it doesn't matter.
Lu Ruoyao shook her head lightly, a smile emerging on her exquisite makeup. It has been 3 years since she last spent his birthday with him. This time, she cannot miss it again.
No matter how important the project is, how can it compare to him?
In the past 4 years, she has been busy improving herself, and when she has time to relax, she pays attention to his activities. Some time ago, she gradually felt that Ji Zhou Chuan had changed. Ji Zhou Chuan's world is only about racing, games, and adventures. Sometimes she sends him photos of her bare waist, but he never bothers to reply. She realized that she can't go on like this anymore. Coming back especially to spend his birthday with him is to tell him that time has not diluted their feelings, and in her heart, there has always been a place for him.
Madam, the young master is back. The maid shouted. Zhou Yun smiled and said, Zhou Chuan, you've finally come.
Lu Ruoyao, who was standing next to her, nervously gripped the pillow and lightly nibbled her red lips.
It had been 4 years since they last met. Could Zhou Chuan still recognize her at first glance? Mom, I haven't finished catching up with them yet. Why did you rush me back?
Zhou Chuan strode towards the sofa, his gaze sweeping over Lu Ruoyao, who was wearing a black skirt that hugged her hips, before he lazily sat down. Lu Ruoyao suppressed the joy in her heart and waited for Ji Zhou Chuan to take the initiative to talk to her. But the dumb idiot was just looking down at his phone, as if he hadn't seen her. She pouted her lips slightly, and she heard Zhou Yun say, Zhou Chuan, you child, you can always get together with your friends, but Yao Yao is rarely back. Ji Zhou Chuan slightly raised his eyes at hearing his mother's words, and what caught his eye were a pair of black high heels. Looking up, he saw jade-like legs wrapped in black silk, with slender and graceful leg shapes.
After just a glance, Ji Zhou Chuan looked away and looked at Lu Ruoyao's face.
After not seeing her for 4 years, she had become more and more beautiful. 4 years ago, she was fresh and charming, and 4 years later, she was like a little goblin full of mystery, making people want to explore. Perhaps it was because they were too familiar. Ji Zhou Chuan didn't have any bad intentions towards her, and he smiled. When did you come back, and you didn't even tell me to pick you up?
I arrived in the early morning. It was too late, so I didn't tell you.
Lu Ruoyao bit her red lips and took out the prepared gift. Encouraged by Zhou Yun's gaze, she handed it to Ji Zhou Chuan and gave a gentle smile. Happy birthday, Ji Zhou Chuan. Looking into his dark eyes, Lu Ruoyao silently said in her heart, may our feelings remain as good as they were before. Ji Zhou Chuan took the black velvet square box, opened it, and saw a sterling silver Pichot charm bracelet lying inside.
The bracelet was hand-knitted by Yao Yao.
Zhou Yun had assisted with a smile. Zhou Yun was the youngest in the Zhou family, and so was her husband Ji Tianfeng. They had given birth to Ji Zhou Chuan, who was much loved. From a young age, he had been surrounded by adulation and had everything he wanted. He had received many expensive gifts, and in contrast, the bracelet knitted by Yao Yao was even more precious. As a rich girl, Lu Ruoyao was willing to personally weave a bracelet, which also shows her feelings for Ji Zhou Chuan.
Thanks.
Ji Zhou Chuan smiled lazily. Compared to the black silk beauty, he cared more about the constantly updated car modifications in the group. He had been eyeing this car for a long time and bought it for a huge sum of money, just for the Chaojiao Lele rally 3 months later. Lu Ruoyao saw that he wasn't very enthusiastic, and she lowered her head a little sadly. The flowers in the back garden need pruning.
I'll be back in a minute, you guys carry on chatting.
Zhou Yun saw that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, and guessed that it was because she was here that the two children couldn't speak their minds freely.
She made an excuse to leave first.
Before leaving, she patted Lu Ruoyao on the shoulder and gave a sign of encouragement. Seeing that Zhou Yun supported her so much, Lu Ruoyao felt warm in her heart and more confident.
She took the initiative to talk to Ji Zhoushuan. How have you been recently? Still pretty good, and you? After being abroad for so long, will you be unaccustomed to returning to China suddenly? Ji Zhoushuan asked a few concerned questions.
After all, they had been friends for many years.
Lu Ruoyao smiled and said with pursed lips, "Actually, I'm not used to being abroad.
Life without you is quite boring." While she was talking, she carefully observed Ji Zhoushuan's expression. When she saw him looking over, her cheeks flushed.
On the way back, I thought about it, and we'll get engaged first, and when my project is done, we'll have the wedding. Her birthday is coming up soon.
She wants to walk down the aisle with him on the day she turns 24, and before that, she needs to mark him as her fiancé.
He is so good, she is worried that he will be taken by other women.
Ji Zhoushuan was so scared that he almost dropped his phone.
He just thought she was joking. You have become a lot more humorous after 4 years of not seeing each other.
He has always regarded her as his younger sister.
They are so familiar with each other, how could there be any impure thoughts?
Besides, she is not his type.
Lu Ruoyao was stunned, but we have been teased by our parents since we were young, saying that they are a pair.
She thought that they had tacitly agreed to get married. So she was very self-conscious, and although she had been in more than 10 relationships, she had never broken her own bottom line. Not only was he the person she had identified as her marriage partner, but compared to the other guys she had been with and the suitors, his overall conditions were a little better.
She naively thought that Ji Zhoushuan had remained single for her, waiting for her to return to China and get married.
It turned out that she was just wishing for the best.
So what was the point of her guarding her body like a jade? You little brat, are you joking about your brother, or are you really in love? Ji Zhoushuan asked lightly, pouring a cup of fine pour for Lu Ruoyao. Your brother doesn't lack good friends, let me introduce you to a few, you pick? Lu Ruoyao's eyes were hurt. She bit her lip and didn't say anything. The atmosphere was awkward for a while.
After a while, she mustered her courage. No matter what he thinks, she is determined to become his wife.
Brother? She doesn't want to be his sister.
She likes him so much, but she is willing to watch him marry and have children as his sister.
She wants to be Mrs. Ji.
Ji Zhoushuan, there are many people who chase after me, and there are also many people who are determined to be with me.
You know, but I have no contact with them anymore, because the person I like is you.
Young master.
Lu Ruoyao's words were interrupted. This cute little baby said he was here to see you.
The maid led the adorable baby, who was carrying a bear backpack, into the living room.
The baby was dressed in pink Lolita fashion, with slightly curly black hair and a pretty face like a delicate doll.
Ji Zhoushuan and Lu Ruoyao looked over at the baby at the same time. The former was puzzled.
A baby? Looking for him?
The latter was surprised.
What a cute baby, is she Ji Zhoushuan's niece?
The baby looked in the direction Ji Zhoushuan was looking, with the same innocent expression as a kitten, and gave him a cute smile, shouting, "Daddy!"
The word daddy left the three people dumbfounded. Chapter 2, 24 years of being a single mother, but the baby is already 3 years old? The maid looked at Ji Zhoushuan with relief. Mr. and Mrs. Ji could finally rest assured.
The young master was pretending to be a pig in order to eat the tiger. On the surface, he was not interested in girls, but in reality, the baby was already so big.
Lu Ruoyao looked at Ji Zhoushuan in disbelief.
Her beautiful eyes suddenly filled with tears. So it turned out that she was his daughter.
Could this be the reason Ji Zhoushuan had rejected her?
The person involved, Ji Zhoushuan, had his brows knitted together in a frown.
How could this be? He was still innocent, so how could he have a child? This baby looks like it's 3 years old. 4 years ago, he hadn't even kissed a girl on the mouth. Not to mention holding hands.
When a girl approached, he was afraid of getting caught up in a relationship mess, and consciously and self-discipline jumped 3 meters away.
How could he be a happy father? It's a scam. It must be a scam. Daddy.
Ji Chuan looked at the cute baby running towards him, with a rosy face and a bright smile, which looked very pleasing to the eye. These scammers are quite willing to spend a lot of money to find such a cute baby.
Daddy, I finally get to meet you.
The baby's eyes are clear and pure. He grabs Ji Chuan's hand with the phone in it, and says sweetly, "Daddy is so handsome." Ji Chuan wanted to pull his hand out, but for some reason, he paused and looked at the baby more closely. His eyes really do look a bit like his. If it weren't for the fact that his mother has been single for 24 years, he would really be confused. "Ji Chuan, you have a child." Lu Ruoyao covered her mouth, her voice trembling as she fought back tears. She had her pride. But now this scene had completely shattered it. She had come back especially for his birthday, only to learn that he had a child. With tears in her eyes, she looked at Meng Bao.
This Meng Bao didn't look young. Did he find another woman while she was abroad? This realization exploded in her heart like a thunderbolt. It blew her heart to pieces. Was she really so dispensable in his heart? Both sets of eyes fell on Ji Chuan, one with resentment, unwillingness, and anger, and the other with doubt. "Daddy, why aren't you saying anything? Aren't you happy to see little Sugar Bean?"
Little Sugar Bean curiously asked, grabbing one of Ji Chuan's fingers.
Ji Chuan frowned. "I'm not your father. You're Xia Tangdu's father."
Xia Tangdu looked carefully at Ji Chuan's face, and yes, it was exactly the same as the one in the photo. Ji Chuan's temples throbbed, and he asked in a not very nice tone, "Who are your parents?"
"They're so poor that they can't afford to eat, and they want to let a little kid like you go out and earn money to support the family?"
His displeasure was not directed at the little girl, but at her parents.
"Such a cute little child, and they're not afraid of being cheated on the way? What rubbish parents, they have a big heart. My daddy is you." The little girl pouted slightly, head down unhappily. "Daddy doesn't like little sweet pea. How could I be your daddy?"
Although Ji Chuan didn't like the little girl's deceptive behavior, he still slipped a cherry into her hand. Little Sugar Bean's hands were small, and the 4J cherry looked huge in her hands.
She was suddenly happy. "Thank you, Daddy, for the cherry. Mommy often gives Little Sugar Bean cherries too."
Little Sugar Bean likes to eat cherries.
"Does Daddy like them too?" Ji Chuan looked at Xia Tangdu with mixed feelings.
He knew she was a little liar, but for some reason, his tone was strangely gentle. "Your mother is willing to buy you these, which proves that she treats you well, so why would she let you commit fraud?"
"Daddy, what are you saying?" Xia Tangdu didn't understand.
Xia Tangdu slowly nibbled on the cherries, getting them all over her mouth. Lu Ruoyao, who was sad and upset, heard what Ji Chuan had said, and her eyes gradually cleared up.
"You don't know her?"
Ji Chuan shook his head. "Of course, I'm only 24 years old, I've only graduated for a year or two, I haven't even held a girl's hand, so where would I get a child from?" Lu Ruoyao was both surprised and happy, and finally let out a sigh of relief.
Judging from Ji Chuan's reaction, he didn't even know the child. He kept talking about fraud. Could it be a hoax? Anyway, it's good that there's no child. Otherwise, she really doesn't know what to do. "Are you serious?" Lu Ruoyao asked. "What? During the years I was abroad, I never even held a girl's hand?" Lu Ruoyao's mood was like a roller coaster, and it was hard to calm down. Ji Chuan was speechless, ignored Lu Ruoyao, and looked at Xia Tangdu, patiently asking, "Xia Tangdu, right? Who taught you to come here and call me daddy? And, what's your mommy's name?" "Mommy doesn't let me see daddy, but I want to see daddy, so I asked Godmother where daddy is. Godmother let slip, and I knew the address. Then I told Piggy I wanted to find daddy so he could give me some pocket money for the bus."
Little Sugar Bean is only 3 years old, but she can express herself very clearly. She even took out a piggy bank with a piggy design from her backpack to show Ji Chuan.
"Mommy bought me the little piggy bank, and I secretly told daddy that there is a lot of red money inside. Mommy said that the red money is the most, and there are 100 of them. By pressing the button at the bottom of the piggy bank, Xia Tangdu can lift the cover of the piggy bank to reveal the money inside."
The more Ji Chuan thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong.
This scam was quite novel. Not to mention finding such a cute little treasure to deceive people, but there is actually money on the treasure? Aren't you afraid that if you don't deceive someone, you will be robbed of your money first?
Ji Chuan tried to grab the piggy bank to see her reaction. If she really wanted to cheat someone, her parents would have reminded her to protect her money, so she would hold on to her money tightly, right? Little Sugar Bean looked at Ji Jo Chuan with a cute and innocent expression, tilted her head slightly, and opened and closed her pink lips. Daddy, you can have it if you like, and I'll give you the little money I've saved.
Lu Ruoyao's willowy eyebrows were knitted tightly.
She grabbed Ji Jo Chuan's arm. Don't lie to your little friend's money, give it back to her, she must have been forced by her despicable parents. Little Sugar Bean is so cute that she has won Lu Ruoyao over.
Lu Ruoyao doesn't believe that such a cute baby would lie willingly.
It must be her heartless parents who are so confused by her beauty that they force her to lie.
Yes, that must be it. Damn, what kind of evil parents are they? Achoo!
Ji Jo Chuan suddenly sneezed.
Chapter 3, Daddy doesn't recognize me? Then let's do a paternity test.
Lu Ruoyao was quick, pulling the lotus-like arm of the little Sugar Bean to keep Ji Jo Chuan's sneeze from hitting her. The white and cute little one made Lu Ruoyao's heart melt, and she didn't care if it was a little bastard or a little liar.
Little sister, will you tell your sister where your mommy and daddy are?
Little Sugar Bean pointed her chubby little finger at Ji Jo Chuan and cried softly, Daddy is here, and Mommy is in Little Sugar Bean's heart.
Mommy said Daddy went out to earn money to support the family. But Little Sugar Bean knows that Daddy is separated from Mommy, otherwise Mommy wouldn't sneak out late at night to look at Daddy's photo and cry.
Little Sugar Bean looked at the beautiful and generous Lu Ruoyao, as if she understood something, her gaze dimmed, and her voice was pitiful.
Daddy, do you have a pretty auntie, that's why you don't want me and Mommy?
Little Sugar Bean's tears immediately filled her eyes and fell patter-patter down her face. Ji Jo Chuan rubbed his temples, feeling that he had two big heads. I'm not your daddy, Little Sugar Bean?
Don't cry. Suddenly, Zhou Yun walked in quickly. Where is my granddaughter? She is trimming the flowers and plants in the back garden.
The maid told her that a little girl claiming to be Ji Jo Chuan's daughter had arrived, so she immediately went into the living room.
Mom!
Ji Jo Chuan's head was starting to hurt a little.
Why did his mother get involved? This old lady is not easy to deal with.
There is no one who wants to hold a grandchild more than his mother. He had just graduated when she started pushing him, always saying that Lu Ruoyao was good here and good there. He protested that he was only going to be her younger sister, but his mother didn't take him seriously.
In her eyes, he and Lu Ruoyao were a set.
He was going to get scolded when Lu Ruoyao returned, and now there was also a daughter from nowhere. As expected, as soon as Zhou Yun saw the adorable little girl, her mouth curved up to the back of her head.
You're my granddaughter? So cute, what's your name?
Little Sugar Bean only knew Ji Jo Chuan, and in the face of this enthusiastic grandmother, she hid behind Ji Jo Chuan and called out in a baby voice, Daddy.
Mom, don't scare her.
Ji Jo Chuan leaned over and gently stroked the top of Little Sugar Bean's head.
Strange.
The more time she spent with him, the more she felt that Little Sugar Bean was not a little liar.
What kind of little liar could be so cute? Besides, he looked a bit like her.
Zhou Yun had wanted to rein herself in a bit and introduce herself properly to Little Sugar Bean, but when she turned around, she saw Lu Ruoyao with pursed lips.
She was embarrassed.
It didn't look like Yao Yao had given birth to her own son. On the way back from the backyard to the living room, she had a drama playing out in her head. 4 years ago, Lu Ruoyao went abroad ostensibly for further studies, but in fact she was pregnant with Ji Jo Chuan's child and was worried about being held accountable by her parents, so she ran away to have the baby abroad. In the blink of an eye, 4 years have passed, and the child is now old enough to need a father, so Lu Ruoyao had to bring the child back to claim her roots. Now it didn't look like that was the case.
Zhou Yun felt a little embarrassed. What should she do now? Showing enthusiasm for Meng Bao was obviously embarrassing for Lu Ruoyao. But if she didn't show enthusiasm for Meng Bao, she was her son's biological daughter. Alas, it was all her son's fault for being inconsiderate. He had a thing with Yo-Yo, and then he went and got a girl pregnant. What was she supposed to do? She, the mother, was at a loss. Son, what's going on? Zhou Yun asked, not knowing what to do. I don't know either. She suddenly came to our house and called me Dad. I don't know her, and I don't know who her mother is. Ji Jo Chuan waved his hands helplessly. Who knows? On her 24th birthday, at 4:30 p.m., before it was time to go to bed and dream, the 3-year-old little girl suddenly ran to the door and called him Daddy. You gave birth to her, so you don't know who her mother is? Zhou Yun always thought that Little Sugar Bean was Ji's child. Her eyes and eyebrows are so similar to Ji Jo Chuan's when he was a child. She wasn't born by me. Ji Jo Chuan was helpless.
Of course you didn't give birth to her, she was born in her mother's womb, and you were just responsible for planting the seed.
Zhou Yun was convinced. Ji Zhouchuan couldn't explain it even if he had 10 mouths. Lu Ruoya believed Ji Zhouchuan and spoke up for him. Auntie Zhou, I feel there's something fishy going on. Ji Zhouchuan doesn't seem to know this little girl.
At that moment, Xia Tangdu silently walked out from behind Ji Zhouchuan, carrying her little bear backpack and taking steps towards the door.
Daddy doesn't like Xia Tangdu, so Xia Tangdu left.
It's okay, she's already very happy to be able to see Daddy. The money in the piggy bank can also let her take a taxi home. Ji Zhouchuan looked at the pitiful back of little Sugar Bean and for a moment, he felt a little soft-hearted. He wanted to call out to her, but Zhou Yun was quicker than him.
Little Sugar Bean.
Zhou Yun quickly went over and picked up little Sugar Bean.
What a cute child.
Those eyes, that little mouth, she is clearly her granddaughter.
Daddy doesn't like you, but Grandma likes you.
Never mind him, insolent brat, how dare you bully my granddaughter like that? Little Sugar Bean's eyes were brimming with tears that were about to fall. Zhou Yun felt her heart break when she saw this.
Grandma.
Little Sugar Bean called softly. She didn't know Zhou Yun, but she knew that Daddy's mommy was called Grandma. Although Daddy didn't like her, she still had a grandma who loved her. Little Sugar Bean felt less aggrieved. She thought about what her godmother had told her mommy. Godmother said, take Sugar Bean to Ji Zhouchuan. Ji Zhouchuan is young and accomplished, and he is close to 1,000 people. If you go to him, you won't have to work so hard to raise Sugar Bean. He's your son, he can't escape. If he refuses to admit it, we can do a paternity test.
A paternity test can't lie, can it?
If he's your son, doing it 10 times will still show he's your son.
Yes. Do a paternity test. In Zhou Yun's arms, Xia Tangdu spoke with a sleepy voice, Daddy, if we do a paternity test, it'll be your baby, and it'll be your baby no matter how many times we do it. Chapter 4, A Cute Baby Dropped from the Sky?
No way, take it to the police station. Little Sugar Bean's words woke Ji Zhouchuan up. If it's not his baby, just do a paternity test. But then again, he was pretty sure it wasn't his baby.
Unless asexual reproduction was possible, what was the point of doing a paternity test? Little Sugar Bean, how old are you, and how do you know about paternity tests? Zhou Yun even more treasured this clever little baby.
There's no need for a paternity test, this is Ji Zhouchuan's child. When she was little, she chased Ji Zhouchuan around with a feather duster, and Ji Zhouchuan ran while covering his bottom. I want a paternity test, no mother would dare to hit her child like that.
Look, isn't it exactly the same? 3.5 years old. Sugar Bean said in a sweet voice. What a good boy, what a smart boy, what a cute boy, what a wonderful boy.
Zhou Yun couldn't stop herself, and kissed the little boy's fair face. A clean and sweet-smelling little girl, you can tell at a glance that her mother has taken very good care of her. She was curious, who could the little boy's mother be? As far as she could remember, Ji Zhouchuan had never been close to any girl. No need to bother, just take him to the police station.
Ji Zhouchuan said.
Once they are sent to the police station, the truth will come out, and they will find out who the parents of the little Sugar Bean are.
Zhou Yun glared at Ji Zhouchuan impatiently, you really are something, who would send their own flesh and blood to the police station.
Zhou Yun couldn't care less about her son's behavior, and she criticized him a bit in front of Lu Ruoya.
The words biological child pierced Lu Ruoya's chest like a needle.
She was about to lose her mind.
Was she really Ji Zhouchuan's daughter? It would be best if she wasn't.
If she was, she would really go crazy.
Daddy is bad, Grandma is good.
Little Sugar Bean could tell who liked her and who didn't. She buried her face in Zhou Yun's arms and said sullenly.
Little Sugar Bean, it's okay, don't be upset, Grandma likes you, let's go get a paternity test and slap his face.
Zhou Yun coaxed Little Sugar Bean with a soft voice.
It was a happy thing to suddenly have a big, fat granddaughter.
If Ji Zhouchuan had told her in person that she was her granddaughter, she would have been so happy that she wouldn't be able to sleep, but Ji Zhouchuan didn't even recognize his daughter.
Clearly there was something wrong. A paternity test had to be done. Otherwise, she'll be worried sick.
It's getting late, and it's too late to go at this hour.
Zhou Yun made an appointment for the paternity test for the following morning. Mom, you can just go ahead and make a fuss.
Ji Zhouchuan didn't even have the energy to look at the car modifications. He just felt that his mother was panicking for no reason.
Could he not tell if his child was his? Unless his hands could give birth.
What do you know, Xia Tangdu looks exactly like you when you were little. If she hadn't seen how much the little sweet pea looked like Ji Zhouxuan when they were kids, Zhou Yun would have listened to Ji Zhouxuan and taken him to the police station.
Lu Ruoyao, who had been silent, suddenly stammered, Zhouxuan, have you donated that yet? Ji Zhouxuan looked at Lu Ruoyao suspiciously. Donated what?
Lu Ruoyao bit her lip, embarrassed to say it out loud, and could only bring her lips close to his ear and whisper, with all your heart.
Ji Zhouxuan? Lu Ruoyao pursed her lips. Do you know?
As if it were cut through by a sword?
Ji Zhouxuan tried to match the line. What kind of charades is this? You're both so worried, can't you just say what you mean? Wait. Exquisite. Donate? Exquisite? Zhou Yun's curious, puzzled, and exploratory gaze also fell on Ji Zhouxuan, while covering Xia Tangdu's ears. Son, did you?
Yes. That would explain why there is a daughter but no idea who her mother is.
Ji Zhouxuan took a sharp breath. No. Zhou Yun and Lu Ruoyao did not take their eyes off him. Ji Zhouxuan gritted his teeth. No, really. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment.
Zhou Yun smiled and changed the subject. Zhouxuan, you and Xia Tangdu get to know each other, but don't bully her.
Yao Yao and I have something we want to say.
Zhou Yun then handed the little bean to Ji Zhouxuan. Ji Zhouxuan looked at the little bean that was handed to him, hesitated for a moment, and then reached out his hand. The little bean really liked her daddy, but what he had done made her very sad. She clung to Zhou Yun's neck and refused to go to Ji Zhouxuan.
Only lost and wandering children need to go to the police station.
She was her daddy's daughter, and her daddy wanted to take her to the police station.
Daddy is being unreasonable. She doesn't want to talk to him.
Little sweet pea, just sit quietly in daddy's arms and eat some fruit.
Grandma will be right back, okay? Zhou Yun's smile was gentle. Okay.
After a moment's thought, little sweet pea said no.
Zhou Yun led Lu Ruoyao to the balcony.
Ji Zhouxuan looked at the little ball of fluff in front of him. It was so small, and its chubby little face was just adorable. At the moment, its cheeks were puffed out, as if it were angry.
What kind of person is your mother? Ji Zhouxuan asked.
My mother is very beautiful and gentle, but everyone says she's an iceberg, so cool that you don't even need air conditioning in the summer. When Ji Zhouxuan mentioned her mother, Xia Tangdu's mood immediately improved. She loved her mother the most, and her mother would buy her pretty little dresses and take her to eat strawberry ice cream.
Do you know her name? Ji Zhouxuan gently guides her.
Little Sugar Bean gives a quirky smile. Mommy said that I shouldn't tell strangers too much personal information, and Mommy's name is personal information.
Ji Zhouxuan bursts out laughing. Didn't you call me daddy? Is this still a stranger? But you didn't recognize me. Ji Zhouxuan.
He never thought that he would be speechless by a cute little treasure over 3 years old.
Meanwhile, in an apartment in Jiangcheng,
a beautiful woman, drenched to the skin, had just returned home. The moment she entered the door, the tiredness on her face disappeared, replaced by a gentle smile.
Little Sugar Beans.
After changing her slippers in the entranceway, she called out softly.
You're home.
Yi Xiaoming walked out of the bedroom and saw her best friend, drenched to the skin, and the sunset shining in through the window. She was a little surprised.
Did the little devil of the Zhang family bully you again?
Yi Xiaoming took her friend's side, saying that the Zhang family really bullied people just because they were rich.
The cold air invaded, and Gu Yushi's voice was a little hoarse. It's not a bad deal.
Mrs. Zhang said that I had worked hard teaching her son, and she gave me extra money for my trouble. She took out a red envelope from her backpack, which contained 2,000 yuan.
Save up some money, so that I can send Sugar Bean to a good kindergarten. By the way, where is Sugar Bean?
Usually when she hears her voice, Xia Tangdu will run to her and reach out for a hug, but today, even after entering the door for a while, the little girl hasn't appeared. Yi Xiaoming scratched her head apologetically. This morning she pestered me to find out about her father, and I accidentally let slip where their villa was. Xia Tangdu wanted me to take her there, but I didn't agree, so she angrily went back to her room to watch cartoons and locked the door. But when I called her for lunch, she came out to serve it. This little girl is smart, she knows she can't starve herself.
Gu Yushi's eyes flashed with a look of loss when she mentioned Xia Tangdu's father. She gathered herself together and knocked on the door of the master bedroom. Xia Tangdu, Mommy's back. Will you open the door for Mommy? Xia Tangdu? There was no response, so Gu Yushi tried to open the door. It wasn't locked. The master bedroom was neat and tidy,
but there was no sign of Xia Tangdu. Yi Xiaoming saw that the door could be opened, but Xia Tangdu was nowhere to be seen.
Her face suddenly turned pale. Xia Tangdu, where are you? Xia Tangdu, where are you? Did you fall asleep? Come out when you hear your mommy's voice. Xia Tangdu, mommy's home. Gu Yushi searched the entire house, but there was no sign of Xia Tangdu. How could she not find Xia Tangdu?
The thought that something might have happened to Xia Tangdu made Gu Yushi's body weaken, and she almost fell to the ground. Yi Xiaoming quickly held her up. Yushi, don't worry, Xia Tangdu is a very smart child, he won't wander off.
Hey, there's a note on the table. Yi Xiaoming's sharp eyes spotted the note and quickly handed it to Gu Yushi. Gu Yushi looked at the squiggly handwriting. It was exactly the handwriting of Xia Tangdu. Mommy, godmother, don't worry, I'm taking little Zuzu to find Baba.
Chapter 5, Be honest and tell me who Xia Tangdu's mommy is.
Xia Tangdu went to find Ji Chuan.
Yi Xiaoming exclaimed, her legs going weak with fear.
Little Sugar Bean speaks and walks faster than normal children, but that doesn't mean that the 3-year-old can find Ji Chuan with just an address. Moreover, Gu Yushi has worked hard to raise Little Sugar Bean on her own, not wanting Ji Chuan to know about her existence.
Now it's all her fault. If she hadn't been so sleepy at noon and accidentally fallen asleep, she wouldn't have been unaware of when Little Sugar Bean ran out the door. Yi Xiaoming was so anxious that she was about to cry. I'm sorry, Yushi, I didn't keep an eye on Sugar Bean.
If anything happens to her, I'll never be at peace in my life. Sugar Bean is Gu Yushi's life.
She was very worried about Sugar Bean's situation, but she wouldn't lose her mind and blame her recklessly. Yi Xiaoming was under no obligation to help her with the baby, not to mention the fact that Yi Xiaoming was so busy at work and still found time to help her with Sugar Bean. She was grateful beyond words.
Xiaoming. Gu Yushi tried hard to remain calm and told Yi Xiaoming, don't blame yourself. Xiaodo is so smart, she definitely wouldn't put herself in danger.
But she is after all a 3-year-old child. I need to go and have a look. You just wait at home. If Xiaodo comes back, you let me know.
Okay.
Yi Xiaoming sobbed. Just as Gu Yushi stood up, she suddenly felt dizzy. She had not properly observed the postpartum rules when giving birth to Xia Tangdu, and her body was not as strong as it used to be. This time, after getting wet and worrying too much, she fainted. Yi Xiaoming held Gu Yushi's body, which was falling, and tears of pain fell from her eyes. With Yushi down, the responsibility of looking after her and finding Xia Tangdu fell on her shoulders. She had to pull herself together. Yi Xiaoming helped Gu Yushi to the master bedroom and laid her down, then contacted her friends to see if they had any connections with the Ji family.
A slightly scribbled dividing line. If your father and Yao Yao's parents knew about this, I don't know what you would do.
Zhou Yun poked Ji Chuan's head in annoyance, looking like she hated him for being so useless, but when her eyes fell on the little girl watching cartoons on the sofa, her smile immediately spread across her face.
Who on earth could have given birth to such a cute little girl?
She is definitely the smartest and prettiest girl she has ever seen. Ji Chuan rubbed his temples. Mom, I'm serious, there is a 99% chance that she is not my child.
Zhou Yun groaned, but there is still a 1% chance, isn't there? I think she looks exactly like you. Ji Chuan.
Stop it, if you keep talking, he'll start to think she's his.
Yao Yao looks quite sad. It's true, no one could bear such a thing.
Zhou Yun sighed. I don't have anything with her either. Ji Chuan was tired of explaining.
Why did his real mother never believe him? Whether it was about Lu Ruoyao or Xia Tangdu.
Zhou Yun glared at him. What a stubborn person, I don't know who he takes after.
In your second year of college, you went to see Yao Yao's first snowfall, don't you remember?
Ji Chuan tugged the corner of his mouth. He had clearly run to the city where Lu Ruoya was to participate in a challenging high-risk rally.
He just hid this incident. But you can really fill in the blanks.
Mom, trust me, she and I are just brother and sister, or else let her take advantage of me, and we can be brother and sister.
Ji Chuan teased.
Zhou Yun was amused and patted his arm. You sly brat.
Alas, you are our biological child, there is nothing we can do. Your father and I definitely hope that you will get together with Yao Yao, but after what you have done, you have let Yao Yao down and made it impossible for us middle-aged parents to even mention marrying her off to you as our daughter-in-law. You, on the other hand, should find a time to explain to Yao Yao, apologize to her, and don't keep her hanging.
Ji Chuan shrugged. I have nothing to do with her, why should I apologize?
Even if I really have a child, it's my business. You still say that? We all thought you liked Yao Yao and approved of her as a daughter-in-law, but you. Zhou Yun became more and more angry. The brat was still acting with a straight face, which suddenly provoked her anger. She picked up the feather duster and hit him twice. Mom, stop! Ji Jiuchuan shouted, while blocking with his hands. Little Sugar Bean, who was nibbling on a peach, looked over, her sparkling eyes twinkling. Zhou Yun hurriedly put away the feather duster. There's a child here, give him some face. The paternity test is tomorrow at 9 o'clock, until then, you take good care of little Sugar Bean, do you hear me? Zhou Yun was worried and gave him a stern lecture. Ji Jiuchuan was surprised, me take care? He has never spent time with a child before, so how can he take care of it? Mom, I can't. He shook his head and flatly refused. Zhou Yun's expression was enough to cut someone. That's your own daughter, if you don't take care of her, who will? Just start learning how to take care of her tonight. Mom, I can't be alone with her, I'll scream for help. Ji Jiuchuan put on a mask of pain. Zhou Yun wanted to raise a feather duster again. If you can't take care of her, don't even try. How could I have given birth to such an irresponsible brat? Zhou Yun glared at Ji Jiuchuan. Ji Jiuchuan had already lost the will to explain. He just had to hold out until tomorrow, when the paternity test would prove his innocence. This very well-behaved little girl, who looked a lot like him and was very pretty, was definitely not his child. He was sure he had never touched a girl. He didn't believe it, and he couldn't have touched her without her knowing. How could that be? Daddies are like little candy beans, they make mistakes and get scolded by their mommies. Little Sugar Bean didn't know when she came to Ji Jiuchuan. Ji Jiuchuan looked at the little ball in front of him, and inexplicably wanted to hug her. This emotion came inexplicably, and he wondered if he had taken the wrong medicine. Little Sugar Bean held out her palm to Ji Jiuchuan, and there was a candy in the palm of her hand. Daddy, don't be upset, I'll give you a candy. Mommy says it's normal to get scolded for doing something wrong, and being a good boy means admitting your mistakes. Does Grandma get to have a candy? The Ji family didn't have any candy, so the candy in Little Sugar Bean's hand must have been her own. Everyone knows that children treasure candy the most. And she actually gave it to Ji Jiuchuan, her cheap father who didn't like her. Zhou Yun looked envious. Obviously, she, the grandmother, cared more about her. The Little Sugar Bean said obediently, the Little Sugar Bean can only eat one candy a day. Today's candy is for Daddy, and tomorrow's candy is for Grandma. She put the candy in Ji Jiuchuan's palm, then opened the bare backpack, took out a box of candy, and took out one candy for Zhou Yun. Grandma eats. Zhou Yun's heart was about to melt, and she took the candy in her hand. Where is the candy for Little Sugar Bean? Little Sugar Bean has agreed with her mommy that she can only eat one candy a day, so she can eat Little Sugar Bean's candy tomorrow. Little Sugar Bean puts the candy box in her backpack. Zhou Yun sees that Little Sugar Bean really wants to eat the candy, but she gives it to them anyway, and obediently puts away the rest of the candy. Such a good child, it can be seen that Little Sugar Bean's mommy has seriously educated her. Zhou Yun couldn't help but ask, Jiuchuan, be honest and tell me, who is the mother of Xia Tangdu? Chapter 6, happy to mention a 3-year-old baby? Do a paternity test first. Ji Jiuchuan hesitated to speak. To say that he has never had a woman makes him look like a loser? To say that he doesn't know who it is, doesn't that make him seem like a womanizer? These days, if you can keep yourself pure and still have a baby, it's more unbelievable than the sun rising in the west. Or is there just too much, and you can't tell? Zhou Yun asked again, her gossipy expression written all over her face. Unexpectedly, her own son is quite the secretive type. On the surface, he doesn't like girls and keeps them at a distance, but in private, he doesn't even know who his child's real mother is. Gee, I really don't know who he takes after. It definitely isn't her, because she's only been in love once in her life, and she got married and had a child very smoothly. Is that her husband, Ji Tianfeng? When he gets back from his business trip, I'm definitely going to grill him. Ji Tianfeng, who was lying down, sneezed violently while working in the hotel room. Mom! Ji Jiuchuan made a stop sign and just wanted to sneak away as soon as possible. Before leaving, he did not forget to take Little Sugar Bean's chubby little hand. It's getting late, she's sleepy, I'll take her upstairs first. Good night, Grandma. Little Sugar Bean waved to Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun's smile made her crow's feet stand out. Good night, Little Sugar Bean. Ji Jiuchuan is 1.82 meters tall,
and it was a bit of a struggle holding the tiny little sugar bean in his arms, so he scooped her up in a big hug. Little Sugar Bean always envied other children who had daddies, and she was very happy to be held by one for the first time.
She clung to his neck.
Ji Jiuquan carefully placed Xiaotangdu on the big bed, took off her shoes, and put her backpack aside. Only one warm light was on in the bedroom. Through the warm orange light, Ji Jiuquan observed Xiaotangdu's white little face, and his heart rate suddenly spiked.
The sleeping Xiaotangdu really looked a lot like him when he was a kid.
But he knew very well that he had never touched any girls.
What was going on? Even if someone gave birth to a child with his seed, it would have to be donated by him.
Ji Jiuquan shook his head, completely at a loss. His eyes fell on Xiaotangdu's backpack, and Ji Jiuquan had a flash of inspiration.
Xiaotangdu cared so much about her bag, could there be any useful information?
As he rummaged through Xiaotangdu's bag, Ji Jiuquan suddenly felt a surge of moral sense, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead as he pulled the zipper. Unfortunately, there was only a box of candy, a piggy bank and a children's watch in it.
The watch was turned off and couldn't be started. There was no useful information at all.
Just as he was about to put the backpack down, he noticed a pair of big, bright eyes staring at him.
Little Sugar Bean sat dazed on the bed, her voice soft. "Daddy, do you like Little Sugar Bean's bear?" "Mommy gave it to me. Can I give you one too?"
Ji Jiuquan's face flashed with an embarrassed look. He put his backpack away and smiled awkwardly. "It looks pretty good."
"Daddy, are you being bad?" Xiaotangdu suddenly asked.
"Huh?"
Ji Jiuquan didn't quite understand what she meant. Xiaotangdu is good, and every night she gets a goodnight kiss from Mommy, but Daddy can only live outside pitifully, unable to see Mommy and get a goodnight kiss. Isn't that being bad?
The little sweet pea asked very seriously, and her small hand gently grasped Ji Jiuquan's finger. "Pfft, who cares about her cheating on her mother for a goodnight kiss? The baby looks cute and adorable, but unfortunately she has such parents."
Under the curious gaze of the little sweet pea, Ji Jiuquan let her lie down, tucked the corners of the quilt, and answered irrelevant questions. "In my mother's eyes, I'm also good." Everyone has a mother. Does Grandma give Daddy a goodnight kiss? That image is weird to think about. In Ji Jiuquan's memory, it has never happened. He immediately denies it. No. Daddy is not good, so he doesn't get a goodnight kiss from Grandma.
Little Sugar Bean's eyes light up as if she has discovered a new continent.
Mommy also said that Daddy is the best boy in the world.
She is not even 3.5 years old, but she is already good.
Ji Jiuquan's forehead had 3 black lines falling magnificently. "I'm not a mama's boy. Why isn't Daddy Grandma's baby?"
Little Sugar Bean's big, round eyes turned slightly, persistently asking.
Mama's boy, a mother's precious boy. Little Sugar Bean's understanding was correct. Mama's boy refers to.
Ji Jiuquan's voice cut off abruptly. She's still a 3-year-old baby, and no matter how much she explains, she won't understand.
It's just like she imagined. During the day, he'll be chatting with his friends about car rallies, and at night, he'll be talking to a kid with just a few teeth about Mama's boys? That's crazy. Let's go to bed.
Ji Jiuquan turned off the light.
He went to the other end of the bed to keep his distance from Xiaotangdu. There were 3 adults between them.
The curtains were not completely closed, and a ray of moonlight spilled into the room.
Little Sugar Bean looked at Daddy, who was so far away, and rolled over and went over.
Little Sugar Bean needs a hug from Daddy to fall asleep.
This is how Mommy used to hug her to sleep at home. Don't, Ji Jiuquan frowned.
He was used to sleeping alone, and suddenly having an extra kid was already very awkward.
It was acceptable to stay away from him. And he has to hold her? He doesn't want to hold a fur ball. You have to learn to sleep alone.
Mummy said that little Sweet Pea is still young and can sleep with an adult. Your mom is lying to you. Children can sleep on their own. Mummy would never lie to me. Mummy is the best person in the world. Mummy said that people like Daddy who keep saying bad things about Mummy are the bad guys. Ji Jiuquan, who had been awarded the title of bad guy, pursed his lips.
It seems that there is nothing wrong with it. An outsider who keeps saying bad things about you in front of your own child is a bad person, isn't he? But Mommy also said that Daddy is the best person.
Little Sugar Bean was worried.
Was Daddy a good person or a bad person? Mommy didn't say that Daddy could say bad things about Mommy.
Ji Jiuquan suddenly smiled. Little Sugar Bean, you keep saying Mommy, Mommy, you are a true mama's boy. Little Sugar Bean is Mommy's precious daughter. Little Sugar Bean is a simple-minded girl who doesn't know the meaning of Ji Chuan's words. Ji Chuan's smile grew even wider. This little girl is really quite cute. Although he has no plans to get married and have children right now, which man wouldn't want a soft and cute daughter? The child sleeps very well, and Little Sugar Bean quickly falls asleep in Ji Chuan's arms. Ji Chuan, on the other hand, was in trouble. He was not used to having other people in his bed. Before Xiaotangdu arrived, his bed was clean with only a quilt and 2 pillows. One pillow was used for sleeping, and the other was folded up when playing with the phone, so that his neck would be more comfortable while playing with the phone. Xiaotangdu slept well that night, kicking the quilt in various ways. Ji Chuan did not sleep at all that night. While covering her up, he turned off the microphone and played pesticides. Ji Chuan accompanied Xiaotangdu to breakfast with a dark circle under his eye. Zhou Yun got up early in the morning to prepare breakfast. Usually, the 3 of them eat simply, and the maid only needs to prepare 7 or 8 dishes. But things are different when Xiaotangdu comes over. Zhou Yun instructed the kitchen to wrap up small ravioli in xiaolongbao, and separately prepare sweet fruit porridge and savory tomato beef porridge. Shrimp rice rolls, tea tree mushroom pork rib noodles were also served in small portions, and they were served on children's tableware that she had asked someone to buy early in the morning. Little Sugar Bean kept saying delicious and thank you, Grandma, with each bite, which filled Zhou Yun's emotions to the brim and kept her mouth corners raised. Mom, the higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. Ji Chuan didn't want to dampen her mother's enthusiasm, but seeing her overexcited, he was afraid that she couldn't handle the result. The Ji family has a big business, and there is no problem giving the children food, drink, and entertainment. She is just afraid that Zhou Yun's mood will be like a roller coaster. Zhou Yun gave a dismissive look of a mother. You are a father, why do you still speak so harshly? If it's not your child, I can't love it? Ji Chuan was inexplicably rebuked, and he was so angry that he argued with reason. You love her because you suspect that she is my child. Zhou Yun teased, are you jealous? Ji Chuan said, what's so good about his mother? She just has a big mouth. Zhou Yun loves to see her son get embarrassed, and was intrigued. I haven't cared about your pooping and farting for more than 20 years, but now you're getting possessive about me caring for the baby? I'm starting to doubt that you're not trying to find me a daughter-in-law for fear that she will take away my love for you. Mom, you can turn off your microphone. Coincidentally, the old Zhou, didn't bring a microphone today. After breakfast, the 3 of them got into the Alpha and headed to the hospital owned by the Ji family. The female forensic doctor in charge of the paternity test between Ji Chuan and Xiaododo was Mu Qingda, the youngest and most promising member of the department. If she took off her glasses and mask, Xiaododo would definitely recognize her as her mommy's good friend, Auntie Qingda. Chapter 7, Best Friends, Should We Tamper with the Paternity Test? Gu Yushi was woken up by a ringing sound. Her head was spinning, so she opened her eyes dazedly and took the phone on the bedside table. Hello. Yushi, why is Sugar Bean with Ji Chuan? They even came to do a paternity test. Mu Qingda's words summed up the whole point. Hearing that Xiaotangdu was with Ji Chuan, Gu Yushi finally let out a sigh of relief. She rubbed her temples with her fingers and whispered, Xiaotangdu took the piggy bank to see him while Xiaomeng was asleep. Ah. Mu Qingda was a little surprised. She didn't expect things to have happened like this. A paternity test? Gu Yushi just reacted to this matter, and her hand holding the phone was shaking. If the Ji family knows that Xiaotangdu is Ji Chuan's biological child, they will take Xiaotangdu away from her, right? Mu Qingda has been in a relationship with Gu Yushi for so many years, and she knows that Xiaotangdu is all that Gu Yushi has. Taking Xiaotangdu away from Gu Yushi is like taking her life. After a moment of hesitation, Mu Qingda took a deep breath and asked in a low voice, Yushi, do you want me to do something? She is in charge of the paternity test, so it would be easy to do something. She knew that this was immoral and would risk her career, but she had no choice. She had been by her best friend's side since her friend became pregnant, and had watched her friend endure the scorn of her family and give birth to Xiaotangdu after a near-death experience. If Gu Yushi agreed, she would definitely help. Qingda, thank you, but I don't want you to take such a big risk for me and Xiaotangdu. Besides, Xiaotangdu really wants her father. There is always a time when the truth will come out. Mu Qingda is an excellent forensic doctor, and everyone is watching her every move. If she makes a mistake, her career will be ruined. She doesn't want her best friend to risk her career to help her. Besides, Gu Yushi knew very well that one day she would not be able to hide the truth from Xiaotangdu, and that Xia Tangdu would have the right to choose who to stay with. Ji Chuan also had the right to know that in this world, he still had a daughter. Yushi, you have to think clearly.
There is only one chance. Once the Ji family knows the result, it will be too late. Mu Qingge sighed lightly. I know.
Gu Yushi pursed her lips slightly.
I knew this day would come, I just didn't know it would come so soon. So what are you going to do? Even if the Ji family wants it, they only want Xia Dangdu. If he can love Xia Dangdu as much as I do, I'm willing to give him Xia Dangdu.
Every word Gu Yushi said made her heart ache.
In the third trimester, her abdomen was hit, giving birth to Xia Dangdu prematurely. Xia Dangdu had a weak constitution and spent 4 weeks in an incubator.
It cost nearly 100,000 yuan for 4 weeks, and it used up all her savings. She was only able to get through it with the help of Yi Xiaoming and Mu Qingge.
Okay, I respect your decision, but...
Mu Qingge hesitated to speak, and after thinking about it, she decided to tell Gu Yushi, I don't know if it's because Ji Chuan didn't recognize Xia Tangdu, but he doesn't seem to care much about her. On the other hand, Ms. Zhou has been holding Xia Tangdu in her arms without letting go.
Upon hearing this, Gu Yushi's eyes darkened. If the paternity test result comes out and he doesn't like Xia Tangdu, I will fight to the end. Mu Qingge encouraged, saying, Mo and I are on your side. Okay, I'm busy right now, we'll talk about it then. Okay. The phone hung up.
Gu Yushi slowly got up, knelt in front of the bedside table, and took out a wooden box from the bottom drawer.
It only contained a photo.
Fortunately, she was also in the photo.
She was holding a book and walking past Ji Chuan. The photographer was a senior in the photography department.
That year, Ji Chuan was the talk of Jiangnan University, and the photography department was proud to have captured him. The senior posted the photo on his Moments, and Gu Yushi saved it as soon as she saw it and printed it out. In the photo, Ji Chuan is wearing a black basketball jersey, holding a basketball in his hand, smiling into the camera against the light, charming thousands of girls.
One of them is Gu Yushi. Ji Chuan. Gu Yushi's fingertips gently stroke the picture of the young boy in the sun. She whispers, You'll like the gift that heaven has bestowed upon us, won't you? Little Sugar Bean longs for his father's love. Let them get along well for a while before the paternity test results come out. Yushi, you're awake? I just made kanji.
Yi Xiaoming pushed open the door quietly and let out a sigh of relief when she saw that Gu Yushi had woken up.
Xiaoming, Sugar Bean is safe and sound. She's with Chuan. As long as Sugar Bean is fine, I knew about it last night and was going to tell you when you woke up.
Yi Xiaoming pulled up the group chat history on her phone and handed it to Gu Yushi. Yi Xiaoming's junior high school classmate's mother works for the Ji family, and last night she mysteriously broke the news in the group chat that the second-generation rich man Ji Chuan had a low-key secret marriage and had a child. She made up a story about a country girl who said she was Ji Chuan's secret wife. In order to attract attention and arouse people's gossiping hearts, she said with all seriousness that the country girl had brought her daughter and a paternity test to force the Ji family.
Yi Xiaoming only grasped one important point, and that was that Xia Tangdu was at the Ji family.
Yi Xiaoming was relieved that not many people in the group believed her, as her junior high school classmate had been a braggart and exaggerator for years.
She didn't say anything. Chapter 8 Who knows, never been in love before and directly becomes a father. The phone, give it to me.
Just back at the villa, Zhou Yun snatched Ji Chuan's phone.
Whose baby is it anyway?
She was afraid of knocking it over or bumping it, so she held it in her hands at all times, while he played with his phone nearby.
Zhou Yun's face was full of expressions that she couldn't stand to see. Mom, I finished modifying half of my racing car, let me show you.
Ji Chuan subconsciously reached for his phone, but was stopped by the baby in his arms.
Hold it properly, Zhou Yun reminded him.
The threatening look in her eyes seemed to say that if he didn't take good care of the baby, the racing car would be taken to the junkyard and scrapped.
Ji Chuan had never held a baby before.
The little sweet pea felt like a hot potato in his hands, but he held it steadily under Zhou Yun's watchful eyes.
To be honest, Ji Chuan also liked the little sweet pea. He liked the way it tilted its little head to reveal a sweet smile, the way its head shook like a rattle when it shook its head, and the way it spoke in a babyish voice. It was just that the little sweet pea's origins were unknown. He always feels that it is some kind of new scam. Many people consider themselves smart and won't fall for scams, but they just haven't encountered a tailor-made scam like this one. Who can resist? Smart, won't fall for scams. Ji Chuan says that he is kept to the line of the smart,
only his wise and sensible mother can't resist.
Zhou Yun still has to go to the company to deal with financial matters.
Before leaving, she gave him 1,000 reminders that if Ji Zhouchuan let Xia Tangdu suffer even a little, he would lose all his precious cars in the underground garage.
Once Zhou Yun left, Ji Zhouchuan and Xia Tangdu stared at each other from across the sofa.
In Ji Zhouchuan's eyes, as long as it was a girl, whether it was his mother's level, just becoming an adult, or the little girl in front of him,
he couldn't handle it. Play video games? Obviously not. Girls don't like playing games. Play football? Not good either.
With her small frame, she would at most roll on the ground with the football.
Are you hungry? I'll take you out to eat. Ji Zhouchuan asked tentatively after a moment's thought.
Ji Zhouchuan had eaten a bowl of ravioli, half a bowl of fruit porridge, 3 xiaolongbao, and 2 shrimp dumplings an hour and a half ago.
Ji Zhouchuan looked at Xia Tangdu, who was feeling full and rubbing her tummy.
She said in a soft voice, "I'm not hungry, but if Daddy is hungry, I can go out to eat with you."
How considerate.
Ji Zhouchuan was still vacillating between the little liar and the little cutie, but now the little cutie filter had driven off the little liar filter. Ji Zhouchuan could only see the cute little sugar bean in his eyes. The results of an expedited paternity test will be available in 2 or 3 days. In the meantime, Shallow can take care of the baby.
Ji Zhouchuan can't learn anything, and what's hard about taking care of a baby?
Ji Zhouchuan took out his phone and searched how to take care of a daughter.
He then deleted it and re-entered
how to take care of a 3-year-old daughter.
AI told him, let your daughter read books.
Develop your daughter's manual skills.
Communicate and talk with your daughter. Take your daughter out more often. Ji Zhouchuan liked the last one. Do you want to see a tiger?
Ji Zhouchuan's tone softened a lot.
Yes.
Little Sugar Bean clapped her hands in delight and happily spun around Ji Zhouchuan several times, nearly dizzying him, and she was still spinning.
Ji Zhouchuan scooped her up in his arms. You can be called Little Spinner from now on, you're so good at spinning. Did your mummy train you for the winter evening? Do all the bowls in Daddy's house come from winter? Xia Tangdu and Mummy don't make bowls, they buy them at the flea market. Xia Tangdu was puzzled. Nothing.
Ji Zhouchuan chooses to change the subject when it's a question that's difficult to explain.
Do you like tigers? Yes. Xia Tangdu's eyes are full of admiration for tigers, and then he asks, Daddy, can you make bowls in spring? It's better to do less than more, so Ji Zhouchuan simply answered, yes. What about summer? Yes. What about autumn? Yes. Where? Can I see the bowls you made? No. Why?
Ji Zhouchuan answered with a stiff upper lip, because they don't look good, so I threw them away.
If you want to make some, I'll take you next time. Daddy is so nice.
Little Sugar Bean wrapped her arms around Ji Zhouchuan's neck, pouted her pink lips and gave him a kiss on the cheek. Ji Zhouchuan, who is usually so meticulous, rarely felt disgusted.
He even seemed to be enjoying it?
Passing by a glass wall, Ji Zhouchuan's mouth could be seen curling up uncontrollably, as happy as a child.
Daddy, where are we going? To see tigers. Don't you have any at home? Well, they're not easy to keep. They're a real pain. Mummy's lying. Ha!
Mummy says Daddy's the world's greatest, but the little pot roast at the park said her family keeps 2 tigers, a lion and a polar bear, and that Daddy got them all. Little Sugar Bean pouts, feeling lost because her own daddy can't compare to other people's daddies.
Puff.
Ji Zhouchuan feels like his intelligence has been insulted.
What kind of family is this, with a tiger, a lion, and a polar bear? If they're so capable, why don't they have a Payu at home? You're still laughing, Dad, but your little pot-bellied meat daddy is the best in the world. Xia Tangdu's voice no longer had the same vitality. Who said that?
Ji Zhouchuan grunted in disdain, saying, that pot-bellied meat daddy is not even good enough to be my understudy. As an outstanding young man, he invested in and founded a gym at the age of 22, and within a year, he went from a loss to profitability.
How can he be compared to that braggart? Daddy, are you bragging? Xia Tangdu blinked his big eyes, full of doubt.
Ji Zhouchuan glanced at his cheating son and bragged, his house has at most a stuffed animal, I'll get you a real one.
Really? Xia Tangdu was overjoyed. Next time I see Xiao Pao, I can tell him that my father is still #1 in the world.
Ji Zhouchuan pulled the corner of his lips.
He really didn't dare to be the best in the world. He was so good that he could only be the second best in the world. The original route to the zoo was changed. Ji Jiuchuan took Xiatangdu to a children's amusement park, where the animals were all replicas with extreme attention to detail. They are not cheap either. If they are damaged, they will cost a lot to repair. Most people can only look at them from a distance through the display case. Daddy, there's a tiger. Little Sugar Bean stayed in Ji Jiuchuan's arms the whole time. She just looked up and saw a huge tiger in front of her, tall and mighty, and she was scared, so she buried her face back in his arms again. Ji Jiuchuan could tell that this little girl was just pretending to be afraid. Chapter 9, The Golden Bachelor. Ji Jiuchuan has a baby? Ha ha ha. Ji Jiuchuan couldn't hide his laughter. Daddy, run! Little Sugar Bean didn't dare to show her little head, and shouted in a high-pitched voice. Tigers eat people. Daddy! Daddy, have you been eaten? Not getting a response, Little Sugar Bean carefully revealed a little head and noticed that it was in a different direction and the tiger was gone. But before she could let out a sigh of relief, the huge, majestic lion was right in front of her, with a fierce gleam in its eyes. Little Sugar Bean first turned her head to make sure her dad was still alive, and then hugged him even tighter. Dad, let's run. If you can't run holding her, put her down and run again. She still wanted to see her mommy. She couldn't be eaten. Oops, the lion is charging over. Ji Jiuchuan said, while sending the little candy beans in his hand towards the lion. Don't eat me, don't eat me. The little candy beans covered their eyes with their hands in fear. It's fake. Ji Jiuchuan laughed so wildly for the first time. It's so much fun to tease children. Open your eyes and take a look. This is a fake lion, it won't eat you. Ji Jiuchuan suppressed his laughter and coaxed Little Sugar Bean. Little Sugar Bean took a long time to prepare her mind before opening her eyes. It really was fake. She tried to reach out her hand, but the polished glass stopped her. The lion is good, but Daddy is bad. Little Sugar Bean muttered. The lion is nice? Then I'll buy it and sleep with you at home, okay? Ji Jiuchuan's mouth curled up into a smile. Although he was sure it wasn't his baby, Sugar Bean brought him joy. She was so cute, and it wasn't a bad idea to spend a little money to make her dream come true. Sugar Bean thought about it carefully. Would it scare Mommy? Mommy is afraid of small animals. She sees a cockroach and goes ah, and sees a mouse and goes ah. Ji Jiuchuan suddenly fell silent. He would stomp on cockroaches and mice if he saw them. Your mother will like it if you bring it back. After hearing her father's words, Xiatangdu tilted his head and drifted off. Her father said that if she brought a tiger back, her mother would like it. Then if she brought her father back, would her mother like it very much too? Her mother always told her godmother that she was still young and didn't understand anything. She has listened to the wall for a long time and has learned a little bit. Daddy must have made Mummy angry and was told off for not changing his ways. Mummy said Daddy had gone out to earn money so as not to hurt her feelings. So should she bring Daddy home this time? She also wants to go out and play with her parents holding hands like a little pot roast. Do you like this tiger? Ji Jiuchuan's words brought Xiatangdu's thoughts back. Little Sugar Bean saw the big scary tiger again. It was huge. And very handsome. Daddy, does it cost 100 yuan to buy a tiger? Little Sugar Bean also wanted a tiger and a lion at home, but she was afraid it would be very expensive. In Little Sugar Bean's world, 100 yuan was a huge sum of money. She had a lot of huge sums of money that she could spend on her own. 100? Ji Jiuchuan's mouth twitched. That was only a fraction of the price. The lion is priced at 9,888. The tiger is a little more expensive, at 110,000. But Ji Jiuchuan is no saint. If he gives the other family's child 200,000 yuan, won't that make him a target of resentment? At most, he'll spend a few thousand yuan on a 50-centimeter tall tiger or lion for his daughter. Ji Jiuchuan said, looking at his daughter's expectant gaze, it's not expensive. You can buy 3 for 100 yuan. Ji Jiuchuan held Xiatangdu as they walked around. Have you decided which 3 you want to buy? Daddy, if I buy the little rabbit and kitten, will Xia Guibing laugh at me? Xiatangdu's eyes looked at the little cat and rabbit, fixated for a few seconds, and then looked at the mighty lion and tiger. Choose what you like. Ji Jiuchuan was tired of carrying her, so he put her in a chair and said to her, half crouching down, if you buy the lion and tiger back, even if you win over the pork dumpling, will you be happy? It's better to buy what you like. Little Sugar Bean nodded as if she understood, took out her backpack, took out the piggy bank, and took out 2 Mao Tse tongs. Daddy, I want the little rabbit, the little cat, and the little fox. The little fox is for Mummy. Sugar Bean always has her mother in her heart. She misses her mother very much, but she also wants to spend more time with her father. Tomorrow she will go home to see her mother. She will not know when to say goodbye to her father again. 200? Ji Chuan noticed that the little girl was not very good at arithmetic. He said that 100 could buy 3, and she only wanted 3, but she gave him 200. Buy it for Daddy. Xiatangdu said wisely, Daddy can choose 2 like Xiatangdu, and give 1 to Grandma. Ji Chuan suddenly felt like a clown, his nose a little red and itchy. Xiatangdu wasn't bad at counting, but she had taken him and Zhou Yun into consideration. He was a little curious, what kind of parents could give birth to such a well-behaved and sensible little treasure? As Zhou Yun said, it was too rare. Keep your money for candy, I'll buy it for you. Ji Chuan put the 200 back into Xiatangdu's piggy bank. Daddy, I have money. Be good. Oh. Xiatangdu put the piggy bank away, reminding him, Daddy, you can tell me when you're broke in the future, and I'll give it to you. Ji Chuan smiled, okay. After selecting the animal, Ji Chuan took out his card. When the shop assistant saw that it was a black card, she looked at it twice. When she saw that the card holder was Ji Chuan, her eyes lit up. The young master of the Ji group. A walking gold brick. She stared at Ji Chuan's face for a full minute. Not only was he rich, but he also looked so handsome that she couldn't miss him when she walked by. She thought that she was good looking enough, and many customers had asked for her contact information. She took a sticky note and wrote down her phone number. Mr. G. As the shop assistant handed it to Ji Chuan, she gave him a little flirtatious wink. Daddy, I'm sleepy. Little Sugar Bean, who had often watched idol dramas with her godmother, immediately noticed that the strange auntie had a crush on her daddy. She waved her hand, knocking the sticky note off. The shop assistant was so shocked by the word daddy that she didn't notice the sticky note fall. The Bachelor of Gold Ji Chuan has a baby? Chapter 10 Daddy, you attacked me. Little Sugar Bean was really sleepy. She fell asleep in the passenger seat on the way back. While waiting for the red light, Ji Chuan had a thought cross his mind, should he arrange for a child seat to be safer? The green light came on and the car sped down the road. Ji Chuan laughed to himself, he must be crazy. The car was like his wife, so why would he have such a bad idea as to put an incongruous thing on his wife that would affect its appearance? The little girl fell asleep in the car and stayed asleep until they got out. Ji Chuan didn't wake her up, but carried her upstairs. A friend in the group called him to go online. He briefly and perfunctorily replied with 2 words, not available. Playing games would make the keyboard clatter, which would wake her up. There were a few books on the desktop, which Ji Chuan had been placing there for several years without ever reading them. This time, he took one to kill some time. As it turned out, reading was not his thing and he was done in just 2 minutes. Ji Chuan sat by the bed and looked at the quiet sleeping face of Xiatangdu. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of woman could give birth to such a beautiful child. He gently took Xiatangdu's chubby little hand, placed it in the palm of his hand, and opened the camera on his phone to take a photo. Then he took several more photos of Xiatangdu's sleeping face. Later, Ji Chuan admired his photography skills and sincerely praised himself, not bad at all. After looking at the photos again and again, Ji Chuan realized that the resolution of his phone's camera was still a bit lacking. He finally dug out the camera that had been gathering dust for a year. The sound of the shutter woke up Little Sugar Bean. She opened her eyes dazedly and saw the lens about to smash into her face. Her black and white eyes widened suddenly. Daddy, you're attacking me. Little Sugar Bean protested with a pout. This is not an attack, it's called capturing a beautiful moment. Ji Chuan put the camera aside and reached over to rub the little girl's head. Should she sleep a little longer or get up and eat something? Eat something. The little girl had slept enough and chose the latter. Ji Chuan carried the little girl down the stairs and instructed the kitchen to prepare afternoon tea. Just as he put Xiatangdu on the sofa, Ji Chuan's phone rang, so he went out onto the balcony to take the call. Xiatangdu picked up a green date and nibbled on it. It was sweet and delicious.
Xiaokiki, who had been watching the two of them, took the opportunity to run up to Xiaotangdu and put her phone on record mode and set it aside.
Xiaotangdu, Xiaokiki took out a lollipop and handed it to Xiaotangdu, telling her, "Would you tell me who your mummy is?" "My mommy is my mommy." The wary Xiaoduzi couldn't get a word out of her. In terms of safety education, Gu Yushi is particularly strict. It would be extremely difficult for a stranger to get any information out of Xiaoduzi. "What's her name?" Xiaokoko pursued. "I don't want to say." "Tell me, and I'll give you lots of candy, okay?" "I don't want to say."
Xiaokoko's intentions were too obvious, and her eyes were not kind, so Xiaoguda didn't want to talk to her and moved her seat to the side.
"Hey, don't be so cheeky. Master G didn't even recognize you, so why are you being so arrogant?"
Xiaokoko saw that Xiaoguda wasn't cooperating, and her temper flared. She had already told her friends that she would find out the identity of Xiaoguda's biological mother, and if she couldn't, she wouldn't be able to hand in her assignment. Besides, she also wants to break the news to the media in exchange for pocket money.
Xiaoki's tone was very poor, and Xiaoduzi could tell that the other party was very dissatisfied with her. She just looked at her shallowly and didn't say anything.
Ji Zhouchuan was on the balcony talking on the phone, and Xiaokiki didn't dare to go too far. She took out her favorite handmade pendant from her pocket.
"I'll give you this, and you can tell me about your mommy, okay?"
Xiaokoko finally persuaded her mother and snuck into the villa, not wanting to return home empty-handed.
"Okay." Xiaokoko's little sugar bean gave a sweet smile. "Tell me quickly." Xiaokoko re-recorded. "My mommy, female, likes my daddy."
Xiaokoko was a little annoyed and glared viciously at Xiaotangdu. "I don't want to hear that, say her name."
"Mommy said you can't just tell people your name." Xiaotangdu grunted and turned his head away. "What's wrong with you?"
Xiaokoko was furious and reached out to give Xiaotangdu a big snout.
"What do you want?" A loud shout scared Xiaokoko. Xiaokoko's hand was still raised in the air. Ji Zhouchuan had just hung up the phone when he saw a strange woman trying to hit Xiaotangdu.
He quickly walked up, grabbed Xiaokoko's hand, and shook it hard.
Xiaokoko was not prepared and fell on her butt. Ouch! Her bottom hit the ground, and it hurt like hell. "Daddy!" Xiaotangdu cried out pitifully when she saw Ji Zhouchuan. "Who are you? Why are you here? What do you want with Sugar Bean?"
Ji Zhouchuan's cold gaze fell on Xiaokiki, and his tone was sharp. Sugar Bean's eyes were sparkling.
"Daddy is so handsome."
"Young Master Ji, don't get me wrong, I just want to chat with Sugar Bean." Xiaoki's pain was almost unbearable, and tears were about to come out.
She got up from the ground and forced a smile. "Really?" Ji Zhouchuan looked at Xiaodo. "Xiaodo, what did she tell you?" "I just wanted to give her candy." Xiaokoko interrupted, waving the candy in her hand at Xiaodo, as if she was tempting her, offering candy if Xiaodo kept her secret.
She wanted to know who Xiaodo's mommy was, and she also said that Xiaodo was sick.
Xiaodo didn't like the snobbish-looking Xiaokoko, and naturally wouldn't defend her. Chapter 11, Give me an address and I'll take you to your mother. Ji Zhouchuan's cold gaze fell on Xiaokoko, who is the mother of Xiaoduzi. "What does it have to do with you, and what do you want to do by getting in?" Xiaokoko was shocked by Ji Zhouchuan's gaze. Didn't everyone say that he was easy to get along with?
Why is he so fierce with her?
"Speak." Ji Zhouchuan raised his voice. Xiaokiki was startled.
She thought about her mother still working at the villa, and she couldn't get into trouble and cause trouble for her mother. Her brain was working quickly.
"Young Master Ji, you've misunderstood.
I just thought she was cute and wanted to give her candy, and I asked her who her mother was. How could she give birth to such a cute child?"
"Auntie also told me to eat the phone." "Children can't lie, but they can talk nonsense." Xiaokiki had just used her phone to record Xiaotangdu, trying to clearly record her voice.
In Xiaotangdu's eyes, it looked like Xiaokiki was trying to force her to eat the phone.
Xiaoki's face suddenly turned pale with fear. "I didn't, how could I?" "Shut up!"
Ji Zhouchuan snapped, reaching out and gently rubbing Xiaotangdu's head.
"Are you trying to say that she, a 3-year-old, would lie?"
Xiaokiki wanted to cry but had no tears. Ji Zhouchuan called the security guard.
"Take her out."
Seeing the security guard, Xiaokiki hurriedly tried to defend herself. "Young Master Ji, I meant no harm, really, I just like little Sugar Bean. I don't care what your motives are, I'll let you off this time, but if there's a next time, I'll report you to the police. Ji Jo Chuan didn't want to make a big deal out of it, seeing that little Sugar Bean was safe and sound. The maid saw her daughter being held by the security guard and hurriedly ran up to Ji Jo Chuan. I'm sorry, Master Ji, this is my daughter Xia Coco.
She came to visit me.
Last night, Xia Coco begged her to come to the villa to get the little candy beans, so she said no, but she couldn't stand her daughter's nagging.
So the mother and daughter discussed it, and if anything happens, they'll say she came to visit her, and there's no problem with a daughter visiting her mother, right? Keep an eye on your daughter. If there's a next time, I'll report it to the police.
Ji Jo Chuan looked at the maid coldly. If it weren't for the fact that Xiaoguo was fine, he wouldn't have been so easygoing.
Thank you, Master Ji. The maid quickly took Xiaoguo away. Ji Jo Chuan squatted in front of Xiaoguo, and his facial lines softened at once. Were you scared by that woman?
Little Sugar Bean blinked, not feeling that the new auntie was scary at all, just annoying. She had seen many horror movies, and they were scarier than that auntie.
Daddy, are you scared?
Little Sugar Bean reached out to touch Ji Jo Chuan's hair. Since they were a little far apart, she needed to stand up and bend over to do so. Ji Jo Chuan hated it when people touched his hair.
The first thing he did every morning was to fix his hairstyle. He was very satisfied with his hairstyle today. But now an intrepid little hand was feeling it.
One touch, and he was scared to run.
2 touches, and he was scared to run away. Oh ha oh hey hey zing, scared to run away completely naked.
Before Ji Jo Chuan could protest, the little hand of the little Sugar Bean lifted up, and the other hand also joined in, doing it with dancing hands.
Ji Jo Chuan? What the hell? How does her mother bring up her child?
In broad daylight, she's doing it in public.
It can't be magic powder, can it?
This will set a bad example for the child.
What does your mother usually teach you? Ji Jo Chuan took a deep breath and spoke very patiently. This is what Mummy does when Sugar Plum is scared.
Sugar Plum cupped Daddy's cheeks in her hands and, imitating Mummy, gave Daddy a big kiss on the forehead.
Daddy, aren't you scared anymore? No.
Ji Jo Chuan was afraid that he would lose his lychee the next second and rushed to the police station to drag Sugar Plum's mummy out. Such a cute child, and she treats her so badly.
Daddy, you can catch flies here.
With one hand resting on her chin, Xia Tangdu gestured with the other hand in the middle of Ji Jo Chuan's eyebrows. Remember, in the future, if someone approaches you, you have to call out to me, your mommy. Ji Jo Chuan unfurled his brows and patiently taught her. He always felt that this little girl was very gullible.
Little Sugar Bean also knows that she won't be with her daddy for long, so she takes Ji Jo Chuan's arm. Daddy, I'll do whatever you say. Will you like Little Sugar Bean? Of course I do. Ji Jo Chuan replies. He hates children.
In fact, he hates all children equally. But Little Sugar Bean is well behaved, her eyes as bright as the stars in the sky, and when she smiles, it's like an angel has come down to earth, fulfilling all his fantasies about children.
The afternoon snacks were all ready and served. Little Sugar Bean was interested in every single one of them, and with her big, bright eyes she looked at Ji Jo Chuan and asked, Daddy, can I try a little bit of each?
Sure. In the Ji family, there was no need to waste. There was a pig farm 10 kilometers away, and it also belonged to the Ji family.
Any food that was not eaten was packaged and sent to the piglets. There is a saying on the internet, if you wish to be a pig in the Ji family, you will have delicious food every day.
Of course, it would be best if you don't fill up a bucket. Ji Jo Chuan thought that Xia Tangdu would take a bite of every dessert, but she scooped a spoonful onto an empty plate.
She scooped up every one, her movements gentle.
It didn't look like a bite was missing from the pastry, but rather an ingenious design. The osmanthus cake stuck to the spoon, and the little Sugar Beans couldn't scoop it properly, so they got the whole piece of osmanthus cake on the plate, and then they started to taste it. Ji Jo Chuan, who had just been displeased with the way Little Sugar Bean's mother had educated him, was slapped in the face. Even when he sometimes wanted to try a few more flavors, he subconsciously picked up and took a bite, and if it wasn't good, he just threw it there.
What if there's a feeling that a child who isn't even 3.5 years old is still not as understanding as an adult? Daddy, I've already tried everything for you.
The osmanthus cake is the best, so you can eat that to satisfy your craving. Sugar Plum reaches out and takes the plate with the osmanthus cake and hands it to Ji Jo Chuan.
Satisfy a craving? Ji Jo Chuan is puzzled.
Mummy is afraid of getting fat, so Sugar Plum tries all the cupcakes that Mummy buys before choosing the best ones for her to eat.
Sugar Plum is simple-minded, so she does whatever Mummy tells her.
Ji Jiu Chuan, however, heard a different meaning. Little Sugar Bean's family was not wealthy, and her mother could only afford to buy her some desserts.
In order to let little Sugar Bean eat more, her mother made up the excuse of dieting?
Of course, if she is really fat and needs to lose weight, he didn't think about it.
Ji Jiu Chuan suddenly thought of something important. He picked up Xia Tangdu and put her on his lap, and persuaded her, Xia Tangdu, you know how to find me, and you also know how to go home to your mommy, right? Why don't you tell me where you live, and I'll take you to your mommy.
Once she meets Xia Tangdu's mommy, everything will be revealed.
Chapter 12, Poor Wandering Daddy.
Little Sugar Bean knew the address of her home by heart, as well as the phone numbers of her mother and godmother, but she couldn't tell her father. That's because her mother and godmother had only mentioned him in secret. Her godmother had persuaded her mother to let her take her to find her father, but her mother didn't seem to have forgiven her father, didn't want to see him, and didn't want him to come home. She was her mother's obedient child. She has to listen to her mother.
Looking at Ji Jiu Chuan's expectant eyes, Xia Tangdu said to herself, Daddy, I'm sorry. After I've calmed my mother down, I'll take her home with me and bring you home. You'll just have to wander outside for a while longer.
As she thought about it, Xia Tangdu felt sorry for herself. She was happy every day with her mother and godmother, but Daddy had to wander outside and stay at his parents' house.
Daddy, if you wander around for a while longer, I'll try to persuade Mummy to let you stay. Sugar Bean made a thumbs up sign and said this seriously. Wander around? Ji Jiu Chuan didn't realize that the generation gap with children was now so big that he couldn't understand a word she said. There's a generation gap of 3 years, and there's a little over 7 years between them. The more she thought about it, the more Sugar Bean felt sorry for her daddy. He was kicked out of the house and wandered around to his grandmother's house by himself. It's really too bad that he can't stay by Mommy's side. Daddy, you're so pitiful. Little Sugar Bean couldn't hold back her words, her eyes full of compassion. Ji Jiu Chuan. He's not that pitiful, is he? He lives in a mansion. He drives a luxury car. He can pick any watch he likes. He gets tens of thousands of yuan in pocket money every month. The key is that he's graduated and doesn't need to go to school. He started his own business, has never been cheated, and has been lucky enough to soar upwards. He gets generous dividends. He can go wherever he wants. If you want to say he is poor, it is probably the poverty of being free from worries. It's okay, Daddy, I, Sugar Bean, can keep my word as long as it is not denied by Mommy. Sugar Bean gently patted Ji Jiu Chuan's cheeks with both hands to make a promise, and his delicate little face was very serious. Ji Jiu Chuan laughed out loud. Does your mommy often deny you? Little Sugar Bean nodded. Mommy says the stars in the sky are very beautiful, and I say I can pick the stars in the sky for Mommy. But I really can pick the stars. Ji Jiu Chuan laughed even harder. Daddy, don't laugh at me, I can pick stars for you too. Little Sugar Bean pouted, indicating that he was very capable. Okay, you pick them for me. Little Sugar Bean nodded. It'll have to wait until the night. Ji Jiu Chuan snapped his fingers. I'll wait. He took it as a joke and didn't pay it any mind. That evening, Little Sugar Bean found a basin and took Ji Jiu Chuan's hand to go to the back garden. Huh? Ji Jiu Chuan looked at the busy Little Sugar Bean and didn't understand. Daddy, I'll pick you a star. Little Sugar Bean spoke seriously and ran towards the pond with the basin. Ji Jiu Chuan immediately took a few large steps over to the little figure as he saw her rushing towards the water's edge, and reached out to scoop up the little ball of fluff. Children aren't allowed to play in the water, and they're not allowed to go near the water's edge either. If she were his own child, he would fill in the pond just to be on the safe side. But since she wasn't his own child, he didn't bother. The paternity test results would be back soon anyway, and Xia Tangdu wouldn't last 2 days. Daddy, I'll fish you the moon. Put me down. Little Sweet Pea clutched the basin tightly, afraid of losing it. Ji Jiu Chuan probably knew what Little Sweet Pea wanted to do, so he put her on the ground and followed her footsteps to prevent her from getting into danger. If it's not picking stars, how did it become the moon? Daddy, you're my first customer, and it's a good deal to pick the stars and give you the moon. If you're satisfied, you can give a 5-star rating. You know about 5-star ratings? A kind man in yellow gives food to his godmother and always says this. Ji Jiu Chuan understood and ordered takeaway. The delivery boy said it, but the little girl didn't know that you have to pay for takeaway, so she thought it was a kind man giving her warmth. As Sugar Bean got closer to the small pond, her speed slowed down.
She moved a little bit at a time until she reached out and her basin touched the water. She filled the basin with just a little water and then picked it up. Strangely, unlike what she had seen on TV, the moon and stars did not go into her basin with the water, but stayed in the pond. Little Sugar Bean took a quiet look at Ji Jo Chuan and saw that her father had not seen her failure, and her heart eased a little. Her godmother was right, TV is a lie. Her mother was also right, it really can't be picked. Ji Jo Chuan saw the little girl shift her gaze to the basin, suppressed the urge to laugh out loud, and took 2 deep breaths. Little Sugar Bean, the star has now hid behind the clouds.
Let's wait until it comes out again.
Ji Jo Chuan was holding back with difficulty, his shoulders trembling.
There was no other way.
Children have self-esteem too, and they need to be taken care of. Little Sugar Bean went down the steps and reached out for Ji Jo Chuan to carry her. When Ji Jo Chuan picked her up, she said sweetly, "Daddy, the moon and stars are very expensive.
We can't afford to keep them even if we pick them. They're not like me, who only needs to eat white rice. They eat clouds and little fafa, so let's not pick them." Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha.
Yes, yes.
Let's not disturb their peace. Ji Jo Chuan really couldn't hold back this time.
Xiaoya's mind is pretty quick, and she even found a way out for herself.
This cleverness is really endearing.
If she really were his child, that would be pretty good.
Ji Jo Chuan carried Xia Tangdu back to the lobby.
Zhou Yun had just returned home, washed her hands, and then took Xia Tangdu in her arms, unable to let go. "My dear, you've missed Grandma so much.
Look what Grandma brought you as a present."
Zhou Yun took out 2 sets of princess dresses from the shopping bag and asked the driver to stop in front of the mall on the way back, so she could pick them out herself. What beautiful dresses!
No girl can resist the charm of a pretty little dress, and Xia Tangdu was beaming as she held the dresses.
Ji Jo Chuan felt a little upset for no reason.
He had spent the whole day with her, and she was already taken in by 2 dresses? It's just 2 dresses. He can buy her the next store at any time. What made Ji Jo Chuan even more angry was what came next.
Little Sugar Bean moved out the bunnies, kittens, and foxes she had bought on her outing today, and first gave a grand introduction of the fox. "Grandma, this is for my mommy."
Mommy likes foxes, and Grandma likes rabbits or kittens. Little Sugar Bean gives it to you. Ji Jo Chuan wanted to swear. Did she not take his, the father, into consideration? It was fine that she was thinking about her mommy. Even his mother has a share?
Zhou Yun inexplicably felt a sour taste in the air, quite strong. She turned her head and saw her son, who looked like he was constipated, staring at her, or rather, at the bunny and kitten in her hands.
Chapter 13, You've never even fed him formula, and you're already giving him a bath? Which one does Sugar Bean like better?
Zhou Yun ignored her son's hungry gaze and asked Sugar Bean gently.
Both the bunny and the cat were very cute. Sugar Bean hesitated for a moment, pointed at the bunny, and said, "Sugar Bean wants the bunny, and Grandma wants the cat, okay?"
Okay. Zhou Yun couldn't hide her joy at the little gift from her granddaughter. She was going to show it off to her husband when he finished with that big project. Ji Tianfeng was a real daughter's man, but unfortunately Zhou Yun had given birth to a big, fat boy. Ji Tianfeng had been talking about it for a long time, wondering if he could have another daughter.
Zhou Yun is not afraid of Ji Tianfeng knowing about the existence of her granddaughter.
In a hurry, she returned directly to see her little Sugar Bean, and she held back. Little Sugar Bean is so good to her grandmother, she really is her little treasure. Zhou Yun has smiled more in the past 2 days than she has in a month. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhou Yun turned her head again and noticed that her silly son's eyes had not moved away from her. Really, he's such a big man, but he's still so petty.
Is he really jealous of a little baby?
And that baby still has his blood in it. If Ji Jo Chuan hadn't been so independent since he was a child, Zhou Yun would have suspected him of being a mama's boy. Seeing how jealous he gets when she dotes on Sugar Plum.
Grandma is also very good to Sugar Bean.
Sugar Bean told his mother that Grandma loves him the most. Sugar Bean leaned against Zhou Yun's bosom, eating the Shanghai grapes that Zhou Yun had already peeled.
His little mouth was full, but he still wanted to make Zhou Yun happy.
Ji Jo Chuan, who had been left out, coughed twice to attract Xiaomian's attention.
However, Xiaomian didn't even give him a glance.
Ji Jo Chuan was still basking in the praise of his grandmother.
The grapes that Grandma Ji Jo Chuan peeled were very delicious, the sweetest that Xia Tangdu had ever tasted.
Zhou Yun was overjoyed. No matter how sweet the grapes are, they are not as sweet as Xia Tangdu's mouth.
The name Xiatangdu is really well chosen.
Little Sugar Bean's eyes were only half closed from smiling. Mommy named me. Mommy said when I grabbed the sugar beans on the sofa during the week of the 9 trigrams, she called me Little Sugar Bean.
Ji Zhuochuan was trying hard to find a sense of existence. Ahem. Ahem. Ahem.
Before he could receive any attention from Little Sugar Bean, he got a glare from his mother like a shark's. Take some medicine, don't infect Little Sugar Bean.
Really, such an adult is still so possessive.
She is his mother, but she is also a free person. It is understandable for him to protest when she cares for other people's children, but Xiatangdu is his own child, his own doll.
What an idiot, deducting his allowance.
She lightly deducted 100,000 yuan of his allowance.
Mom, I'm not sick. Then why are you coughing so much? My throat itches. You're just being annoying.
Ji Zhuochuan was speechless.
Can't you spare him a little face in front of the baby?
It seems that she also realized the bad influence, and Zhou Yun made up for it in time. It's good to be human, just scratch if you itch, but if a little rabbit itches, you can't even scratch it. Ji Zhuochuan's embarrassing habit of making others embarrassed set in.
But if you want to scratch, Grandma, you can scratch Gigi's itch.
Little Sugar Bean handed the bunny to Zhou Yun and thoughtfully offered to look after the kitten as well.
Zhou Yun's heart melted.
This little girl really knows how to behave. Little Sugar Bean, Grandma is going to scratch your itch.
You can't speak, so I'll thank Grandma for you.
Little Sugar Bean communicated on her behalf.
Zhou Yun laughed so hard that her stomach ached. She gave the bunny a back scratch in a manner worthy of a master, and received a thank you from Little Sugar Bean.
The little rabbit said thank you to Grandma with a milk-like sound, which made Zhou Yun even happier. She cooperated and said, the little rabbit should thank you, because you made it possible for Grandma to scratch her itch. The Little Sugar Bean smiled embarrassedly and buried his face in Zhou Yun's arms. He said, Grandma and I are both the benefactors of the little rabbit.
Mom, it's time for you to take a bath and go to bed.
Ji Zhuochuan's implication was that it was time to give the Little Sugar Bean back to him. There was no doubt in Zhou Yun's mind that her son was being downright jealous, and was clearly trying to separate her from Xiatangdu. It seemed that she would have to find some time to have a good talk with Ji Zhuochuan. Although her mother was his only mother, her love was divided into many parts.
How could she give it all to him? She should take a bath too.
Seeing that Zhou Yun didn't look like she was going to let the baby go, Ji Zhuochuan added. Zhou Yun was going to say that she would bathe Xiatangdu, but then thought better of it and decided that she should give the new father to be a chance to bond with his daughter.
Let's start with a bath. Then you bathe Xiatangdu.
Zhou Yun was worried, so she compiled a list of things to remember when bathing a child and sent it to Ji Zhuochuan's green bubble.
Bathe my little treasure well. Me? Me bathe?
Ji Zhuochuan's head was spinning as he read the list. You don't have to change diapers or feed formula, so you should be happy about it.
And you don't want to bathe the baby yet? You think being a father is that easy?
Back then, when Ji Zhuochuan was born, Zhou Yun hadn't yet accepted her role as a mother, and Ji Tianfeng did all the diaper changing and formula feeding. Both the Ji and Zhou families were wealthy, and they hired 2 postpartum nurses. Ji Tianfeng didn't trust the nurses, and insisted on doing it himself, and as a result, he was emo.
You don't know how tired you are until you've had a baby. The hard work was all done by the little sugar plum mummy, and now you're so relaxed, you just need to take a bath and put the baby to bed.
Zhou Yun said with a heavy heart. You should know that after Ji Zhuochuan was born, for a whole year, Ji Tianfeng never got a full night's sleep, and it was normal for him to get up in the middle of the night to feed and comfort the baby. When Ji Zhuochuan was little, he was even more attached to Ji Tianfeng, and if Ji Tianfeng went to the toilet and Ji Zhuochuan wasn't there to see him, he would cry his heart out. Ji Tianfeng would go to the toilet, and Zhou Yun would specially hold a blanket, put it on the floor, and then put Ji Zhuochuan on the blanket. Until Ji Zhuochuan was 18 years old, Zhou Yun would still laugh at him for not being afraid of the stink since he was a child, teasing him if he still wanted to watch Ji Tianfeng go to the toilet. Mom, I've discovered that you old folks like to relive your own suffering, and you insist that the younger generation also experience it, or you'll feel like you've missed out. Ji Zhuochuan spoke with feeling.
What suffering have you had? Zhou Yun was shocked. She wanted to hit the child. He was spoiled and grew up without learning anything.
He had a lot of pocket money and would not be beaten if he did not listen.
Was that suffering?
You said that you wanted me to change diapers and feed formula milk like Dad.
Ji Zhuochuan hit the nail on the head. Isn't it true that you cherish something only if you have paid for it? Zhou Yun is being unreasonable. How would you know how precious something is if you haven't paid for it? If your father hadn't raised you with so much difficulty, would he have been so patient with you? Would he have been reluctant to hit you? My father treats me well, and the other reason is that I'm obedient and sensible. Ji Joshwan doesn't think that you have to suffer a bit before you learn to cherish. But his mother was generally right. If you put in a bit more effort, you will really feel reluctant to hit or scold someone. After all, you were breastfed by them. Have you forgotten about the time you peed in his teapot? Jo Yun looked like she was going to scold you, so she dug up Ji Joshwan's dark past. Chapter 14. After the business trip, a little girl called my wife Mommy. No way, Mom, you're making this up. Ji Joshwan had no recollection of such a thing, and his first reaction was that he had never done it. Ha! Jo Yun's expression was like she was looking at a stupid person. You did that when you were 4 years old. When your father drank it, he thought the taste was strange and suspected that the maid had put something in his teapot. It was only after installing surveillance cameras that they found out it was you who did it. If it weren't for the experience of having raised him with a year's worth of toil and sweat, Ji Tianfeng would have at least given his biological son 2 big sinus infections. It's fine to be mocked by his peers for being a stay-at-home dad. It's fine to serve the little one with all your heart. But do you have to drink the tea with the little one's urine added? What a disgrace! Jo Yun said, think of your own child and go easy on him. Ji Tianfeng didn't even spare a beat, and told Ji Joshwan to stand in the corner and think about his mistake for 2 hours. Ji Joshwan was at a loss for words. Jo Yun said, so, as the saying goes, experience is the best teacher. You should listen to your mother and quickly go give little Sugar Bean a bath. It's late. Ji Joshwan looked at the sleeping little Sugar Bean and picked her up gently. Let's not wake her up. We can bathe her tomorrow when she wakes up. Jo Yun gave a relieved look, knowing that he cared about his child. Her education had after all had a tiny bit of an effect. Ji Joshwan carried little Sugar Bean back to her room. As soon as Xia Tangdu touched the bed, she changed her position, and her hair covered most of her face. Ji Joshwan saw this unintentionally and his heart skipped a beat. He thought of someone inexplicably, the young girl who was deeply buried in his memory. The young girl also did the same thing, always covering her face with her hair. Xia Tangdu was like a smaller version of her. Could Xia Tangdu be her child? After a moment of contemplation, Ji Joshwan shook his head. How could that be? He had only met the girl a few times, and they had very little interaction. After graduation, they had no contact at all. How could he have possibly fathered a child with her? Ji Joshwan went into the bathroom and washed his face. When he looked up, the face of the girl appeared in the mirror. She wasn't very beautiful, but he liked her for no reason at all. Just one look was enough, and Ji Joshwan liked that pure girl. Unfortunately, he didn't know how to open his heart at the time. He thought that a dashing man shouldn't fall in love, but should focus on his career. In the end, his career was a success, but he didn't even know her name. Sigh. Ji Joshwan let out a long sigh, took a shower, and went to bed. Little Sugar Bean didn't sleep very peacefully. She could sleep from one end of the bed to the other, and she could unconsciously give her father a kick. Sigh. Ji Joshwan woke up with a start from a kick to the kidneys. The shelf hanging over the head of the bed showed 2:30 in the morning. Ji Joshwan got up to take a leak, returned to the bed, adjusted the sleeping position of Xia Tangdu in the dark, and continued to sleep. He didn't even react. Since spending time with Xia Tangdu, he no longer rejects the idea of having someone else in the bed with him and can sleep peacefully. Ji Joshwan slept until 7 o'clock. Usually, he would wake up at 9 or 10 o'clock, and if he stayed up late playing games, he could sleep until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He woke up at this time because Xia Tangdu woke up. Little Sugar Bean was lying next to him, counting his hair and playing, so how could he not wake up? Ji Joshwan reached out and took Little Sugar Bean in his arms, lazily saying, "Sleep a little longer. If you're not sleepy, go downstairs and have breakfast." With her mom's diligence, she would have already had the kitchen prepare a children's breakfast. "Daddy, I'll keep you company." Little Sugar Bean obediently stayed in Ji Joshwan's arms. She has been away from home for too long, and her mother will worry, so she is going to go back today, and she wants to spend some more time with Daddy before she goes. She really likes Daddy. Daddy is much more handsome than Daddy Porkchop, and he is also much taller. If only her mother would let Daddy come home, she could show him to her.
And there is also little Tang Yuan, who always says that her daddy is the handsomest in the world, and laughs at her for not even having a daddy.
She doesn't not have a daddy.
I'll definitely show them to them when I grow up. Little Sugar Bean had been lying there for almost an hour, and her own father showed no sign of waking up.
Daddy, you sleep in, I'll go get some food, she muttered, lifting her father's heavy arm and curling up under the covers.
She curled to the end of the bed, lifted the quilt, and stepped out of her slippers and went downstairs.
Hurry back when you're done, don't go to any victory parties. Zhou Yun couldn't wait for Ji Tianfeng to meet Sugar Bean. It was hard for her to hold back. Honey, why are you even clingier as you get older? I'm working, not having fun.
Ji Tianfeng complained, but sounded very satisfied. Being away from home, and still being missed by his wife, was sure to impress his colleagues.
Zhou Yun burst out laughing. Her husband, Ji Tianfeng, was really narcissistic. He was the one who was clingy, messaging her as soon as he had a moment, and even specifically timing it to coincide with her breakfast so that they could have a video call together. Anyway. Good morning, Grandma.
A soft, plummy voice interrupted Zhou Yun's words. Little Sugar Bean ran towards Zhou Yun with cheerful steps. Zhou Yun tried to cover the receiver, but it was too late. Ji Tianfeng, who was on the other end of the line, had sharp ears and had heard it long ago. He just misheard it as his mother.
Ji Tianfeng was about to doubt life. The background was his house, but how could there be a child calling his wife Mom? What happened while he was out?
But it was a girl's voice.
Not only had his son grown smaller, but he had also changed gender?
A loving husband like Ji Tianfeng would rather believe that his son had grown smaller and changed gender than suspect his wife of having a child behind his back.
So after a few seconds of silence, Ji Tianfeng asked very carefully and with a heavy heart, "Wife, did she just call you mommy?"
This. Zhou Yun wanted to fool her husband first, but it was too late.
Xiatangda took off her shoes, sat cross-legged on the chair, and came over with her little head, sweetly shouting at her, "Grandma, do you have any ravioli today? They're delicious, I like them."
This time, Ji Tianfeng heard clearly.
It was Grandma.
His emotions were all over the place. When he reacted, he saw the little girl waving hello to the camera, her chubby little hands flailing about, overflowing with cuteness.
"Wife, what is this?"
Looking at the way Sugar Bean looked a bit like Ji Zhouchuan, Ji Tianfeng guessed roughly, and his voice trembled slightly.
Chapter 15, Xiatangdo happily mentioned that the head of the Ji family liked your granddaughter. Zhou Yun's mouth corners went up crazily as she spoke.
Ji Tianfeng's next task was to sign the contract, and knowing that it wouldn't affect much, at most he couldn't control the smile on his mouth, so Zhou Yun just said it. Zhou Yun was most afraid that he didn't want to sign the contract and wanted to fly back, and she was also afraid that he was anxious, with his heart hanging in the air.
Ji Zhouchuan's child? Our granddaughter? Honey, why don't we switch the contract to another airline?
I'll change my flight ticket and go back immediately. As expected, Zhou Yun really understands her husband. Ji Tianfeng's desire to see his little sweetheart has reached its peak.
Are you crazy?
That's a project worth over 1 billion yuan.
Aren't you afraid that people will suddenly cancel because they don't like your attitude?
Zhou Yun rolls her eyes. Ji Tianfeng weakly protested, "To be honest, it's just that the person at Binjiang City is not you, and if you buy the ticket on the spot and leave."
Zhou Yun, the truth. Just bear with it.
Zhou Yun persuaded, took the phone, and pointed the lens at Xiatangdu, who blinked her big eyes.
"Xiatangdu, this is Grandpa." Xiatangdu looked at Ji Tianfeng in the lens.
When Ji Tianfeng was young, he was the school grass, and in middle age, he was even more enveloped in a mature charm.
This uncle doesn't look like a grandpa. Xiatangdu simply felt that Ji Tianfeng looked very young, and calling him grandpa was an insult.
When her mother introduced her to people, she was told to call the white-haired man grandpa, and the dark-haired man uncle or brother.
She burst out laughing. Zhou Yun really couldn't hold back.
But the next second, when she realized that she had been called grandma, and not told that this aunt didn't look like a grandma, her smile instantly disappeared.
Does she look that old? That's not right.
Someone even praised her for looking in her 30s. She can't compete with her husband, who doesn't even use facial cleanser, so all the years of skincare and beauty treatments have been for nothing? Ji Tianfeng couldn't stop smiling. Little Tangbao? Little Sugarman? Are you trying to say I'm young? But according to the generation hierarchy, you have to call me grandpa.
Little Sugarman.
Zhou Yun emphasized this with a not very friendly expression.
Grandpa, I'm Sugar Bean.
After a long internal struggle, Sugar Bean decided to call him Grandpa against her will. She couldn't bring herself to call him Grandpa when he still had all his hair.
Sugar Bean, yes, I'm old and useless, I apologize, Sugar Bean, I'm sorry.
Ji Tianfeng, who was addressed as Director Ji by people from all walks of life, was like a child who had made a mistake and was apologizing frantically.
Who understands the joy of having a baby boy to add to the family? Who understands that the addition is a baby girl?
Fulfilling his dream of having a daughter. If you ask Ji Tianfeng, who can only have one child, whether he would choose a son or a daughter, he would choose a son without hesitation. There is no way around it, the old feudal thinking is still in his mind, believing that a son can inherit the family business and carry on the family name. But that doesn't affect the fact that he likes girls. If he had a son and a daughter, he would also distribute the property fairly, and would never give more to the son.
It's okay, Grandpa, you can call me whatever you like, as long as I know you're calling me. Xia Tangdu answered obediently. These words directly made Ji Tianfeng want to change his will. This little treasure is so obedient and cute, there's nothing wrong with giving half of the family property, right?
There were many questions that Ji Tianfeng held back and waited to ask when he got home. He still needed to go sign the contract, so he could only tell Sugar Bean that he would see her in the evening. He couldn't wait for the victory celebration, so he would fly the next day. He told his secretary to change his flight ticket, so that he could land in Jiangqing at 9 p.m. to see his granddaughter. Sugar Bean wanted to say that she would go home in the afternoon to see her mommy, but she hesitated when she thought about how much her grandfather looked forward to seeing her.
Grandpa, it's me. Little Sugar Bean. Grandpa has something to do right now, we'll talk again tonight.
The secretary kept urging him, so Ji Tianfeng had to hang up the video call. Little Sugar Bean ate the ravioli and thought that she would only be able to stay for one more day.
After seeing Grandpa, she would go home to find Mummy.
Grandpa seemed to like her very much, and she was looking forward to seeing him.
In the park, most of the children are accompanied by grandparents.
Every time she meets one, she tells herself that when she meets her father, she will also have grandparents. Mommy, I'm sorry, but if Sugar Bean misbehaves for one more day, she will go home after meeting her grandfather and drink 2 glasses of unpleasant vegetable juice.
Sugar Bean, why do you want to call your grandfather uncle when I'm sure you'll call your grandmother grandma?
The more Zhou Yunyue thinks about it, the more uncomfortable she feels.
Is she really that old? Because Daddy calls Grandma Mummy, it would be wrong for Xia Tangdu to call her auntie. Xia Tangdu answered obediently. But isn't Grandpa also Daddy's daddy? But Xia Tangdu didn't look at Daddy and call him, so there was no sense of substitution. New brains are just better, she couldn't keep up with the train of thought and couldn't refute it. So how old do you think I look? Grandma looks 30. Little Sugar Bean chewed on 2 wonton dumplings and replied tactfully. Ha ha, Little Sugar Bean's little mouth is sweet, and Grandma loves to hear it. Do you want some more wonton dumplings?
Yesterday, Zhou Yun noticed that Little Sugar Bean liked to eat wonton dumplings, so today she specially made a chicken soup with matsutake mushrooms as the base, and made the wonton smaller so that Little Sugar Bean could eat one in one bite. Little Sugar Bean finished the soup and there were 2 little wontons left in the bowl. She gobbled them up in one bite and said, "Grandma, I want some more, thank you, Grandma." She was so well behaved and polite that Zhou Yun loved Little Sugar Bean even more. Zhou Yun personally went to the kitchen to serve the wontons, poured over them the chicken broth that had been simmering for 3 hours, and specially found a large chicken leg to put in the bowl. She saved the other large chicken leg for her son, rewarding him for the fact that his inconsiderate behavior had resulted in a beautiful granddaughter.
Seeing the large chicken leg, Xia Tangdu's eyes suddenly filled with tears. What's wrong, Grandma's little treasure, why are you crying?
Zhou Yun was at a loss for words and quickly held Sugar Bean in her arms.
I miss Mommy. Sugar Bean's voice was full of tears. Mommy will make chicken soup for Sugar Bean and give Sugar Bean the best chicken legs and wings to eat.
Zhou Yun empathized, her mother was always like this, giving her children the best, worrying when they were fat and when they were thin. In order to prevent Xia Tangdu from crying, Zhou Yun had to say, "Xia Tangdu, your mother is giving you chicken drumsticks because she wants to give you the best of the foods that are suitable for children, but she also has her own idea of what is best, fried chicken burgers and snail noodles. I'm sorry for her future daughter-in-law, she will definitely take care of her in every way when they meet in the future."
Xia Tangdu's tears were suddenly forced back, and she licked her little mouth. How does Grandma know that Mommy likes burgers? Because Grandma likes it too. Little Sugar Bean also likes it. Mommy only lets me have one bite. Wednesday is Mommy's hamburger day. Mommy eats one hamburger for lunch and one for dinner, and she saves one for lunch the next day.
Jo Yun was surprised, and suddenly thought of something, her eyes welling up with tears. Little sugar bean, you said your mommy only buys hamburgers to eat on Wednesdays?
Chapter 16 I like you and I'm willing to be a stepmother. Yes, Wednesday is a happy day for Mommy and Xiatangdu.
Xiatangdu chewed on a small ravioli, and all she could think about was how nice it would be if Mommy could also eat such delicious small ravioli. Jo Yun wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. If she guessed correctly, the reason why Xiatangdu's mother always bought burgers for dinner on Wednesdays was because they were cheap. Wednesday was the membership day of the local burger chain in Jiangcheng, where you could get 3 burgers for 12 yuan with a free membership. That was 4 yuan per burger, which was enough to solve Xiatangdu's mother's problem for one meal. She knew it wasn't easy for a mother to raise a child alone, but she never imagined it would come to this. She was still trying her best to give Xiatangdu the best. The clothes that Sugar Bean wears are not famous brands, but they are from well-known children's clothing brands, and a set of clothes costs 600 to 700 yuan. During her conversation with Sugar Bean, she also learned that Sugar Bean's mother would order milk for her to drink and also take probiotics and the like. It seems that Sugar Bean's mother is spoiling her daughter but not herself. When she meets Sugar Bean's mother, she must make up for it 1,000 times over.
Mom, why are you looking at me with that expression?
Ji Chuan rubbed his sleepy eyes as he walked downstairs. He had just woken up and was looking for Xiatangdu first, without even changing out of his pajamas. As soon as he sat down, he saw his mother looking at him with a sad expression, as if he had done something unforgivable. Ji Chuan had no idea that in his mother's eyes, he was a scumbag who left without saying goodbye and made a girl raise a child alone.
Don't talk to me. Jo Yun has a strong sense of empathy and is already angry on behalf of the baby's mother. Ji Chuan is puzzled. He looks at the baby and it's clear that the baby didn't make Jo Yun angry. He just woke up, so he hasn't had time to do anything wrong yet, has he? Grandma, don't be angry, eat the ravioli.
Little Sugar Bean picked up a new spoon and spooned some ravioli into Jo Yun's mouth.
Jo Yun's mouth corners rose up. Okay, Grandma's not angry, you're just so cute, unlike someone else.
Hearing the sarcastic undertones in his words, Ji Chuan was determined to go upstairs and change his clothes, so that he could take Little Sugar Bean out to play.
So that Little Sugar Bean won't be led astray.
Afraid that his mother would want to tag along, Ji Chuan said sternly, according to expert statistics, dads who take their daughters out to play can cultivate a closer relationship.
Experts, my foot.
Jo Yun trailed off, with an expression that said, I don't believe you, but I'll pretend to, and then switched to, wait, I don't want to hear it.
Ji Chuan was shocked by the look on his biological mother's face. What the hell? Didn't everyone say that middle-aged and elderly people only listen to experts? Why did he look like a retarded child in the eyes of his mother?
It so happened that Jo Yun's mahjong playing friend called her to go out and play mahjong. Since her granddaughter couldn't run away anyway, it would be the same if she saw her when she came back at night, so she gave her absent-minded son the opportunity to monopolize her little treasure.
Jo Yun got into the Maserati Quattroporte and left the house. As the Maserati rounded the corner, Jo Yun inadvertently looked out the window, and the girl on the bicycle caught her eye. She was beautiful like a painting.
A bright, melon-shaped face, eyes like stars hidden away, a small, upturned nose, a pair of cherry lips that were rosy and inviting, long, black hair falling over her shoulders, a soft line of collarbone, wearing a simple white dress, with a clean and pure air about her. She is the most beautiful girl she has ever seen. Meanwhile, a Lamborghini passed the Maserati and headed straight for the villa.
Do you want to go to Didini? Ji Chuan racked his brains to think of a good place to go.
Little Sugar Bean knew where Didini was, but she only knew that it was very expensive. Her mommy promised her that she would take her there when she had time in the future. Little Sugar Bean shook her head, she didn't want to go now. She wants her future father and mother to take her there together. Ji Chuan thinks for a moment and remembers a small town nearby with a fairy tale-like architecture. Shall I take you to see the Blueberry Bear and Cowman?
And Shitong and Grey Goat?
Yes, thank you, Daddy.
Sugar Bean loves Shitong and Grey Goat the most. Sugar Bean takes Ji Chuan's hand and happily hums a song.
Ji Chuan takes the car keys and the car parks in front of the villa. As soon as they reached the door, a Lamborghini stopped in front of him, and Lu Royale, dressed in a long white dress, got out of the car. She was poised as she walked in her 7-centimeter high heels.
Compared to the black silk outfit that day, the contrast was quite big.
One was a seductive little demon, and the other was a clean little fairy. Ji Chuan's eyes swept over her black high heels. You know, you're fine for driving in high heels, so be careful next time. The car door hadn't even closed yet when Lu Ruoya bent down and got into the car, taking out a pair of sneakers and waving them in Ji Chuan's face. The meaning was clear: she was wearing sneakers while driving, and had changed into high heels when she got out of the car.
Ji Chuan was embarrassed and laughed. Sorry, I take back what I just said.
Lu Ruoya put the sneakers back, looked at the little bean next to Ji Chuan, and bit her lip.
It seemed like she had made a big decision, and she said, Chuan. My mom just went out.
Chuan subconsciously thought that Lu Ruoya had come to see his mother, as they were as close as mother and daughter. I want to tell you that I have thought about it, and I can try to accept your daughter, Lu Ruoya said with courage, her smile sincere. She had told her best friends about it, and they all disagreed with her about becoming a stepmother, saying it was not an easy role. But she just liked Ji Chuan.
She just wanted to get him. A daughter?
She doesn't have to live with them, she can just leave it to Auntie Zhou and Uncle Ji. When the time comes, she will be the hostess, she will be in charge, and how can the daughter of a shameless woman from the outside compare to her, and she will do whatever she says. If she is willing to give him a son, then he would be the legitimate young master, heir to the Ji family, and there would be nothing more for that little bastard to do. Ji Chuan looked at Lu Ruoya in shock, stunned by her words. There was a 100-year-old banyan tree at the entrance of the villa, and a bicycle parked under it. Guyushi had just parked her car and heard these words. It felt like a needle had pierced her heart.
Was there already another woman by his side?
She loved him so much that she would rather be an unappreciated stepmother than be apart from him.
Guyushi had originally planned to leave Xia Tangdu in Ji Chuan's care.
The Ji family was powerful and influential, and could give Xia Tangdu a better future.
However, she didn't want Xia Tangdu to call another woman mummy.
She had gone through a lot of hardship and endured a lot of contempt to give birth to Xia Tangdu, so how could she just watch her belong to another woman?
She was going to take Xia Tangdu away.
Lu Ruoya, there's something I've been meaning to tell you for a while. Ji Chuan had just opened his mouth when Lu Ruoya interrupted him. Chuan, I know you like me too, right? Last year when I was sick, you talked to me for a long time, and I could feel that you like me.
Chapter 17, Sugar Bean's daddy met her mommy. When did I talk to you for a long time?
Ji Chuan had no recollection of this at all, and his brows furrowed. Lu Ruoya clenched her fists, her fingers pinching the flesh, which hurt but helped her calm down.
She couldn't get angry, she hadn't come here to throw a tantrum.
When she looked up, her expression was lost. How could you have forgotten? You cared about me so much that you even ordered takeaway for me. I remember it was stewed white pear with tremella and wolfberries.
Ji Chuan was very clear that it definitely wasn't him. He didn't even know where Lu Ruoya lived, how could he have ordered takeaway for her?
You also sent me a bouquet of flowers, and the card said, I hope I get better soon.
Have you forgotten? Lu Ruoya's tone was somber. I still remember those flowers. They were very beautiful and romantic. They were the only flowers I've ever received from you. Ji Chuan's expression was complicated. Does living abroad push people to this state? Lu Ruoya is crazy.
She can say things that don't exist with conviction.
Isn't that crazy?
He had read about it in his science book. When a patient is having a fit, you shouldn't provoke her or argue with her, you should calm her down first.
Flowers? I don't remember anything about that.
Ji Chuan, who wanted to make things clear with Lu Ruoya, suppressed his feelings of nostalgia for the time being.
Chuan, that's when I knew it wasn't just me. Lu Ruoya sniffed and gave a wan smile.
Ji Chuan suppressed the harsh words that came to mind. They had grown up together as good friends, and he hoped that she would be fine.
I know that I have been busy abroad and unable to look after you, and have neglected you.
From now on, I will develop my career in China.
Please don't be angry with me. Ruoya, calm down. Calm down.
Come to my place for a drink.
Ji Chuan soothed Lu Ruoya's emotions.
Lu Ruoya saw the concern in Ji Chuan's eyes, and her heart pounded. She knew that he liked her, and it was not in vain that she had broken up with the oil tycoon's son before she returned.
Ji Chuan, I'm going back abroad tomorrow, so let's set the date for our engagement today, okay?
Lu Ruoya looked at Ji Chuan with anticipation. With an engagement, she could refuse those men even better. Her charm was irresistible.
Those men thought they could win her heart by giving her a car or a small house?
She was not that kind of cheap woman. But precisely because those men could fall in love with her at the snap of a finger, She wanted to see the way a prince like Ji Zhouchuan would surrender to her.
Ji Zhouchuan laughed dryly. He definitely couldn't agree. What if she took it seriously? But he couldn't aggravate her illness. He could only change the subject. Did you buy this car recently? It looks good. When did you buy it? How much did you pay for it? Under the banyan tree, Xiaotangdu hugged Gu Yushi's thighs. Mommy, I miss you so much. Shoo. Gu Yushi made a hand gesture to silence him.
She couldn't leave Xiaotangdu alone and wanted to sneak over to see him. Unexpectedly, she ran into another girl professing her love for Ji Zhouchuan.
Mommy.
Naturally, little Sugar Bean rubbed against Gu Yushi's thigh and said happily, I'll take mommy to see daddy.
Wait. Gu Yushi whispered.
She wasn't ready to meet Ji Zhouchuan yet.
It had been too long.
She didn't know how to face her. Besides, she didn't want to disrupt his peaceful life at this time. Ji Zhouchuan and that girl sounded like they were in love, so why should she be the one to make a fool of herself? What happened that night was an accident, and it was only by chance that the two people with no connection to each other ended up with Xiaotangdu. She had originally thought that if he treated Xiaotangdu well, she would leave Xiaotangdu with him, but now she had thought it through clearly, and she wanted to take Xiaotangdu away from this city, so that his life would not be affected.
Mommy, are you here to take Xiaotangdu home?
Xiaotangdu's cheek rested on Gu Yushi's thigh, and her voice was soft and mellow.
Yes, Mommy is here to pick up Sugar Bean. Does Sugar Bean want to go home with Mommy?
Gu Yushi stroked Sugar Bean's cheek with her long, white hands. She could see that Sugar Bean was wearing a dreamy princess dress, and she thought that the Ji family must love her very much. But after all, Ji Zhouchuan had his own life. She couldn't be so selfish as to disrupt his peaceful life. Sugar Bean hesitated for a moment, her little face wrinkling up. She promised her grandfather that she would wait until he returned before leaving.
Mommy, can Sugar Bean go home tomorrow?
Sugar Bean took Gu Yushi's hand and shook it gently.
Gu Yushi guessed that Sugar Bean was reluctant to leave Ji Zhouchuan. That's right.
The little girl missed her daddy the most. Sometimes she even talked in her sleep and called out for her daddy.
Blood ties are really amazing. Xiaotangdu has never met Ji Zhouchuan, but when she saw his photo, she was convinced that he was her daddy.
She clearly has never spoken a word, but she deeply loves and misses him.
Gu Yushi crouches down and looks at Xiaotangdu, smiling tenderly. You can, Xiaotangdu. Stay for another day, and tomorrow Mommy will come and pick you up. Thank you, Mommy. Xiaotangdu loves Mommy the most.
Little Sugar Bean came forward and pouted, giving Gu Yushi a kiss on the cheek. In front of the villa, Ji Zhouchuan took a few steps back. He reached out to stop Lu Ruoyao from approaching. Obviously his attempt to change the subject had been useless. Lu Ruoyao still clung to the subject of their engagement and refused to let go.
Can you give me one more week? When I come back in a week, we'll get engaged. Lu Ruoyao's face was full of surprise and bashfulness.
She had practiced this at home hundreds of times, and it looked flawless. In her opinion, what Ji Zhouchuan had said to her before was just him being emotional and angry at her for being too busy at work to pay attention to him. As long as she acted enthusiastic and coaxed him a little, he would come running back with his tail wagging. Ji Zhouchuan had a million thoughts racing through his mind.
He wanted to break up with Lu Ruoyao, but he was afraid of hurting her fragile heart. He wasn't afraid of her going crazy, but he was afraid that she would go crazy and take Xiaotangdu hostage. Hey, where is Xiaotangdu? Ji Zhouchuan was so scared that his heart almost stopped. Xiaotangdu. He shouted Xiaotangdu's name.
Little Sugar Bean, who was under the tree, was about to dart out to respond to Daddy.
Gu Yushi took her little hand and whispered something in her ear.
Little Sugar Bean, Little Sugar Bean. Ji Zhouchuan frowned and looked everywhere for the figure of Little Sugar Bean.
Daddy, I'm over here.
Little Sugar Bean ran out from under the tree and waved at Ji Zhouchuan. Ji Zhouchuan's heart, which had been hanging in the balance, finally settled. Just now, he had a feeling in his heart that if Little Sugar Bean ran away, he would search the whole city to find her.
That feeling was really strange.
Ji Zhouchuan strode over to Little Sugar Bean and was about to ask her what she was doing when a face as beautiful as a celestial appeared in his eyes. Ji Zhouchuan had been the apple of his parents' eye since childhood. He had always frequented high-end places and had seen many beautiful women, but none of them were even close to 1/10 as beautiful as her. She was stunningly beautiful. Her beautiful eyes were full of charm, like a lonely orchid.
Who are you?
Ji Chuan could tell that the girl in front of him meant no harm, and her tone of inquiry was quite nice.
Daddy, this is my godmother.
Little Tangdo rolled her eyes around, smiling sweetly as she introduced herself.
This is what Mommy told her.
Although she didn't know why Mommy was pretending to be a godmother, little Sugarbean knew that Mommy was never wrong, so she just did as she was told.
Hello, I'm Yi Xiaoming.
Gu Yushi smiled gently at Ji Chuan, but her heart felt like a lost fawn, bumping into everything, making her feel panicked. She grabbed her left hand with her right, and forced herself to calm down by clenching her fingers. Since she would never have any contact with him in the future, there was no need for him to know that Gu Yushi existed. Ji Chuan remembered that Xia Tangdu had always said that her godmother was very nice to her. He had never imagined that she was such a quiet and beautiful girl.
Hello, I am Ji Chuan, Xia Tangdu's father. Ji Chuan got stuck in his throat and couldn't say anything. What's the point of doing a paternity test? He hadn't even had sex with a woman, so how could he have a child? Temporary dad.
Ji Chuan skillfully got away with it when he met Gu Yushi's beautiful eyes like precious stones. It seemed that the little girl had enough confidence when her mother was here, and she lifted her foot and stepped on Ji Chuan's limited edition donkey-branded co-branded shoes.
Humph, you stinky dad, you don't recognize her, and she steps on you. Chapter 18. What's all the yelling for?
You're scaring my daughter.
Stomp, stomp, stomp. Keep stomping.
Little Sugarbean stomped a total of 2 or 3 times, not hard, just to let her father know that there would be serious consequences if he disowned her.
Little Sugarbean.
Gu Yushi crouched down, took Little Sugarbean's arm, brought it to her bosom, and stroked her daughter's head.
You can't do that. Gu Yushi's tone was very gentle.
Little Sugarbean wrapped her arms around Gu Yushi's neck and said in a plaintive voice, Grandma is good, Grandpa is good, but Daddy is bad, he doesn't recognize me. The little girl's eyes were about to well up with tears.
Ji Chuan's temples were throbbing. He couldn't be blamed for this. No man would want to become a father in his youth, right? And it's not even your own child. People like him who don't like children only recognize their own. Little Sugarbean, don't cry.
Gu Yushi patiently coaxed Little Sugarbean, your daddy just hasn't accepted the fact yet. This is the first time Daddy has been a daddy, and there are many things he has done wrong.
Little Sugarbean, you have to be good and talk to Daddy, don't be angry with Daddy, okay?
Prior to this, Gu Yushi had never directly mentioned Ji Chuan to Little Sugarbean. Only when Xia Tangdu kept pestering her and crying and making a fuss did she lie and say that her daddy had gone out to earn money. Gu Yushi's voice was pleasant to the ear, making people feel comfortable and her emotions stable.
Ji Chuan couldn't help but look at her twice.
Little Sugarbean was also a baby for the first time. Little Sugarbean pouted, not wanting to forgive her father who had never acknowledged her. When she was watching TV with her godmother, the heroine chased after the hero, wanting him to admit her status as his fiancé, but the hero refused. Her godmother said this was called dog licking.
Woof woof woof, Little Sugarbean doesn't want to be Daddy's dog licker. She is clearly a little bunny. A cute little bunny. Little Sugarbean, I was wrong, okay?
Ji Chuan also squatted in front of Little Sugarbean and wiped away her tears with the pad of his finger. His eyes welled up with tears as he looked at her.
Then I'll forgive Daddy.
Little Sugarbean stopped crying and smiled, reaching out her hand to Ji Chuan, signaling for a hug.
Gu Yushi watched this scene with a sad thought lingering in her heart.
When Little Sugarbean is good, she is very good. When she is naughty, she is quite unreasonable. Sometimes she and Yi Xiaoming take turns trying to pacify her for a long time.
But with Ji Chuan, Little Sugarbean's tolerance reaches its peak.
Just one sentence is enough to soothe the aggrieved Little Sugarbean. It can be seen that Little Sugarbean treasures the hard-won temporary father.
Ji Chuan.
Seeing the father and daughter hugging together, Lu Ruoyao couldn't maintain the look of a battered wife, and snapped angrily. It had been a long time since she had seen Ji Chuan, and she had given him face and respect, acting sexy and innocent, but what had he done for her? She had said all that, and he didn't burst into tears of joy, but was instead looking for a love child? She was extremely disappointed. She wanted to kill them all. The little sweet pea in Ji Chuan's arms was taken by surprise and clung to his neck defensively. Daddy, I'm scared. Ji Chuan kissed the little sweet pea's cheek and reassured her, it's okay, I'm here. Then he shot a cold glare at Lu Ruoyao. What are you screaming for? You're scaring my daughter. He even took 2 steps back while he was talking. Judging from the way Lu Ruoya was acting, she must have fallen ill. He had to protect his little sugar plum.
And that woman.
She was the sugar plum's godmother, so she had to be protected symbolically.
You, good for nothing. Ji Chuan, I hate you.
Lu Ruoya was so angry that she felt like shouting at him. He had actually yelled at her for a bastard. She was in the right, and could complain to Aunt Jo. So she resisted the urge to swear, otherwise she would lose the right even if she was in the right. She stomped in her high heels towards the Lamborghini, furious.
Ji Chuan, don't come crying and kneeling to beg me.
Lu Ruoya got into the car, lowered the window, and was so angry she was about to lose her mind. She had never met such an idiot. She was a noble young lady, willing to lower her status and be mocked as the stepmother of a bastard. It was bad enough that he didn't show her gratitude, but he dared to bully her.
This was too much. This is not over.
She was wrong to judge him. He is no match for Alexander, who would kneel down to shine her shoes, or Darnell, who would buy her a bag with a donkey on it, or even Louis, who would sing her love songs in public.
She announced that he was out. Lu Ruoya drove off in the Lamborghini. Less than 5 seconds later, the Lamborghini crashed into the banyan tree.
The bicycle under the banyan tree flew 2 meters and fell apart with a crash. It turned out that people who cannot control their emotions and are in a temper should not drive.
The front of the Lamborghini was dented, and Lu Ruoya opened the door and got out, crying and calling, "Jason, oh. Are you okay?"
Ji Chuan did not go up to her, but asked from a distance. Lu Ruoya let Jason come and pick her up, feeling aggrieved.
After hanging up the phone, she just glared at Ji Chuan, disheveled. He had treated her like that, wrecking her heart. Even if he coaxed her now, it was too late.
She didn't bother pretending anymore, took off her shirt and skirt and threw them aside, revealing a sexy halter top and a short skirt that showed off her hips. This was the style she liked.
She walked proudly towards the road. If there was BGM, her BGM would be charging forward with a bang.
But no one bought her arrogance.
Ji Chuan and Gu Yushi had the same feeling: this person is sick. She's stripping in public. She's corrupting the morals of society. She's polluting the air and the land. And she's doing it in front of a 3.5-year-old cutie.
So at the same time, they reached out to cover the little sugar plum's eyes. Ji Chuan's hand touched Gu Yushi's fingers, and at the moment they met, they both felt an electric current flash between them. Ji Chuan turned his face to meet a pair of clear, bright eyes. Her gaze was soft, as if he looked at her for a second longer, he would be lost in it.
His throat inexplicably felt a little dry. He swallowed. Chapter 19: How can you prove that Xia Tangdu was my daughter?
Ji Chuan withdrew his hand first.
Gu Yushi's hand covered Xia Tangdu's eyes. Are we going to play hide and seek? Xia Tangdu asked in confusion. Yes, from now on, Xia Tangdu, count to 20, and then I'll tell you what you need to look for, okay?
Okay. Little Sugar Bean obediently closed her eyes and counted. Gu Yushi let out a sigh of relief and watched the enchanting figure get further and further away before taking her hand away from Little Sugar Bean's eyes. Without her mother's hand to hide behind, Little Sugar Bean consciously closed her eyes. 5, 6, 7.
Is that your car? Ji Chuan looked at the black, broken car not far away.
Gu Yushi nodded, her curved willowy eyebrows knotted together. She had only bought the scooter a month ago, and now it was in pieces. This used car, the price of which she had discussed at length with Xianyu, had cost her a month's living expenses, from 430 to 285.
My condolences.
Ji Chuan was an old hand at playing with cars. He was interested in all kinds of cars, motorcycles, mountain bikes, racing cars, etc. Her car was beyond repair as soon as she saw it.
Even the junk collector shook his head when he saw it. Gu Yushi sighed lightly and walked over to the broken bike. It was just lying there in the middle of the road, affecting the traffic.
Ji Chuan looked at Gu Yushi's petite body as she picked up the broken bike. There were no rubbish bins nearby, so she had left it by the roadside. Little Sugar Beans, wait here after you've finished counting. Ji Chuan reminded her, and walked in the direction Gu Yushi was facing. When he arrived, there was still a wheel left, which he picked up with one hand and threw to its brothers by the roadside. Ji Chuan looked up and down at the girl in front of him. She had an outstanding appearance and spoke softly, so she didn't seem like the kind of person who lacked morals. But how could she explain why Xia Tangdu had come to their door, calling him dad, and why she kept showing up at the villa every other day? Xiatangdu was only 3.5 years old, so why had she found her way here and decided that I was her father? What had you all told her? Ji Zhouchuan thought that this might be a case of fraud by a group of people, and the good impression he had of the girl in front of him disappeared without a trace. Gu Yushi got up and looked Ji Zhouchuan straight in the eyes.
That's right. He probably doesn't even remember what happened that night.
Even if he does, it's normal for him to be unable to accept the sudden appearance of a little white-faced girl. Little sugar bean, she's your daughter. Gu Yushi bit her lip, not knowing how to explain what had happened earlier to Ji Zhouchuan. Ji Zhouchuan almost blurted out the fact that I've never even kissed a girl's mouth, and stopped in time.
This fact is so embarrassing. How can you prove that Xiatangdu is my daughter? Nowadays, people are so free with their lies. Just because the Ji family is rich, you arranged for a girl to come along, didn't you? Ji Zhouchuan faced Xiatangdu with infinite tolerance.
Even if she is a little liar, she is still a little liar that cannot be provoked at the age of 3.5. Yi Xiaomeng in front of him is different.
An adult should be responsible for what they have done.
If you want to lie to him, you'd better practice for another 10 or 20 years. Ji Zhouchuan's words were sharp, and Gu Yushi was prepared, but she still felt sad for a moment. Even though the woman who just left, it is hard to prevent the second and third from appearing. As he said, the Ji family is powerful and influential.
There are countless people who want to be stepmothers. Without having been pregnant for 10 months and without experiencing the pain of childbirth, how can they be good for her daughter?
She must bring her with her.
I saw your picture online.
Gu Yushi concocted a lie, one that would convince Ji Zhouchuan that they were the frauds. She said calmly, little sugar bean bears some resemblance to you, so I was overcome with the idea.
Ha! Ji Zhouchuan laughed softly. Don't you think your idea is full of holes? You want to pass off a child who looks like me just by using a random one? Don't you know that there is such a thing as a paternity test in this world?
That's why I said I was obsessed. Gu Yushi took a step back and bowed to Ji Zhouchuan.
It's my fault, I'm sorry.
It's just that Xiatangdu doesn't have a father, and I tricked her into believing that you were her father. She took me at my word, and from beginning to end, she was used by me.
She's innocent. Gu Yushi can take the blame for everything, but Xiatangdu must be clean. Little sugar bean really wants a father, and it was so hard for them to meet.
She doesn't want Ji Zhouchuan to look at little sugar bean through tinted glasses.
Ji Zhouchuan looks at Gu Yushi with disgust. You could do something like this? You really don't deserve for little sugar bean to call you godmother.
Gu Yushi leans over to apologize, her tone sincere. It's my fault. My greed has caused you trouble these past 2 days.
I'm sorry. Ji Zhouchuan's expression was cold.
If it weren't for the fact that she was a woman, she would never let her go. Just because she was only Xiatangdu's godmother, she could do such a thing, which shows that Xiatangdu's real mother is also to blame.
It's really pitiful for Xiatangdu to follow them.
For a moment, Ji Zhouchuan wanted to buy the custody of Xiatangdu.
Isn't fraud about money?
100 darbas, 200 darbas, 300 darbas, there must be a number that can satisfy their greed. But before he could finish his sentence, he saw little sugar bean standing nearby, her black and white eyes glistening with tears as she looked at them.
Little sugar bean let out a sob.
She didn't understand why Daddy was so mean to Mummy. She also didn't understand why her mother kept apologizing.
Didn't her mother drive her father out of the house and make him wander the streets?
She didn't know anything, except that her father and mother didn't get along, and that her wandering father was so mean that it would be hard for him to come home. The thought that in the future she would only be able to stay with her mother, while her father continued to wander the streets, made her feel aggrieved. Little sugar bean, we're not fighting, so please don't cry.
Gu Yushi held Xiatangdu in her arms and patted her back gently to comfort her. As soon as Xiatangdu started crying, Ji Zhouchuan's heart tightened.
He reached out to hug Xiatangdu, but he had no reason to.
He had made things clear with Yi Xiaomeng.
She wanted to take Xiatangdu away, and he had no right to stop her.
Besides,
he had planned to wait for the paternity test results to come back, so that his mother would give up and then take Xiatangdu to the police station. Now her godmother has come to pick her up, so there's no need to go to the police station. Sorry for the trouble these past 2 days. I'll take Xiatangdu and go first. Gu Yushi leaned down towards Ji Zhouchuan while protecting Xiatangdu's back with one hand. Xiatangdu could sense that her mommy wasn't feeling very well, so she didn't argue about staying to wait for Grandpa, but just looked at Daddy. Ji Zhouchuan's gaze fell on Xia Tangdu's tearful little face, and his heart ached.
Gu Yushi walked away with Xia Tangdu in her arms. Her figure was clearly very weak, and she would fall over with the slightest breeze. But when she held Xia Tangdu, she exuded a sense of strength. Gu Yushi walked further and further away. Ji Zhouchuan felt very uncomfortable. He suddenly said, "Wait a minute." Chapter 20, Dropping Her Off at Home, the paternity test results. Ji Zhouchuan drove out of the Maybach GLS 600 parked in front of the gate, stopped next to the big and small, lowered the window, "Get in." His mother wanted peace and quiet, so she bought a house in the suburbs. The scenery is very good, but the traffic is inconvenient, and it's not known how long it will take to walk on foot. It's Daddy's car. Xia Tangdu had stopped crying by now, and with her big round eyes she looked at Ji Zhouchuan in the car. Gu Yushi did not get in the car, but politely thanked him. "Thank you, I've already called a taxi, so you don't need to trouble yourself." Her voice was as gentle as always, and through this gentleness one could see her orchid-like temperament of cold detachment. "It's hard to get a taxi around here, so get in. I'm only doing it for Xia Tangdu's sake," Ji Zhouchuan said indifferently. In the suburbs, most places are deserted. She is so outstanding looking, and she is also carrying a child, so it is easy to encounter danger. Gu Yushi freed a hand to check her phone, but still couldn't get a taxi. She could only pull open the back seat door and let little Sugar Bean get in first. Then she got in the car too. "Thank you." Gu Yushi's voice was soft. Through the inside rearview mirror, Ji Zhouchuan saw Gu Yushi sitting elegantly, and every move she made did not look like that of a gold-digging woman. If she hadn't admitted it herself, and if the facts hadn't been right in front of him, Ji Zhouchuan would have found it hard to believe that she was a vain liar. You can't judge a book by its cover. Ji Zhouchuan started the car. "Where do you live?" "Donghu East Lake Park." Donghu is beautiful, but housing prices aren't cheap. 2 bedrooms and 1 living room cost 2,500 yuan a month. Fortunately, they rented it 3 years ago for 1,800 yuan a month. The landlord owns a lot of property in Jiangchang and has never raised the rent. Ji Zhouchuan typed Donghu Park into the navigation and frowned. 17 kilometers. She had come by bicycle, which would take an hour if she was quick. Ji Zhouchuan suddenly understood why she had used the little candy beans to cheat. Her family was living a hard life, and she couldn't even afford to take a taxi when she came to inspect the house. Unfortunately, he had caught her in the act. What was even more unfortunate was that her meager belongings were scattered all over the place. There is a saying that happiness is built on the pain of others. Thinking about her misfortune, Ji Zhouchuan's lips couldn't help but rise. It seems that people can't do evil things, otherwise they will be unlucky. As soon as the little candy bean touched the car, he fell asleep, taking Gu Yushi's thigh as a pillow. Gu Yushi was also a little sleepy and closed her eyes and dozed off. Ji Zhouchuan saw it unintentionally. The view from the back seat looked like a warm and fuzzy painting. When there were only 2 or 3 kilometers left, Gu Yushi woke up and looked out the window. The sky was beautiful, a deep blue with only a few clouds floating by. The song "So Sick" was playing in the car. He sang this song at the freshman party that year. Gu Yushi still remembered how beautiful his singing voice was. She stood below the stage and listened, blocking out all the noise, with only him in her eyes. Because of a song, she fell in love with someone. And because of someone, she fell in love with a city. The car pulled up in front of Donghu Park. Little Tangdo rubbed her sleepy eyes and climbed up to look out the window. She remembered this place her mother often brought her here to play. "Mommy, are we going to be separated from Daddy?" Little Tangdo was so sleepy that she had forgotten what Gu Yushi had reminded her. Fortunately, Ji Zhouchuan didn't feel anything, and a godmother was also a mother. Gu Yushi opened the car door and held out her hand to little Sugar Bean. "Let's go, little Sugar Bean, we're going home. Say goodbye to Daddy." "Daddy, I'll miss you." Little Sugar Bean climbed into the driver's seat and left a kiss on Ji Zhouchuan's cheek. Ji Zhouchuan rubbed little Sugar Bean's hand. They would never see each other again, so saying anything seemed to be useless. He simply said in 4 words, "Be happy every day." Little Sugar Bean patted her backpack and said to Ji Zhouchuan, "Daddy, I'll take the little fox for Mommy, and I'll leave the little cat for Daddy." "For me?" Ji Zhouchuan was momentarily stunned. "Then she won't have anything?" Little Sugar Bean nodded her little head, her smile as sweet as cotton candy. "Grandma has it, Mommy has it, and Daddy should have it too." She would rather not have it herself than not have it for Ji Zhouchuan. Before getting out of the car, little Sugar Bean promised in a baby voice, "Daddy, I will persuade Mommy to let you go home." "Daddy, bye." Little Sugar Bean got out of the car, and Gu Yushi closed the door. Through the car window, she took a deep look at Ji Chuan's handsome profile. "Ji Chuan, I hope you are not disturbed in your life. After all, we have to part." She withdrew her lingering gaze and left, holding little Sugar Bean's hand. Meanwhile, Ji Chuan received a call from Zhou Yun, who first told him that her father had come back early especially for Xiatangdu, and second, that the results of the paternity test were in and she was on her way to get them. Ji Chuan hesitated for a moment and said, "Xiatangdu has already gone home with her godmother. Mom, Xiatangdu really isn't my child." "What?" Even through the phone, you can feel Zhou Yun's anxiety. "Why didn't you try to keep the person? You big idiot. If you force someone else's child to stay, they can report you to the police. Also, Mom, even though you don't want to admit it, I still have to tell you that her godmother admitted that she just wanted to come to our house and cheat us for money." Ji Chuan could only tell Zhou Yun everything. It was no use being sad and upset. She wanted to give the child up for adoption. "Are you really stupid or just pretending to be? What money are you trying to cheat?" Zhou Yun was furious. Ji Chuan puts his hands on his forehead. It is precisely because blood relations cannot be deceived that she hurried to the villa today to take Xiatangdu away, fearing that the truth would come out. "You stupid son, the money that Xiatangdu can bring into your family is not for deceiving you. Who would willingly give up the baby they have gone through so much trouble to have?" Zhou Yun is so angry that she wants to swear, but she silently thinks to herself that she is indeed his biological child. "Mom," she admits that she is a liar. "I even said, I didn't even give birth to you, do you believe that?" Ji Chuan held his phone up to the window, acting like a drama queen. "Hey, Mom, what did you say, Mom? I can't hear you." Chapter 21. Ji Chuan remembered what had happened 4 years ago. In order to avoid being scolded by his mother as soon as he returned home, Ji Chuan simply did not go home, changed the address in the navigation system, and went to a game club. The founder of the club was his childhood friend Lin Siyu, who Ji Chuan had played with since childhood. As soon as he parked the car, Lin Siyu greeted him at the door. "You didn't want to hang out with me yesterday, but today you have the time to come to my place?" Lin Siyu looked like a young, fresh-faced guy, and his smile was infectious, like the melting of winter snow. He had a face that men found too delicate and not manly enough, and that women couldn't get enough of. Back then, his popularity was a far cry from Lin Siyu's, simply because his family was poor. His inferiority complex caused social anxiety, and he was afraid to talk to people, so his popularity never went up. However, Ji Chuan had a character like the devil, and when he saw someone bullying Lin Siyu, he swung his fists at him. Later, he felt sorry for him because his family was poor, so they became good friends. "I dare you to believe that I don't even want to touch a girl's hand, and suddenly there's a child calling me dad." Ji Chuan's helplessness was written all over his face, and he hooked Lin Siyu's shoulder and entered the club. There were quite a few well-known game anchors in the club, and Ji Chuan would come over to play games with them when he was free. His skills weren't considered the best in the world, but he was also not inferior among the great gods. "So strange? Could it be that you were happy one day, but forgot about it?" Lin Siyu received a message from his brother and immediately turned on 2 machines. "Hello, Brother Chuan. Brother Chuan is here." Many people greeted Ji Chuan along the way. Ji Chuan nodded to them and shrugged. How could it be possible? Who would deny responsibility after getting high? Am I that kind of scumbag? There is a private room in the club that is reserved for Ji Chuan's use only. 2 computers are set up there, so that Lin Siyu can play with him in a double row. Ji Chuan sat on a comfortable sofa chair and played with the headset. "It's hard to say, I was drunk and I don't know what I did." Lin Siyu shook his head helplessly. Wasn't that what happened to him? If it weren't for the alcohol, he wouldn't have married so young. After Lin Siyu reminded him, Ji Chuan thought of something. 1 year at a dinner gathering, he got drunk and passed out, and woke up in a hotel the next day. He was also injured, with bloodstains all over the bed and scratches all over his body. His friends there all said that he had left in one piece. He was just about to check the hotel surveillance when his mother called him urgently to come home. That night, he received a call from Jingfang and learned that he had gotten into a fight. There was a fight, injuries, and blood. And he wasn't stupid, knowing that he was badly injured and looking for a hotel to stay in, so everything was fine. Now that he's analyzed it, he feels that there's something going on. Could it be that he wasn't the only one staying at the hotel that night? But I think that kid mistook him for someone else? It was probably a misunderstanding.
Lin Siyu handed Ji Jiu Chuan a bottle of drink. Ji Jiu Chuan was distracted and didn't reach out to take it.
If there really was someone else that night, why didn't they show up the next day?
He took out his phone, but forgot which hotel he stayed at that day. That's right, it's been almost 4 or 5 years, who can remember clearly?
No, it seems to be around June or July 4 years ago. Xia Tangdu is 3.5 years old. Ji Jiu Chuan's expression suddenly became serious, but was little sugar bean really his child?
How could there be such a coincidence?
He must have been thinking too much. Why would a daughter pop up for no reason? You wouldn't win the lottery like that. Ji Jiu Chuan shook his head and didn't continue thinking about it.
He unscrewed the drink in front of him and took a sip.
Why have you been so free lately? Doesn't your wife need to keep an eye on you?
She's been unstable lately, always picking on me, so I just slipped away. In order to avoid his tyrannical wife, Lin Siyu has been hanging out at the club these days. Ji Jiu Chuan logs in and casts a sympathetic glance at Lin Siyu.
If I were to marry a wife, I wouldn't marry someone so fierce.
Lin Siyu smiles and slides the mouse. Xu Qing is quite nice, except for her hot temper and quick temper, otherwise it would be hard to stay together for so long. In the end, Lin Siyu was marrying her, but it was more like he was becoming a burden to her family. He started out as a professionally sports anchor, and at the same time, he went around recommending his business plans to the big shots. After being rejected by many people, he felt that there was no hope. He never expected Wang Shuqing's father, his current father-in-law, to take an interest.
With Wang Fasai's investment, the club is what it is today.
At the celebration banquet, he, who was always socially anxious, kept proposing drinks for the sake of his career.
He got drunk.
Wang Shuqing, who had been staring at him, picked up the tab.
What could he do? He took responsibility.
Wang Fagai didn't want him to pay a bride price or buy a car, and he gave him his daughter.
What could he do?
If he didn't accept, not only would the club be ruined, but his life would be over. Wang Fagai only had one request of him: after they got married, he couldn't move out without Wang Shuqing. Lin Siyu didn't have any money to buy a house himself, and his parents in the countryside didn't have any money to help.
They could only live together.
Fortunately, there is a club where they can hide when they quarrel. Ji Jiu Chuan's sympathetic gaze deepened. I never thought that the world-famous female devil in the circle could be tamed by you. The only other rich second generation who constantly causes trouble is Wang Shuqing.
Ji Jiu Chuan hasn't been out in a while.
First, he caused too much trouble some time ago and was forced by his parents to stay at home, and second, Xia Tangdu is there. It seems that I am hardy, and both my best friend and wife are feared by everyone.
Lin Siyu joked, and suddenly asked, have you settled that matter?
Lin Siyu was referring to the incident some time ago when Ji Jiu Chuan crippled the son of a big shot.
It's settled.
It's all thanks to his father having dirt on the big shot's family, otherwise it would be hard for him to be so carefree.
That's good, let's play games. Play. Let me take you for a ride. Longxin Community. Gu Yushi led Xia Tangdu into the house. Xia Tangdu took off her shoes and put on her exclusive bunny pattern slippers.
She ran into the bathroom first, unscrewed the shorter faucet and washed her hands. Yi Xiaoming heard the sound and hurriedly came out of the bedroom.
When she saw Xia Tangdu in the bathroom, a smile immediately climbed onto her face. Xia Tangdu, godmother misses you so much.
Little Sugar Bean also misses her godmother.
Little Sugar Bean's mouth is so sweet.
Yi Xiaoming peeked in and saw Gu Yushi washing her hands in the kitchen.
Yushi, didn't you say that Little Sugar Bean was going to stay at the Ji family for a few more days? Yi Xiaoming walked into the kitchen and handed Gu Yushi a hand towel. Chapter 22, I just took a strange child home and found out that it was my biological child.
Gu Yushi thought about Ji Jiu Chuan's appearance of not recognizing Xia Tangdu, and the image of that woman who would rather be a stepmother than be with Ji Jiu Chuan, and rubbed her temples. She told Yi Xiaoming the general course of events, and said helplessly, I realized that I was being naive. Even if Jiu Chuan likes Xia Tangdu and can devote himself to taking care of her, he will still marry a wife and have children with her. I can't help it, I can't bear to see Xia Tangdu suffer even a little. Xia Tangdu will stay with her, and she will devote herself to raising her.
Even if she didn't have Xia Tangdu, she wouldn't just marry someone.
The person she loved was him, and if she married someone else, she would rather remain single for the rest of her life.
Yi Xiaoming nodded. Yes, there will be a stepmother as long as there is a stepchild. My father is a typical example.
He is happy to raise his stepmother's children, but if I ask him for money, he will scold me. The two sisters glanced at each other, both with helpless looks. Yi Xiaoming poured a glass of cold water, threw in a slice of honey lemon, and handed it to Gu Yushi. By the way, the paternity test report is out. Fortunately, you took little sugar bean away a little earlier, otherwise when the Ji family found out the result, they would probably hold you captive as well. After all, Gu Yushi is little sugar bean's biological mother. They would hold her captive, threaten and bribe her, forbid her to tell anyone, and force her to sign a document severing their relationship. The high society is in deep water and in dire straits. Well, when he dropped me off, I told him about Donghu, not the address here. After seeing Ji Zhouchuan's car leave, Gu Yushi took Xiatangdu back on the bus. The community is also counted in the Donghu area, but it is just a bit more remote. Yi Xiaoming gave her a thumbs up. You are worthy of being my sister, Yi Xiaoming, you are smart. Gu Yushi gave a slight smile, and through the glass door of the kitchen, her gaze fell on Xiatangdu, who had turned on the TV on the sofa. She hopes that her daughter can grow up safe and healthy. She also hopes that the man she loves can live a happy life.
Cool dividing line. Ji Zhouchuan, hurry back to me.
A voice that suppressed his anger came from the phone. Ji Zhouchuan was scared and made a mistake in his control. The position of Kaisa on the computer screen was confused, and it was almost killed by an enemy's ultimate move. He quickly regained his hand, flashed in front of the dog's head, and used a big move to attack.
Got it. Ji Zhouchuan. Hurry back, don't keep me waiting, hurry.
I'm a 40-something adult, I don't want to get rough. Ji Tianfeng has infinite patience and tolerance for his son, Ji Zhouchuan, in view of the fact that he raised him with great difficulty when he was a child. Often, there is a lot of thunder but little rain. He is already on his way back, and it is estimated that it will take another hour. It can be seen from the fact that Ji Zhouchuan is only initially distracted, and in the end he is playing games without any haste, that his father has no deterrent effect on him at all.
Don't think I didn't hear the sound of you tapping on the keyboard. You must be at Siyu's club, right? Siyu must be next to you. Ji Tianfeng knows Ji Zhouchuan's tricks all too well. Even if he doesn't hear the sound of the keyboard, he knows that Ji Zhouchuan is not on his way back. It's not like he's never waited before. Every time I tell him he's almost there, he hasn't actually left yet, or he's just left. Hello, uncle. The bystander Lin Haoyu moved the mouse a little and pressed the wrong key, and was killed by the enemy's most capable female assassin. Siyu, please tell my son Ji Zhouchuan that I'm waiting for him at home. Ji Tianfeng's voice was much more calm. No problem, uncle, I'll let him go home.
Lin Siyu is unparalleled in his ability to betray his friends. Ji Zhouchuan threw him a look of contempt. The phone hung up, and Lin Siyu got a noseful.
Betraying your friends, huh?
Ji Zhouchuan looked at Lin Siyu with contempt. Lin Siyu spread his hands. Should I tell uncle that I'm sorry, but I'm not done with Zhouchuan until we stay up all night?
Why not? You coward. Come on, Chuanzi, go back and accept the punishment. Amen. One game just ended. Lost.
Ji Zhouchuan reached out and patted Lin Siyu twice on the shoulder. Never mind, my hand shook and I accidentally sent your wife a location.
Just wait for the punishment, amen. Happiness is when you are receiving punishment, and your best friend is also receiving punishment. Lin Siyu, son of a bitch.
Ji Zhouchuan had barely left the club when Wang Shuqing arrived. She was wearing a bright red dress, and her aggressive demeanor made everyone else avoid her.
Lin Siyu.
Wang Shuqing shouted as Ji Zhouchuan was leaving in his car. Yes, his brother had been punished. Ji Zhouchuan took the ring road back home, leaving the windows open to let in some fresh air. He passed an island in the middle of a lake, with herons nesting in the trees. Normally, he would just glance at a scene like this, but now he wondered if the little girl would be happy and excited to see it. The little girl, who was only 3.5 years old, was curious about everything, whether it was the blue sky and sea or the strange-looking pedestrians on the road. They were almost home when his mother called to hurry him up. They hadn't even opened the paternity test report, waiting for him to reveal the results.
They were waiting anxiously. 1 minute, this time it was for real. Ji Zhouchuan drove the Maybach into Fenglin Road.
As long as he crossed this dreamlike road that looked like something from a fairy tale, he would arrive at the villa. Usually, he drove slowly, taking 3 or 4 minutes, but this time he sped up to 120 kilometers per hour and arrived at the villa in less than a minute. Perhaps it was the sudden thought of what had happened 4 years ago that made his heart race. A voice inside him urged him to hurry home to find out the result. There was a slight chance that Xia Tangdu would be his child. "He's back." Zhou Yun was waiting at the door and shouted into the hall as soon as she saw the modified Maybach, which dazzled the eye. Ji Zhouxuan had just got out of the car and Zhou Yun took his arm and walked towards the hall.
"Mom, calm down,"
Ji Zhouxuan advised Zhou Yun while his palms were sweating nervously. Zhou Yun was angry when she saw his carefree appearance and quickened her pace. Ji Zhouxuan had just entered the hall and had not yet taken his seat when a beige craft paper file bag was handed to him. Ji Zhouxuan took it and promptly sat down. 2 pairs of eyes stared at him, or rather, at the file bag.
Ji Zhouxuan swallowed.
Playing games during class, scolding the cheating teammates he matched with his grandchildren, arguing until the end of the class and then meeting up to confront each other, and finally discovering that it was the school principal himself, he had never been this nervous before.
"Can you do it? If not, I'll do it." Ji Tianfeng looked at Ji Zhouxuan's indecisive appearance.
He was usually composed, but now he was very upset.
"I can do it. This is a matter of manly pride." Ji Zhouxuan opened the portfolio and took out the paternity test report. The DNA analysis results support that Ji Zhouxuan is the biological father of Xiao Tangdou. Ji Zhouxuan was overjoyed. "I told you I could do it, otherwise how would I have a child?" Chapter 23, What if Sugar Bean's mother has a strong build? "You still say that?"
Ji Tianfeng was both happy and sad, not knowing how to scold the brat.
What kind of upbringing did he get? He was supposed to be a responsible man, but he got a girl pregnant before marriage? The baby is 3.5 years old, and he still doesn't know anything? Is that reasonable? It's reasonable.
Zhou Yun held her little granddaughter in her arms and beamed. "I knew it, Sugarplum is my granddaughter."
It seems that this family cannot do without her. If she hadn't confirmed the fact, Ji Zhouxuan's stupid son would have wronged his daughter. "She really is my daughter." Ji Zhouxuan, who had come to his senses, frowned. Could it really be the result of that night? I don't know what to say to you. Go and apologize with a branch of the mulberry tree and bring the 2 of them back." Ji Tianfeng resisted the urge to lecture his son. He wanted to see Xia Tangdu and his future daughter-in-law, who had given birth to Xia Tangdu, even more at this moment. Yes. Zhou Yun hurriedly agreed. The Ji family was a wealthy one, and the selection of a daughter-in-law should be based on matching social status. But since her son was not earning any money and they already had a child, they could only accept any daughter-in-law, no matter what kind of person she was. They could not do anything to wrong the girl. Moreover, Zhou Yun believed that since she could raise Xia Tangdu to be such a well-behaved and sensible girl, she could not be a bad girl. Especially knowing the sacrifices made by Xia Tangdu's mother, she felt even more sympathy for that girl. "Dad, we need to think this through. You can't just jump to conclusions." Ji Zhouxuan's mind was in a complete mess, but he knew that at this moment, he was the only one who could keep things under control. His parents were so caught up in their joy that they had lost all sense. He didn't even know where the mother and daughter lived, let alone how to pick them up. Besides, he didn't even know who the mother of Sugar Bean was. "This is the happiest thing I've heard all year." Ji Tianfeng couldn't stop smiling. Ji Tianfeng, who usually appeared in public with a mature and composed demeanor, was for the first time excited like a child, urging his silly son. "What's there to discuss? Little Sugar Bean is your child, right? The person who gave birth to Little Sugar Bean is her mother, right? The 2 of them are together, right? You go pick them up, and you can pick up both of them, right? Your father is right." Zhou Yun agreed. "I really want to see Sugar Bean and her mother right now, not just me. You also have to make it up to the girl. It's not easy for her to give birth to your daughter." Dad, I know, don't rush me, my head is still in a mess." Ji Zhouxuan was so overwhelmed by the pressure that his head was spinning. Why did a child suddenly appear? Without warning, without any preparation. He thought that when the little sweetie went home with her mommy, his life could return to normal, and he could go back to eating, drinking, and having fun, going to the mountains and the sea as usual. But the truth told him that he was not alone, that he had a daughter. This meant that he was no longer a free man. His daughter was his burden. Sigh. It's still pretty hard to think about. It's the 21st century, and he still has to be with someone he doesn't like? He doesn't accept it, but there's nothing he can do about it. Epsilon equals Omicron psi, whoever it is, they have to take responsibility for what they've done wrong. Even if it's a woman with a strong back and broad shoulders, he still has to be good to her for the rest of his life. Even if there's no love, he can't let her suffer the slightest injustice. You're still messing around. I told you to find the mother of baby Sweet Pea to have a baby with. Didn't we start pushing for a wedding last year? If I remember correctly, baby Sweet Pea was born 3 years ago and conceived 4 years ago. Ji Tianfeng and Zhou Yun spoke out one after the other, still trying to pass the blame onto them. This stupid son really doesn't know who the father and mother are. Ji Zhouchuan's mind was in a mess, and he couldn't argue back. It was all an accident. It took him a long time to stammer out a sentence. Ji Tianfeng grunted, whether you were an accident or true love, things have come to this, and there is no second way out except for you to take responsibility. This brat is taking advantage of his advantage and acting like a good boy. If he didn't like the girl, how could he have a daughter? As a man himself, he didn't believe in accidents. What kind of accident could there be? It was lust at first sight. He tried to deny it as soon as his trousers were pulled up. He didn't remember teaching his son that. It was really an accident with her, probably after drinking. Ji Zhouchuan wanted to say something, but it was too embarrassing to say out loud. Whatever. Ha ha. The two old pros gave a disdainful look at the same time. They've never drunk alcohol before. Ji Tianfeng said meaningfully, do you know how many people wanted to climb into your father's bed when you were young? Because of work, your father was not drunk 10 times, but 9 times. As long as it wasn't your mother, I didn't feel anything. Of course, this was said to his wife Zhou Yun. In fact, drinking to the point of blackout suppresses the X nerve, so you feel nothing. Coupled with the unbearable pain, even if you have the heart, you have no strength. Your father is a very responsible man. If he has the slightest bad intention, you are the only child in our family, and it is hard to say when you are away. It is very normal for 10 or 8 people. Zhou Yun took the opportunity to set an example for Ji Zhouchuan. I really got drunk. Ji Zhouchuan's head was very big at this time. He only had that one blackout. It also fits the date of birth of the little sugar bean. The bad thing is that the hotel doesn't even know which one it is. With his lust for sex, he still wants to deceive Master Qingtang. Ji Tianfeng looked at his stupid son with contempt. They were both men, so how could he not understand? He deduced that 4 years ago, his stupid son liked someone, got what he wanted, and when the novelty wore off, he just took off. Who would have thought that he would produce a little sweet bean in one go? Another 4 years have passed, and there was no novelty in the beginning, so what feeling can there be now? At most, she will accept the little candies and refuse to admit that the mother of the little candies is her. Zhou Yun and Ji Tianfeng share the same bed and pillow, and their thinking is exactly the same. They both look at Ji Zhouchuan with the same kind of eyes. Ji Zhouchuan can't wash away the guilt even if he jumps into the Yellow River. It's so unfair. It's really unfair. It was really an accident, why doesn't anyone believe him? He completely lost his memory the next day. You lecher. Zhou Yun looked at Ji Zhouchuan in that way and indignantly said, I hate people like this who turn their faces when they get what they want. If it weren't for the fact that he's her biological son, she wouldn't let him in the house and wouldn't give him a penny if he didn't admit his fault and correct it. Hypocritical. Ji Tianfeng scolded his wife while he was picking out clothes for Xia Tangdu on the official website of the donkey brand. Zhou Yun was not to be outdone, hypocritical. Ji Tianfeng added, moral turpitude. Zhou Yun followed up, anything goes. Wait, parents, I know I'm wrong, please stop. Ji Zhouchuan begged for mercy, and the middle-aged couple sang in unison, his head turning green. Zhou Yun's eyes lit up, so when are you going to pick up Xia Tangdu and her mommy? Have you thought of how to apologize? Chapter 24 Ji Zhouchuan rises to the occasion and stops his parents from fostering Xia Tangdu. Ji Zhouchuan narrowed his eyes slightly. The most urgent task was to calm his anxious parents. Then he would investigate who the biological mother of Xia Tangdu was and make subsequent plans. In order to take responsibility, he needed to know who the other party was and what they looked like. What if she already had a boyfriend? That would cause a lot of trouble. He couldn't let his parents get involved. If the mommy of the little sweet pea is single, he must take responsibility, but if she is not single, he can make up the money and not get involved with her, which is the best of both worlds.
If they get involved, and if they happen to persuade her to break up with her boyfriend and go with him, it will be a mess and they will have to raise the child together. Dad and Mom, I suddenly appeared in front of the mommy of the little sweet pea and disturbed their stable lives, which will scare them. You see, little Sugar Bean is 3.5 years old, and we only found out about her existence now, which shows that her mother didn't want us to know she existed. So I have to get closer to the mother and daughter, step by step, with no heroic rescues or family ties, until they accept me. Ji Jiuchuan's mind is quick, and he has a way to shut the old couple up, and incidentally, he asks them sternly not to get involved. Ji Tianfeng knew that his son was up to no good, but after listening to his analysis, there was nothing wrong with it, so he looked at his wife. Zhou Yun pondered for a moment and nodded, just do what you say, don't think of anything crooked, otherwise your father and I are carnivores, and hitting people hurts. Ji Tianfeng showed off his biceps, but unfortunately, due to lack of exercise during this period of time, the flesh was limp and weak on his arms. Zhou Yun felt ashamed and pulled down his sleeve. The former was extremely embarrassed and silently lowered his head without saying a word. Suddenly thinking of something, Zhou Yun sighed and said, if we are sure that Xia Tangdu is your biological daughter, what about Yao Yao? When it came to Lu Ruoyao, Ji Tianfeng's smile gradually faded. Everyone tacitly agreed that Ji Jiuchuan and Lu Ruoyao would be a pair, but in the end, Ji Jiuchuan had this happen, so how was he going to explain it to his old friend? Forget about her. You saw the car under the tree, didn't you? It was her. After the accident, I don't know if I called the insurance company to tow the car. Ji Jiuchuan felt inexplicably relieved when he thought about the true nature of Lu Ruoyao exposed in the afternoon. Fortunately, he didn't like her. Apart from being good-looking and having a good figure, she was useless, with a bad personality. She couldn't even fake it for 2 days, and she was pretentious and sick. Yes, she's sick. Before Zhou Yun could say anything, Ji Jiuchuan said, it seems like she has mental problems. I told her I'd order takeout and talk to her all night to comfort her, but I never did. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yun's expression became slightly embarrassed. What are you talking about? What mental problems? There is such a thing, but the person who talked to her was me. I talked to her for you. Ji Jiuchuan's expression froze? Zhou Yun explained in detail. After Lu Ruoyao left for abroad, Zhou Yun repeatedly asked him to visit her, but Ji Jiuchuan didn't want to, too lazy to make the trip. Isn't it nice to play games at home? Seeing that Ji Jiuchuan didn't have a girlfriend, Zhou Yun misunderstood that he was deeply in love with Lu Ruoyao, but just a quiet person who didn't like to express his feelings. So she kept urging Ji Jiuchuan to contact Lu Ruoyao more often. Ji Jiuchuan promised, but soon forgot about it. When she learned that Lu Ruoyao was sick, Zhou Yun immediately contacted Ji Jiuchuan and asked him to take good care of her. Ji Jiuchuan was too busy playing games to care. Zhou Yun had to help him chat with her instead. Before doing so, she mentioned it to Ji Jiuchuan. Ji Jiuchuan had no recollection of it at all because he was preoccupied with playing games. Zhou Yun chatted with Lu Ruoyao for a whole night and even thoughtfully ordered some heartwarming takeaway for her. For someone like Ji Jiuchuan, who has 4 or 5 mobile phones and uses whichever one he happens to have on hand, every time he logs onto the green bubble chat history will be missing. Through a series of unfortunate circumstances, this incident will never enter his mind. Mom, so it was you who set me up. Ji Jiuchuan was speechless. While everyone else is cheating on their parents, you, Mom, have done the opposite. Zhou Yun is furious, it's for your own good, you just care about playing games, I have to help you defend yourself, don't you understand? Ji Jiuchuan was in a bad mood, screw maintenance. No wonder Lu Ruoyao misunderstood and kept talking about the engagement. Zhou Yun brought the topic back to the present, let's talk about what's going on now. Jiuchuan, you're the one who's sorry to Ruoyao for suddenly having Xia Tangdu. Ji Tianfeng reached out and patted Ji Jiuchuan's leg, saying, you need to resolve this properly. Ji Jiuchuan couldn't hold back this time and snapped, why do I have to solve it? Did you two give us the go-ahead? I never said I liked her, so why am I sorry to her? Whoever caused the trouble should solve it. It's got nothing to do with me. If he has to admit that he's sorry to Xia Tangdu's mother, he will. Even an unintentional mistake is no excuse for avoiding responsibility. What's the relationship between Lu Ruoyao and him? From beginning to end, he never expressed that he liked Lu Ruoyao. It was their wishful thinking, insisting on setting them up as a couple. What does he have to do with solving it? Honey, he's got a point. What do we do? Zhou Yun leaned over to Ji Tianfeng and whispered into his ear, covering her mouth with her hand. Ji Tianfeng lowered his voice, don't waste energy fighting with each other.
Is the person who asked the question not at fault?
It's only right to solve the problem for the person who asked the question. This time, it was Zhou Yun's turn to look down on Ji Tianfeng. This approach won't work with your own child, and if you get rid of him, we won't be able to have another.
Don't we still have Xia Tangdu? Zhou Yun smiled.
Ji Tianfeng was enlightened, that makes perfect sense, you're still the clever one. Ji Zhouchuan watched his parents discuss getting rid of him in front of him, and 3 dark lines fell across his brow.
Is he really that worthless? If you can't solve Yodo's problem, just go somewhere else and stay there. Ji Tianfeng kicked the ball back to Ji Zhouchuan. Zhou Yun gave a thumbs up, agreed.
Honey, let's go, we'll buy a present for little Sugar Bean and her mommy.
Zhou Yun didn't even want to eat dinner anymore, she just wanted to prepare a proper gift for the meeting.
The Ji family owes little Sugar Bean's mother so much, and as the matriarch of the family, she is the first to make amends with her future daughter-in-law.
Honey, why don't we have a bite first? Never mind, let's not eat. Each of us will have an apple.
Ji Tianfeng picked up 2 apples and handed the larger one to his wife.
The couple left in a hurry. Ji Zhouchuan took a pillow and hit his forehead against it. What a way to treat your son.
This couple is blatantly cheating on their own son. To be honest, Ji Zhouchuan has been able to do whatever he wants since he was young because he knows that his parents don't have a trumpet and that everything is based on him.
But things are different now. If they push him too hard and raise little Sugar Bean, what if they abandon him?
The things he's been up to are like ants compared to the family fortune, which is actually smaller than the nostrils of an elephant.
Fine, just get Lu Ruoya. Easy.
Ji Zhouchuan put down the pillow and contacted Lin Xiyu.
As soon as the voice of LV Bao Bao was sent, he hung up immediately.
Oh, I forgot, someone is still under sanction. He contacted his other good friend Zhou Xiaoyang. Zhou Xiaoyang is not from a wealthy family, but he is in charge of an upscale bar, so asking him for information is never a mistake. Brother Yang, help me find a man named Jason and keep an eye on Lu Ruoyao's recent movements.
Chapter 25, Yes, I have a daughter.
Jason is a VIP at the bar, and tonight I saw Jason bring Ruoya with him.
Ruoya hesitated. What's wrong with her?
Ji Zhouchuan walked upstairs.
There was so much going on that he didn't even feel like eating dinner.
He wondered what Sugar Bean was doing and if she was thinking about him. I heard a few words when I passed by, calling you a bastard, irresponsible, fickle, and not a man. Zhou Xiaoyang suppressed a smile.
She is not a man. One sentence can make a man furious.
She really is not a man.
Zhou Xiaoyang couldn't help it, and his laughter was very exaggerated. What the hell is so funny?
Ji Zhouchuan rolled his eyes, relieved that he hadn't believed in Lu Ruoyao's acting skills. Being with her would be a trial. He knew that Lu Ruoyao had been barbaric and unreasonable 4 years ago, and would not become gentle and generous just because of the passage of time.
I was going to tell you sometime, but I didn't expect you to call me. What's the situation between you two? I vaguely heard that you have a daughter.
Zhou Xiaoyang didn't take it seriously at all, mentioning it casually.
Yes, I have a daughter.
It was a done deal, and he had no choice but to admit it. Before the paternity test, he could still insist that he had never touched a woman, and there was no way he would ever give anyone the chance to give birth to his daughter. After the paternity test, his face was swollen and bruised.
Zhou Xiaoyang on the other end of the phone fell silent for half a minute, and then asked excitedly, when was she born? Who was the father? Where was she born? Can you bring her to me to see? Let's meet up and talk. Keep an eye on Lu Ruoyao for me.
If we catch Lu Ruoyao red-handed, when the time comes and she bites back, we can just show the evidence.
No problem. That's settled then.
Ji Zhouchuan returned to the bedroom. On the bedside table was a small rabbit. He had bought it for the little girl, and she had left it for him, but he was worried that he would be unhappy because he couldn't share it, so he had given it to him. She was such a sensible little girl, but he had repeatedly thought that she was a little liar and refused to admit that she was his daughter. And he had said such things to Yi Xiaoming.
Thinking about what he had said during the day, Ji Zhouchuan's face hurt.
She couldn't possibly not know that Xia Dangdu was his child, so why did she lie and call herself a liar?
Was she using Xia Dangdu for money? But she didn't seem like that kind of person.
The more Ji Zhouchuan thought about it, the more he felt that there was a problem. He wanted to go and ask her now to get to the bottom of it, and to see Sugar Bean in the process. He had only spent 2 days with her, but soon after they had parted ways, she was all he could think about.
Was this the power of blood?
Ji Chuan had already picked up the car keys when it occurred to him that he only knew that they were near Donghu, but didn't know which residential area they lived in. Sugar Bean was 3.5 years old and had not yet started kindergarten, which made it even harder to find out.
No, that's not right. He could check on Yi Xiaoming.
He called Lin Siyu again.
He asked him to help look up Yi Xiaoming.
At the same time, he would go to Donghu again tomorrow.
Maybe Yi Xiaoming had taken Xia Tangdu to Donghu for a playdate.
When he had delivered the package, he had observed the surroundings. Donghu had sand, many children's facilities, and many parents playing with their children. After thinking it over, Ji Chuan took a shower and went to bed. His sleep quality has always been very good, and he can fall asleep as soon as he touches the bed. What's strange is that he couldn't sleep at all today, and his mind was filled with the image of Xia Tangdu. It would be fine if it was just the image of Xia Tangdu, but that was his own daughter.
However, there was the image of that woman.
When he confronted her, she was neither arrogant nor impetuous, and she apologized to him very sincerely and gently, so he couldn't vent his anger.
Ji Chuan tossed and turned.
The next day, Ji Chuan, who had not slept well, climbed out of bed. It was only 6 o'clock when he looked at the alarm clock.
He had never woken up this early since graduating from university.
After washing up, he grabbed a pair of jeans from the closet and changed into them. What the hell, he usually couldn't get up until the sun was high in the sky, but today he had actually got up so early.
Zhou Yun was sitting in a chair leisurely eating breakfast.
Every morning she goes out with her sisters to climb a mountain for exercise. If you can see her at 6 o'clock, it means she slept in, because she is usually on the mountain by 5:30. Yesterday, there were some kids there, so she didn't go up the mountain. Her sisters joked that the only people who could stop her were her grandchildren, and they hit the nail on the head. Ji Chuan sat down with a yawn. That's no competition for you.
Middle-aged and elderly people are good at that, waking up early and not even knowing that they are sleepy.
In the Ji family, arguing with each other has become the norm. If they don't argue, it would be strange.
Would someone really think that they can get up early when they reach their 40s or 50s?
When pigs reach an age, they are slaughtered for food. When you reach an age, you just get worse and worse the longer you lie around. Zhou Yun teased, but her hands were busy arranging Ji Chuan's favorite foods in front of him.
I don't know, but I'm only 24, not 48 like you. Women, when they approach 50, really age in a straight line. Ji Chuan's sharp tongue was inherited from Zhou Yun.
Not only is the new brain quick to learn, it also strives for perfection, often leaving Zhou Yun speechless. Zhou Yun, who had been dealt a blow by age, muttered to herself, "A woman's revenge starts early and lasts late. I'll have Sugar Bean remember this for me and remind you of it every day when you turn 50. It's okay to be taken advantage of by your son, but you can get him back by taking advantage of your granddaughter." Ji Chuan had just finished eating the shrimp rice rolls and thought of the little girl who also liked them. He called out to the maid, "Auntie Wu, make 2 rice rolls and put them in a thermos."
"Understood, young master." Auntie Wu put down her work and went into the kitchen.
Zhou Yun's eyes were tinged with a smile. She knew who Ji Chuan wanted to pack the food for, and the words of praise she had on the tip of her tongue were swallowed. She knew her son well. He would become arrogant if he was praised, and she would be unable to find her way around. She continued to tease him, "That's so sweet. I, as a mother, have never enjoyed the benefits of having my son deliver food to me. Mom, if you put me online, you'll get scolded. Every time my daughter-in-law praises her son, she says I'm not considerate, and even if I didn't have a wife, I wouldn't be considerate." Just because Ji Jiahua has an endless supply of money, it's not his place to send food from home to work for her, right? Other people are ungrateful sons, and he is an ungrateful mother. Every time he enjoys a delicious meal, he quickly reserves a seat and tells them to go eat. He's even being stingy about delivering food. He has never delivered food to her, but he has cooked for her personally.
Oh? Which part of my sentence mentioned your wife?
Zhou Yun saw that Ji Chuan had fallen into the trap and her expression suddenly became fierce. Ji Chuan was at a loss for words.
Did he say his wife? Did he? Zhou Yun continued, "Did I say that you were packing food for your wife?
Geez, you haven't even seen her in 4 years and you're already calling her your wife." Ji Chuan really wanted to find a piece of cloth to cover his face. "I packed it for Sugar Plum. Sugar Plum has a good appetite, she can eat 2 portions of rice rolls."
Jo-yeon burst out laughing, not giving her silly son any face at all. So it's every time the granddaughter thinks of her grandson? How did it become daughter-in-law? It was a slip of the tongue.
The rice rolls in front of Ji Jo-chwan suddenly stopped smelling good.
Stop it, stop it. He can find a hamster, dig a hole, and bury his face in it, okay?
Jo-yeon laughed so hard her shoulders shook. Without pressing the issue, she quickly finished her breakfast and reminded him to bring back the little candy bean and my future daughter-in-law as soon as possible.
After Jo-yeon left, Ji Jo-chwan muttered, I don't even know where the person is. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack.
He is not the type to get excited over a pretty face, and after getting drunk, he would behave himself.
Unless the other person makes the first move.
If the other person was after his money, they would have already knocked her up and come looking for him. It is clear that she wants his good genes to have children. He, Ji Jo-chwan, is 1.82 meters tall, with a normal weight that is just perfect, no bad habits, and his looks are beyond words. Choosing him, she really
is too discerning, regardless of his character. Chapter 26, Ji Jo-chwan is not someone who can be fooled. Ji Jo-chwan even parked his conspicuous Maybach in Donghu, hoping to meet Xia Tangdu by chance. He didn't even see a glimpse of Xia Tangdu. This went on for several days. Every time the maid saw the unopened lunchbox returned, she knew there was no luck, so she washed it and continued to make rice rolls the next day. Before long, it was the weekend. Surely he would take Xia Tangdu out to play on the weekend? Ji Jo-chwan made up his mind and went to bed early. He got up even earlier the next day and was waiting at Donghu at 5 a.m. It was still dark, but there was a girl with a flashlight looking down at something. Ji Jo-chwan was bored and went down to help. What are you looking for? Ji Jo-chwan asked. I'm looking for Ji, Master Ji. Xia Kiki was so scared when she saw Ji Jo-chwan that she nearly tripped and fell. Her mother knew that she was still pining for Ji Jo-chwan, so she told her that Ji Jo-chwan had been hiding at Donghu for the past few days looking for Xia Kiki. She immediately rushed back from a trip, without changing her clothes or checking her luggage, and came to Donghu. As soon as she got off the bus, her bracelet fell off and she looked all over for it. Do you know me? Under the street lamp, Xia Kiki's face, with its delicate makeup, was still quite good looking, but Ji Jo-chwan was so bad at faces that he simply couldn't recognize her. Xia Kiki sensed that Ji Jo-chwan had no idea who she was, and she had a brainstorm and said, My name is Coco, I'm your fan. My fan? Ji Jo-chwan was not at all surprised. There was a woman of his dreams on the internet, and one day he was shocked when he saw it. Who understands the helplessness of someone surfing the internet in the early morning? When he saw the exposure of the young wife of the Ji family, the picture was of a girl with a big round face and buck teeth, and her appearance was so sorry to her parents. He didn't even realize that he was the one being eaten up, so he clicked in out of curiosity to see which fool liked this strange woman. Good guy, it was him. The main text was marked, and she was Ji Jo-chwan's wife. At that time, Ji Jo-chwan had a mental breakdown and quickly backed out in fear. Young Master Ji, I never thought you were so much more handsome in real life than online. Xia Kiki looked like a little fan, and she knew that men were most attracted to this. She changed her mind. Whoever the real mother of Xia Tangdu was, it was none of her business. She might as well seize Ji Jo-chwan and become his young wife. At least the money and power would be hers. You. Ji Jo-chwan suddenly looked at Xia Kiki, his eyes dark and unfathomable. Xia Kiki could remember for him what happened that day at the villa. She was so scared that her heart almost stopped. But Ji Jo-chwan snapped his fingers and said, You really have good taste. Xia Kiki was relieved and let out a rainbow fart. I'm telling the truth, I'd rather not tell the truth. By the way, what are you looking for? A bracelet, a platinum bracelet. Okay. Ji Jo-chwan turned on the lighting on his phone and helped look for it. It wasn't long before he found it. Xia Kiki was so excited that she said to Ji Jo-chwan in a shy way, Young Master Ji, I can't put it on by myself, can you help me? Can't wear it? Ji Jo-chwan glanced at Xia Kiki's slender wrist and then at the thin platinum bracelet, and politely declined. If she couldn't wear it, she wouldn't wear it. It was hard to say that this wasn't some new scam. She pretended to be a fan when she met a rich man, and when she met someone without money, she pretended to be a weak and vulnerable woman, just waiting to make a profit when she put on the bracelet. The bracelet was so thin that it might break if he touched it, and then she would be able to charge whatever she wanted. I'll put it back in my bag first. Xia Kiki was full of admiration.
If it had been any other man, she would have called him stupid. But when Ji Zhouchuan said it, it sounded so cool.
The second generation are just different, and they do things in a different way that makes them more likable.
Ji Zhouchuan turned around and saw that Xia Kuku was looking at him like he was a gold brick.
He didn't fall for it, so he's planning a new strategy? He'd better get back in his car to avoid unnecessary trouble.
Ji Zhouchuan turned his head and went back to the car.
Xia Kuku immediately grabbed her suitcase and walked over. She was a girl carrying a suitcase, which would surely arouse his sympathy, right?
She placed the suitcase next to the car, unbuttoned 2 buttons of her jacket, and was wearing only a camisole underneath, making sure that she could reveal her cleavage when she bent over. She put on a smile she thought was pretty, bent down, and knocked on the car window. Ji Zhouchuan turned his head, and a weapon was pressed against the car window.
Looking up, there was an insidious smile. "Master Ji, it's cold outside." The meaning was clear. He wanted to get in the car.
Ji Zhouchuan grunted, thinking that he wanted to trick him, but forget it. He had originally only suspected that she had other intentions, but now it was a done deal. A girl shows up here in the middle of the night, pretends to be looking for something when she sees him, claims to be his fan and tries to get into his car. She's wearing proper clothes in front, but her rear end is showing.
She's clearly up to no good. After she gets into his car, someone will jump out and catch her red-handed, right? Ha ha.
Ji Zhouchuan, is not someone who can be fooled so easily.
The car door locks.
Xia Kuku can't get him to budge, no matter how hard she taps on the window. Standing next to the car, Xia Kuku wondered why she wasn't allowed to get in.
Could it be that he hadn't seen her attractive figure in the poor lighting? Sigh, it's really quite cold. Would he let a girl like her be out in the cold? She tried to open the car door, but it wouldn't open.
Through the car window, Xia Kuku saw Ji Zhouchuan adjusting the seat and lying comfortably, playing with his tablet.
"Young Master Ji." Xia Kuku called out, not giving up.
Instead of giving her a response, the person inside turned off the lights in the car. With the light of the moon, she could only see his back as he shifted his position.
Xia Kuku's heart felt as cold as the air.
"Are you trying to steal the car?" The sanitation worker saw Xia Kuku peering into a luxury car. He was nearsighted and thought it was a man, so he swung his broom and walked over.
I didn't."
Xia Kuku was terrified when she saw the elderly man with the broom. It was clear that Ji Zhouchuan would not let her get into the car, nor would he pay any attention to her testimony. She was so aggrieved that she grabbed her suitcase and quickly ran away. Watching the thief flee in disarray, the elderly man smiled proudly.
"Who says that only the takeaway industry has hidden tigers and dragons? They in the sanitation industry are also very good. Why aren't you sweeping the streets?" "I'm coming, Lao Sun." With a nudge from Sun's wife, Sun's swelling pride instantly vanished, and he grabbed his broom and ran over to the garbage truck.
There was music playing inside the truck, and Ji Zhouchuan had no idea what was going on outside. He had got up too early, and the sleepiness was starting to set in, so Ji Zhouchuan decided to take a nap.
An hour later, Ji Zhouchuan was woken up by the noise.
When he opened his eyes, he saw a group of old ladies gathered around his truck, all taking pictures next to it. The recent news that a luxury car was parked in Donghu had spread far and wide, and the granny dancing group had gathered to take a selfie.
"She's..."
The granny squealed, posing for the camera. She kept opening her arms and crossing her arms, which was boring Ji Zhouchuan.
Just as he was about to scold her, he noticed that the grannies had formed a group and were taking a photo, posing in the shape of the rumored 5-pointed star. Outside the crowd, Gu Yushi squatted on the ground to fix Xiatangdu's hat.
"Mommy, what are they doing?"
Xiatangdu's attention was attracted by the aunties taking pictures, and her big, beautiful eyes were full of curiosity.
Gu Yushi looked in the direction Xiatangdu was looking, and the aunties had surrounded the car so completely that they had covered the license plate and car logo. Chapter 27, Sugar Bean's mother had gone back to the countryside for some reason. His mother didn't know either, probably because the kindergarten had organized some new activity. Gu Yushi got up, took Sugar Bean's hand, and walked towards the inside.
"Mom, we'll go over there to play when there are no more people." Sugar Bean withdrew his gaze and obediently followed Gu Yushi.
"Okay." Gu Yushi smiled gently, stuck the straw into the milk carton, and handed it to Sugar Bean. The aunties had finally finished taking pictures of the 5-pointed star.
"Move over," Ji Zhouchuan shouted through the lowered window.
His voice was at a normal volume, but the aunties were having too much fun to hear him.
I'll say it again, don't crowd around my car. Ji Jiuchuan's patience was at 10%. Look at my face, it's too big. And my leg doesn't look good. Let's do it again, this time I'll stand behind it to make my face look smaller. Right. Let's do it again.
I don't want to stand in front either, it doesn't look good. The old ladies chattered away, loud and not to mention, lost in their own world.
Drip, drip, drip. Ji Jiuchuan raised the window and impatiently honked the horn.
How could he squat for the little sugar beans when they were all crowding around him? The old ladies, who were looking at the photos, were caught off guard and startled, and angrily yelled at Ji Jiuchuan in the Maybach. The output of the old ladies was very impressive. They were shouting at the top of their lungs. Ji Jiuchuan pulled out his ear. It seemed that these old ladies had never been punished, and they didn't know that he was worth 10 of them.
But he didn't want to yell at anyone today.
If the little candy beans came while he was losing his mind, it would be hard to end the situation.
Get out. Hiding inside is no big deal. Get out. You coward.
Ji Jiuchuan started the car. The sound it made startled the old ladies again. The old ladies were used to being rude, so how could they be afraid of a young guy? In their eyes, young guys were the easiest to bully. They played the bully and refused to move, blocking the car. Ji Jiuchuan specializes in dealing with defiant old ladies. He put the car in neutral and slammed on the accelerator. The sound the Maybach made terrified the old ladies. They all thought he was really going to run them over. The old ladies panicked and ran. No matter how tough they appear, they are all cowards when it comes to bullying the weak. Ji Jiuchuan is undoubtedly a tough guy, and he pointed at the Maybach and walked away cursing. The women dispersed, and the view suddenly became richer. The figure of a woman wearing a long white dress holding a cute child fell into Ji Jiuchuan's eyes, and he immediately opened the door and got out of the car.
Little sugar bean.
Ji Jiuchuan chased after him, stopped behind the cute child, and shouted in a somewhat excited tone.
Menghua turned her face around.
It was a boy, except that he had long hair, and the person holding his hand was also a tomboy. Handsome guy, my name is not Little Sugar Bean, it's Little Sugar Candy.
What do you want with me?
The tomboy stuck out her eyes glued to Ji Jiuchuan's body, and her opening words could give people goosebumps. Ji Jiuchuan's face instantly turned red, his toes clawing the ground frantically, and he almost couldn't find his voice. I'm sorry, I made a mistake.
Mommy, I think I heard Daddy's voice.
Little Sugar Bean gently tugged at Gu Yushi's hem of her dress, her eyes full of disappointment. If she had never met her father, her heart would only be filled with longing and curiosity, but after meeting him in person and spending time together, she could never forget him. In the past few days, Sugar Bean has been dreaming about her father and calling out his name. Gu Yushi feels pain in her heart when she sees this. She feels a pang of sadness in her heart whenever she hears a voice outside, thinking it is Ji Jiuchuan.
She reluctantly puts on a smile and says, Daddy is very busy, how could he be here?
But Sugar Bean misses her father. Sugar Bean sucks her nose, because she hears a similar voice, and her longing for her father has reached a peak.
Gu Yushi crouched down and gently stroked Xia Tangdu's hair. Mommy will play with you, and that's the same thing.
Xia Tangdu wants both her father and mother to play with her at the same time. She doesn't want to be called a child without a father by Xia Guobo.
Mommy is bad, she let Daddy wander off and won't let him come back. Xia Tangdu doesn't want to like Mommy anymore.
Little Sugar Bean misses Daddy, and her little emotions come and go. She shakes off Gu Yushi's hand and storms off in one direction.
Little Sugar Bean. Gu Yushi follows behind her, with tears welling up in her eyes.
She understands her daughter's feelings. Everyone has a father who loves them, but Little Sugar Bean doesn't. No matter how much love she gives, she can't make up for the lack of a father's love.
Woo woo.
Little Sugar Bean knew that Gu Yushi was right behind her. She wanted to cry quietly by herself, so she took a few steps and ran away.
WOC, who is this inconsiderate brat?
Ji Jiuchuan was attracted by the sugar-coated hawthorn skewers in Dongmu, so he bought a skewer of sugar-coated strawberries. He had just taken a bite when something suddenly bumped into him. And then there was the crying.
It was obvious that he was a brat.
Luckily, he was quick, or else the sharp end would have pierced his flesh and he would have needed to be rescued in the ICU.
The brat said pitifully, Oh, I'm sorry.
Just as he was about to teach the brat a lesson, Ji Jiuchuan saw a beautiful girl running towards him, with dried tears in the corners of her eyes.
Did he see correctly? Was it Yi Xiaomeng?
Upon looking down, he rubbed his eyes and wanted to run away.
Isn't the brat his daughter whom he has been squatting for several days? Didn't you say that your daughter is a little cotton-padded jacket?
Not only is his daughter leaky, she almost killed her old father.
Gu Yushi saw Ji Jiuchuan and froze for a moment.
She quickly reacted, thinking that he had seen the paternity report and was here to squat little sugar bean and try to take her away.
She should have thought of it.
The other day, she kept Xia Tangdu at home for fear of seeing Ji Jiuchuan.
Today, Xia Tangdu couldn't stay at home and kept asking to go out.
She held on to a glimmer of hope, but never imagined that they would actually run into each other. Xia Tangdu didn't know that the person she had bumped into was the father she had been thinking about, and turned around to leave. Ji Jiuchuan crouched down and scooped her up in his arms.
He was both surprised and happy. Xia Tangdu, look who I am. Daddy! It's Daddy!
At the moment she saw Ji Jiuchuan, Xia Tangdu's face broke into a smile, and there were still wet tears on her face.
Yes, I'm your daddy.
Ji Jiuchuan felt guilty inside for treating Xia Tangdu so badly before, and he should make it up to her. No matter how deep-hearted her biological mother was, Xia Tangdu was innocent and was his daughter.
Daddy, Xia Tangdu missed you so much. Xiao Tongfen threw herself into Ji Jiuchuan's arms and pouted, planting a kiss on his cheek. Xiao Tongfen.
Gu Yushi whispered. What should she do? Ji Jiuchuan was looking for her, and Xiao Tongfen was desperate to see her father.
You are Sugar Bean's godmother, right? No matter what your purpose was for lying to me last time, I don't want to pursue it anymore.
Ji Jiuchuan picked up Sugar Bean and looked at Gu Yushi indifferently. Take me to see her mommy, I have something to talk to her about. Gu Yushi discussed with Yi Xiaoming and Mu Qingge last night about Ji Jiuchuan's attempt to grab Sugar Bean, and they had to stall him. The Ji family is rich and powerful, and her chances of winning the lawsuit are slim. She can only stall Ji Jiuchuan for now and find an opportunity to take Xia Tangdu away.
Xia Tangdu's mother had something to do in her hometown and asked me to take care of her.
Gu Yushi reached out to gently wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes, and looked at Ji Jiuchuan with a forced calmness.
Chapter 28, Gu Yushi is at risk of having her identity exposed. Ji Jiuchuan. Will leave Xia Tangdu with me, okay?
Not being able to have you is fine, but being able to have a daughter whose blood is mixed with mine and yours is my greatest happiness.
Please, don't take away my happiness. Ji Jiuchuan looked into Gu Yushi's amber eyes.
The sense of vulnerability in her eyes was extremely lethal. His heart suddenly skipped a beat for no reason.
What's going on? Clearly, he hadn't done anything wrong, but in her eyes, he looked like a criminal with a heinous crime that couldn't be forgiven.
This feeling was so strange.
When will she be back?
I need to talk to her face to face about the little Sugar Bean. Ji Jiuchuan avoided Gu Yushi's gaze, not noticing that his voice was a little shaky.
I don't know yet.
Gu Yushi was very confused at this time, and when she faced him again, she was afraid that she would lose control of her emotions. Her heart was in a mess, and it was so hard.
Give me your phone.
Ji Jiuchuan held little Sugar Bean in one arm, and with the other he reached out to Gu Yushi.
Gu Yushi looked at the pale, attractive hand, and after a long silence, she rummaged in her backpack for her phone.
Ji Jiuchuan noticed that her backpack was full of little Sugar Bean supplies, a thermos with the character Piggy on it, wet wipes, children's medicine, and a thermometer. There was no makeup or cosmetic mirror, the usual things a girl would need. It was clear that she cared a lot about Xia Tangdu and had prepared everything for a simple outing. Gu Yushi found her phone, hesitated for a few seconds, unlocked it and handed it to Ji Jiuchuan, looking at him with cold and detached eyes. Ji Jiuchuan took it, opened the contacts and entered his phone number, with a note saying Ji Jiuchuan, and promptly returned it to her.
When she comes back, call me on this number. Okay.
Gu Yushi looked at his phone number on her phone, her heart pounding with excitement.
She never thought they would be entangled like this again.
Ever since she got pregnant with little Sugar Bean, she never thought she would have any contact with him again.
Even if there was contact, it would be with little Sugar Bean when he grew up.
It was just little Sugar Bean who had contact with him.
Mommy, Daddy, hurry up, I want to go to the amusement park and ride the carousel.
The naughty little boy walked ahead, anxiously urging his slow-moving parents behind him. His parents just smiled and said, "There's still time.
You go to the amusement park every week, why are you still so interested?"
When Xia Tangdu heard the words amusement park, his big, bright eyes filled with curiosity.
He looked at Ji Jiuchuan and then at Gu Yushi. If Daddy and Mummy are here, can I go to the amusement park with her?
Xiatangdu decided he had to take advantage of this opportunity, otherwise Daddy would be kicked out and become a wanderer again.
Daddy, Sugar Bean wants to go to the amusement park.
Sugar Bean snuggled up to Ji Jiuquan's neck and cooed, giving him several kisses on the cheek. Her trump card was kissing. Every time she wanted something, she would hug her mother and give her kisses, and her mother would agree. There was no doubt that this trick would work on Ji Jiuquan as well.
I'll take you there.
Ji Jiuquan agreed at once, although he had not yet fully adapted to his role as a father and had not truly accepted having a daughter. But it was imperative that he fulfill his responsibilities as a father.
Little Sugar Bean Gu Yushi's brow furrowed.
She was worried that the longer Little Sugar Bean stayed with Ji Jiuquan, the more inseparable they would become. Little Sugar Bean looked at Gu Yushi with her pitiful eyes. Godmother, please, Little Sugar Bean wants to go to Didaini. Godmother, you and Daddy take Little Sugar Bean to Didaini together. Little Sugar Bean will never throw tantrums again, and she will eat all her vegetables. Little Sugar Bean's tears came pouring down as she begged her mother to let her go. Her godmother had told her that tears were a girl's best weapon, and while she wasn't sure if they worked on men, they definitely worked on her own mother.
Ji Jiuquan patted Little Sugar Bean's back gently. Don't cry, I'll take you there. Be a good girl and stop crying.
Little Sugar Bean wanted to be with her parents. Only Ji Jiuquan had promised to take her, which was not enough to make her tears stop. A young couple passing by, seeing how badly Sugar Bean was crying, suspected that she had been abducted by human traffickers and stood staring at her.
It's okay, don't cry anymore. I'll take you to DD&I. Gu Yushi is always soft-hearted when dealing with Sugar Bean.
Sugar Bean's tears disappeared in a second and were replaced by a sweet smile. Mommy is the best to me, and Sugar Bean loves Mommy the most. Even though children are small, their hearts are like mirrors. She may be asking her father to be mean to her, but she also knows that her mother is the one who loves her most in the world, and the one she loves the most. Gu Yushi reached out to hug Xiatangdu, and said to Ji Jiuquan, let me hold her.
I'll do it. Ji Jiuquan didn't want to let go of Xiatangdu once he had her in his arms.
He didn't feel comfortable without the little girl on him.
Okay then. Gu Yushi followed the father and daughter. After walking out of Donghu, the Maybach was parked in the ground parking space. At this time, Gu Yushi realized that the Maybach that had been discussed in the group for some time was Ji Jiuquan's, and he had been squatting for several days. Gu Yushi sat in the back seat with Xiatangdu.
Ji Jiuquan fastened his seatbelt and glanced at the back seat through the mirror. It seems that he needs to arrange a child safety seat. Little Sugar Bean hugged Gu Yushi's soft waist and whispered, sorry, Mommy, Little Sugar Bean was just being naughty. I know you want to see Daddy and I know how anxious you are, but there are so many people outside.
Don't go away again, okay? What if you meet a bad person?
Gu Yushi stroked Little Sugar Bean's long hair and spoke to her patiently and gently.
Mommy, I know I was wrong. Xiatangdu pouted slightly, lowered his head and played with Gu Yushi's fingers. You're such a good baby, you've corrected your mistake faster this time than last time, so you get a candy as a reward.
Gu Yushi gave encouragement.
Xiatangdu happily hugged Gu Yushi's face and kissed her. Mommy is the best. That's only if Xiatangdu is good.
The smile in Gu Yushi's eyes was as bright and gorgeous as the winter sun.
Ji Jiuquan looked at Gu Yushi through the rearview mirror.
This woman always seemed distant when she faced him, but when she faced Xiatangdu, she was full of tenderness.
They arrived at Didaini.
They needed to buy tickets on site. Ji Jiuquan took out his ID card from his wallet and held out his hand to her. Give me your ID card, we need to buy tickets. Gu Yushi's hand holding Xiatangdu's was so sweaty that she gave him her ID card, which revealed her fake identity as Yi Xiaomeng.
Chapter 29 Dad, you squat down, I'm going to kick you. Ji Jiuquan's hand was still raised in the air. Huh? You didn't bring it?
Even if you didn't bring it, with his wealth, he can still get in.
Mommy, ID card.
Xiatangdu milk-voiced repeated, voice cheerful, buy ticket, go to Didaini. My ID card. Gu Yushi wanted to pretend she didn't have her ID card, so she could hide her identity, but when she looked into Xiatangdu's expectant eyes, she hesitated.
What on earth was she thinking?
Little Sugar Bean was so looking forward to going to Didaini, and she hadn't had time to bring her before. Now they were at the door, should she cruelly dash her hopes? She thought to herself that she couldn't bear to see Little Sugar Bean's disappointed and dejected expression. She rummaged through her bag and said, "There's too much stuff in here, I need to look properly." Her ID cards were in the back pocket of her backpack, and she reached in and felt for them, and there were more than one. She suddenly remembered that Yi Xiaoming didn't like to bring a bag when she went out, and she kept her ID card in her bag for fear of losing it. Gu Yushi leaned slightly to the side and took out 2 ID cards. Sure enough, one of them was Yi Xiaoming's. Yi Xiaoming had applied for her ID card 9 years ago. 9 years ago, Yi Xiaoming had heavy bangs and was plump and chubby in her adolescence, not even remotely resembling her current self. Just the thing to solve an urgent problem. Gu Yushi put away her ID card and handed Yi Xiaoming's ID card to Ji Jiuchuan. Ji Jiuchuan entered the VLP channel to buy tickets, while Gu Yushi and Xia Tangdu sat nearby waiting. Gu Yushi sent a message to Yi Xiaoming to inform her of the borrowed ID card, but when she sent it, her phone suddenly went black. It wouldn't turn on. She had bought her phone 5 years ago, and it had long since become outdated. The battery was so weak that it would suddenly go from 50% to 7% and then shut down. Gu Yushi was helpless, so she put the old phone in her bag. Is the master not working again? Xia Tangdu hugged Gu Yushi's arm. The master needs to rest. He has worked hard for the past 5 years. Gu Yushi smiled gently, her heart at peace. Little Sugar Bean nodded obediently. When Ji Jiuchuan came out after buying the tickets, she went up to him and took his hand. "Daddy." The little girl's voice was so sweet that the word daddy made people's hearts melt. Ji Jiuchuan, who didn't like children, smiled in a particularly worthless way. "Little Sugar Bean, what's wrong?" Ji Jiuchuan didn't even notice that his voice had become squeaky, the same squeaky voice that he had mocked before watching a variety show with children. "Ji Jiuchuan, it's ridiculous, a grown man making such a sound, it's embarrassing for men." "Ji Jiuchuan, is it that big a deal? Is it that big a deal?" Laughing like that, his child isn't very cute either. Is every father like this? I definitely won't. Ji Jiuchuan is putting his words here today. Even if I have a child, I'm still myself, I won't change like this. Daddy, mommy's old-fashioned phone never listens to her. Will you buy mommy a phone? Xia Tangdu looks at Ji Jiuchuan curiously. She knows that in this world you need money to buy things. She only has a little money, which is not enough, but daddy has a lot of money. She sees that the bowls in front of the homeless people outside have a lot of money in them. She guesses that daddy has it too. Daddy's experience as a homeless person is older than she is. Jilian Go is worthless. Jojo readily agreed, not even listening to what Sugarbean said. Of course I will, if you ask, I'll agree to anything. Wait. Buy a mobile phone? For Yi Xiaoming? Jojo put on a smile and looked at Gu Yushi with inquisitive eyes. Sugarbean is joking with you. Gu Yushi was extremely embarrassed when she met Jojo's gaze. Did he think she was taking advantage of what Sugarbean said? That's a big misunderstanding. Little Sugarbean shook his head disapprovingly. Shouldn't daddy buy mummy things? Little Pork Bun said his daddy had bought his mummy a big diamond ring. Little Sugarbean, godmother doesn't lack for anything. Gu Yushi saw that little Sugarbean had forgotten her instructions and was about to call her godmother, so she reminded him. Fortunately, Ji Jiuchuan just pretended that children were prone to mistakes and got away with it. I'm missing a godmother. Xia Tangdu took Gu Yushi's hand and touched her plump little hand to her fingers. It was all empty. Ji Jiuchuan was dumbfounded. He could understand wanting a luxury house and car, but a diamond ring? Wanting to be his wife? If she really liked him for who he was and had Xia Tangdu on her side, why didn't she approach him in the first place? Why did she lie to him at the villa entrance? There are so many doubts. His CPU is about to burn out. Little Sugarbean looks at her father's stingy and ridiculous appearance and finally understands why her mother wants to kick him out and make him wander the streets. She wants to give her father a kick. She has seen it on TV, that he is a miserly old man. He is rich, but spends it all on himself and doesn't spare a penny for his wife. Father, you squat down. Little Sugarbean waved at Ji Jiuchuan. Ji Jiuchuan obligingly crouched down in front of Xia Tangdu and pondered how to trick her and find a chance to talk to this woman alone. I'm going to kick you in the jiao. Xia Tangdu raised her foot and kicked Ji Jiuchuan in the buttocks. Stingy dad. Ji Jiuchuan? Passerby, hipohaha. Gu Yushi was slightly surprised, not expecting the little Sugarbean to do such a thing, and reached under the little Sugarbean's armpit to pick her up.
Little sugar bean, you can't do that. Daddy is mean, daddy is bad, mom, godmother, I'll take out the anger for mommy. The little sugar bean couldn't get around the back clearly. Guyushi could hear that the little cotton-padded jacket was taking out her anger. Ji Chuan had a hard time explaining. He couldn't tell the little girl that things weren't that simple, otherwise wouldn't he be able to spend a little money? Buy it, whatever you say. Ji Chuan compromised, not wanting to be looked at with disdain by his own daughter. The little sugar bean was happy again, and held out her hand to Ji Chuan. Then daddy is good, little sugar bean wants a hug from daddy. Ji Chuan took Xiaotangdu from Guyushi's hands and gave her a meaningful look, as if to say that her strategy was good. He had no resistance to Xiaotangdu, and he would do whatever his daughter said. Guyushi, who had taken the blame for many things, felt helpless. This wasn't what he wanted. Forget it. She was the one who lied, and he was kept in the dark, so he could only suffer in silence. At this point, Guyushi was about to burst into tears. She was wrong. She shouldn't have made the decision to never get involved with him and hide her identity in the first place. How stupid. It would have been better to come clean from the start. She had been stupid for 3 years after getting pregnant, but she was already in her 4th year. Sigh. There is quite a difference between you and your ID card. Ji Chuan handed Guyushi her ID card, and it was hard to associate the black and fat man on the ID card with the cool and beautiful woman in front of him. Chapter 30. Is this considered indirect kissing? The black and fat person himself, Yi Xiaoming, cried herself out on the desk. She had long since fought back, exercising and taking care of her skin, and was now a fair and beautiful girl. Guyushi laughed lightly. 9 years can change a lot. Ji Chuan rarely showed a smile. 2 or 3 days can change a lot, just like I never thought I would take the initiative to come to Didaini. His parents were busy and had never brought him to Didaini. When he grew up, his parents had more time, but he wasn't interested anymore. Guyushi was a little surprised that a young master from a wealthy family like his hadn't been here before. She had thought his childhood had been full of color. Today, he could make up for his childhood. Guyushi said this to Ji Chuan, but also to herself. As a child, hadn't she also wanted to come to Didaini and be a princess for a day? But her original family would not allow her to fulfill that dream. The Gu family did not lack money. It was just because she was a daughter. She was dispensable. Her thoughts did not matter. What she liked did not matter. Even she herself was not important in their eyes. You haven't been here either? Well. Ji Chuan smiled. Because you have been poor, so you want to find ways to live a good life? Then it is understandable, but it is not advocated or recognized. Guyushi immediately heard the innuendo in his words, that she was using the little candies to get what she wanted. She laughed it off. She had figured it out. No matter how harsh his words were, she hadn't done anything, so why let it get to her? Besides, he really didn't know anything. Children from wealthy families, if they weren't crafty and a little less suspicious, would have already been taken advantage of and fallen from heaven to hell. Ji Chuan was somewhat impressed by her mentality. In the face of his sarcasm, she could still smile normally. What was infuriating was that she didn't break her guard, but he was instead brainwashed by her smile, always feeling that she didn't seem like a bad woman. Ji Chuan bought a VLP ticket, which allowed him to bypass the queue and enter the Didaini through the VLP channel. The first stop was the crazy honey pot. You sit in a colorful pot and spin around. The big sign outside the attraction said there was a 20-minute wait. Ji Chuan had the ability to buy tickets on the spot, and in less than 2 minutes, the family of 3 was sitting inside the blue pot that Xiaotangdu liked. Spin it up. Xiaotangdu was very happy sitting on Ji Chuan's lap, and she held Guyushi's hand tightly with her other hand. When she sees the pork belly, she will definitely tell it that she went to Didaini with her parents. After getting off the spinning honey pot, Guyushi felt a little dizzy and stumbled to the side. Ji Chuan grabbed her hand immediately. When he touched her cold fingertips, Ji Chuan was a little startled. He clearly didn't want to help her, but his hand moved faster than his brain. By the time he reacted, Guyushi was in his arms, her body soft as if she had no bones, and her body still lingering with a fresh and pleasant smell. Wow! The CP fan's little sugar beans smile brightly. Guyushi's fair face flushed, and in the past 20 years, ever since that intimate encounter with him 4 years ago, she hadn't touched a man. She got up uncomfortably from Ji Chuan's embrace and whispered, "Thank you. Pirate ship, you can stop playing."
Ji Chuan was a little annoyed at his own actions. His voice was stiff, and as soon as he spoke, he felt that it was rude. After all, Sugar Bean was still there. He softened his tone a little and explained, "The pirate ship sways more, so if you're afraid of getting sick, just wait below."
It's fine. Gu Yushi smiled.
Since she was already here, she didn't want to miss out on any of the rides.
Her tone was gentle but firm, so Ji Chuan didn't say anything.
After all, it wasn't him who would feel sick and want to vomit later, so why did he care? On the way to the pirate ship, they passed by Mickey Mouse Avenue, where there were many ice cream stalls nearby, surrounded by a lot of people.
Gu Yushi paid attention to the little candy beans that were jumping and jumping the whole time, and didn't notice.
Ji Chuan saw them and called out to them.
"Let's have an ice cream. Eating cold food can relieve dizziness? Daddy, it's expensive."
Seeing the price list on the stall, Xia Tangdu waved at Ji Chuan and, when he crouched down, whispered in his ear, "You can buy one for 5 yuan outside, but it costs 45 yuan for a diddy-lie." An ice cream for 45 yuan is naturally expensive in Gu Yushi's eyes, but if Sugar Bean really wants it, she will pay without hesitation.
She will buy Sugar Bean one to try, it's not expensive.
Gu Yushi knows that Sugar Bean is just worried about the money, so she takes Sugar Bean's hand and walks towards the stall.
If she wants to eat a few, she can buy a few.
Ji Chuan followed behind them, pulling the corner of his mouth.
He buys the most expensive things, and he doesn't even have enough money for a few ice creams?
Little Sugar Bean looked at Gu Yushi. She picked up an ice cream with a fox head on it.
It was pretty pink, but she quickly put it back. Little Sugar Bean doesn't want to eat it. "It's okay, Little Sugar Bean can eat it, I have the money."
Gu Yushi's eyes were full of a pained expression. 3-year-olds are carefree, but Sugar Bean is already worried about spending money.
She is reluctant to let her buy anything.
Ji Chuan picked up the ice cream with the fox head and handed it to Sugar Bean, then handed Gu Yushi a Dumbo ice cream, and finally picked an old duck ice cream for himself. She scanned the QR code to pay and did it all in one go. The ice cream in the shape of Dafai the elephant in Gu Yushi's hand was the most expensive, 58 yuan for a single bar, with a sea salt and vanilla flavor.
She could tell the price just by taking a bite. She and Yi Xiaoming were both thrifty types.
In the summer, they would try ice cream by eating one 1-yuan popsicle each.
Now that they had bought it, it would be pretentious not to eat it. Gu Yushi handed the side she hadn't tried to Xia Tangdu's mouth. "Xia Tangdu, try mine, it's your favorite flavor." Xia Tangdu took a bite and nodded her little head, "Delicious. Mine is strawberry flavored." Xia Tangdu licked the ice cream with the fox head on it and reached out to Gu Yushi. "Mommy, you eat it too." Gu Yushi had just drunk some water, so she bent down and took a small bite of the ice cream.
It tasted of strawberry and lychee, a unique combination with a novel texture.
Then, without discrimination, she handed some to Ji Chuan. "Daddy, try some of mine."
Ji Chuan squatted in front of Xia Tangdu and looked at the ice cream with the fox head on it.
Apart from the bite taken by Gu Yushi, the rest had been licked by Xia Tangdu.
As a person with a deep-seated fear of germs, Ji Chuan found it hard to take the first bite.
Could he not eat it? Looking into the big, bright eyes of Xia Tangdu, he obviously could not.
He had not forgotten that before Xia Tangdu ate the ice cream, she had stuffed a durian candy into her mouth, and he could smell the smell from the side.
Could it be that the ice cream was not mixed with the durian flavor that had not dispersed in Xia Tangdu's mouth? He could not accept such a mix. On the contrary, Gu Yushi drank some water before eating the small sugar bean ice cream, as if she had gargled.
After struggling internally, Ji Chuan bit into the ice cream in the same spot as Gu Yushi had. Gu Yushi froze for a moment, her beautiful eyes round, her cold face flushed with red.
Was this considered an indirect kiss? Chapter 31. Daddy, you try some of Mummy's ice cream. Don't get me wrong, I just...
When he met Gu Yushi's shocked and confused gaze, Ji Chuan wanted to explain at once, but the words stuck in his throat.
What could he say? Tell her he doesn't like his own daughter's spit?
Little Sugar Bean waited curiously with her little head cocked, waiting for him to give his verdict. He couldn't say anything at all, so he just changed the subject. Little Sugar Bean won, the ice cream she chose tasted the best.
But Daddy hasn't tried Mommy's ice cream yet. Little Sugar Bean looked at Ji Chuan and then at Gu Yushi.
Ji Chuan and Gu Yushi were both so embarrassed at this point. They were both thinking of how to smooth things over. Then they heard Little Sugar Bean say, "Daddy, you should try some of Mummy's ice cream.
It's delicious.
I don't think it tastes that bad either."
Ah. Ji Zhouchuan and Gu Yushi very tacitly let out a goose honk. Goose, goose, goose.
Little Sugarbean looked at the two of them in confusion, thinking they were imitating the honking of geese in the river, and she joined in.
No, it's nothing. Gu Yushi handed Ji Zhouchuan the ice cream and said to him, "Why don't you take a bite of the bottom one?" Neither she nor Xia Tangdu had tried the bottom one. Under Xia Tangdu's watchful gaze, Ji Zhouchuan gritted his teeth and took a bite. It was so embarrassing that he couldn't even taste the ice cream.
My daughter, you really know how to get your father into trouble. But she's my own flesh and blood, and I've owed her for 3.5 years, so I have to spoil her.
Okay, it's Mommy's turn to try Daddy's ice cream. Xia Tangdu enthusiastically directed, smiling at Ji Zhouchuan. Mommy has taken the initiative, so Daddy should show some initiative too, right?
Ji Zhouchuan never imagined that he would feel the fear of being dominated by his 3.5-year-old daughter.
Could he refuse? He really is a germaphobe. If she eats it, how can he eat it?
Little Sugarbean, in fact, in order to avoid cross-infection, it is better for everyone to eat their own food.
Ji Zhouchuan found an excuse. What is cross-infection?
Little Sugarbean tilted her head in confusion. Ji Zhouchuan was at a loss for words. Obviously, even if he explained, Little Sugarbean wouldn't understand.
What did a child who hadn't even started kindergarten expect to understand? Seeing Ji Zhouchuan's embarrassed expression, Little Sugarbean muttered, "Daddy is mean. Mommy and I know how to share, but Daddy doesn't."
Ji Zhouchuan subconsciously retorted, "I don't."
Little Sugarbean rolled her eyes, which meant she was angry with Mommy and didn't want to let her taste it? She wanted Daddy to make up with Mommy.
Ji Zhouchuan was crouching at this time, and Xia Tangdu easily took the old duck in his hand and handed it to Gu Yushi's mouth. "Mommy, try it."
Gu Yushi's stunning face flashed with an embarrassed look. She had liked Ji Zhouchuan for so many years, how could she not know that he was a germaphobe? Ji Zhouchuan's dark eyes also stared straight at the ice cream. Destroy it. I'm sick of it. I'm just having an ice cream, why do we have to nibble it back and forth? Is this going to drive a neat freak to his death?
The little brat didn't know that his father was going crazy inside, and he urged Gu Yushi, "Mommy, taste it, and after you're done, it'll be my turn."
Gu Yushi had no choice but to take a small bite.
Then the little Sugarbean took a bite too, and the ice cream returned to Ji Zhouchuan's hands.
Ji Zhouchuan. He shouldn't have suggested eating ice cream. If he threw it away, he was afraid that his little cotton-padded jacket would be unhappy.
Ji Zhouchuan closed his eyes, finished the remaining ice cream in 2 or 3 bites, and swallowed with a dark face.
In this battle over ice cream, Gu Yushi was extremely embarrassed. Ji Zhouchuan was roaring inside.
Only Xia Tangdu, thinking that he had brought his father and mother together, licked the ice cream happily, with a contented smile on his face. They arrived at the pirate ship. Ji Zhouchuan's parenting skills were on full display once again. As the pirate ship swung around, the children let out screams of terror, but Xia Tangdu was completely composed, her eyes still looking out into the distance. Ji Zhouchuan subconsciously looked at Gu Yushi, and saw that she looked normal, with no cold sweat breaking out on her forehead like she had in the jar, so it seemed she wasn't feeling dizzy.
Oof.
She still has to thank him. They strolled all the way to the front of the castle. Ji Zhouchuan picked a good spot and gestured for Sugarbean to stand there while he took her photo as a memento.
Sugarbean took Gu Yushi's hand and said in a soft voice, "Sugarbean wants to take a photo with Mommy. Daddy, remember to take a good photo of us." With the dreamy castle as the background, Gu Yushi stood out with her cool demeanor in the sunlight.
Even though she had a faint smile on the corner of her mouth, she still gave the impression of keeping people at a distance. The little Sugarbean next to her was glowing white, with delicate features like a doll's, and her cute appearance attracted a lot of attention.
"You look so pretty, sister."
A little girl wearing a snow-white dress walked past, giving the little flower in her hand to Gu Yushi, her eyes fixed on her.
"Thank you." Gu Yushi smiled gently.
Since having the little Sugarbean, Gu Yushi had become especially fond of children, especially those of the same age as the little Sugarbean.
"Sister, can I take a photo with you? You're even prettier than Princess Elsa in the castle."
The little girl looked at Gu Yushi with pleading eyes.
Gu Yushi was momentarily stunned, but then she smiled lightly, "Sure."
Upon hearing this, the little girl immediately called her mother over to take a photo of her and Gu Yushi. Before leaving, she even gave Gu Yushi a kiss on the cheek.
"Mommy, you're mine."
Little Sugarbean sensed the crisis and hugged Gu Yushi's arm. Although she had often been teased for being a child without a father, she was happy most of the time because her mother was very beautiful. She was also happy when others praised her mother. However, children her age made her feel uncomfortable. She always felt that someone was trying to take her mother away from her.
Of course I'm yours.
Gu Yushi kissed the little girl's cheek in a tone of endearment.
Ji Zhouchuan captured the scene and felt it was just so warm and beautiful.
The noise around them seemed to fade away, leaving only the sunshine, the castle, the breeze, the smiling Gu Yushi, who was prettier than a flower, and the naturally cute Xia Tangdu. When he came to his senses, he felt a little crazy. How could he feel such a warm feeling towards her?
Ji Zhouchuan. Sober up.
Ji Zhouchuan reached out and slapped his right cheek, afraid that it would turn red and make his face look uneven.
Gu Yushi noticed Ji Zhouchuan's strange movements and couldn't help but worry. Is he okay? Did he get heatstroke?
Ji Zhouchuan suddenly turned his head and locked eyes with Gu Yushi, who looked a little startled and quickly turned away.
This action inexplicably aroused Ji Zhouchuan. What's so cute about it? Gu Yushi lowered her head and took a deep breath to suppress her inner panic.
She couldn't count how many times she had looked into each other's eyes today. Every time, she wanted to pretend that nothing was wrong and look away, but she found that she still couldn't do it. Her heart was pounding wildly, reminding her that this was the feeling she had hidden deep inside her heart, something she had insisted on for 6 years.
Ji Zhouchuan, Ji Zhouchuan.
Gu Yushi repeated Ji Zhouchuan's name over and over in her heart, and his figure was also lingering in her mind.
She was even more unable to calm down. Her face must be very red right now.
Over the years, no matter how shocking something was, she could always remain calm and composed, but when it came to him, just one look from him would make her panic. A pair of AJs appeared before Gu Yushi's eyes. Looking up, she saw a pair of long, slender legs. Ji Zhouchuan had always had a great figure, and in school he was known as the god of long legs, so it could be said that girls were envious of everything about him. From his face to his legs, everything about him was impeccable.
Even the arrogant school beauty was his admirer. Are you okay?
Ji Zhouchuan frowned and spoke.
Chapter 32 Daddy, why can't mommy like you?
Gu Yushi came back to her senses and saw that Ji Zhouchuan and Xia Tangdu were both looking at her.
She smiled, it's nothing.
She hid it very well, but Ji Zhouchuan still saw that she blushed and flustered when she saw him.
He smiled narcissistically and said, you mustn't like me.
Gu Yushi said lightly, no.
It's too late. I've liked you for 6 years.
Ji Zhouchuan's name has long been engraved in my heart.
His appearance is also indelible. Little Sugar Bean curiously asked, Daddy, why can't mommy like you? Daddy and mommy should love each other.
Little Sugar Bean originally didn't understand why mommy wanted to drive Daddy out into the streets, but now she kind of understands.
Daddy deserves it. How can you talk to mommy like that? You're not being polite.
Oh. Ji Zhouchuan naturally couldn't tell Little Sugar Bean the truth, but then he had a brainstorm. It's because she's your godmother that she can't fall in love with me, or else it'll be a mess. Little Sugar Bean let out an "oh," and realized that she had misunderstood Daddy.
Godmothers can't fall in love with daddies because only mommies can love daddies. Little Sugar Bean, do you want to have some fun?
Ji Zhouchuan looked up information on the phone and found the dwarf coaster, which has no height restrictions.
Yes. Sugar Bean is brave, and she has no problem riding the pirate ship. I want to ride the drop tower. You know about the drop tower? Ji Zhouchuan laughed.
There is no drop tower at Didaini. Next time I'll take you somewhere that has a drop tower, and you can watch me play.
Why? Sugar Bean pouted. Because you're not old enough to play.
Ji Zhouchuan bent down and lightly tapped his finger on Sugar Bean's nose.
It seems that Daddy is not omnipotent after all.
At such a young age, little Sweet Pea has mastered the art of provocation, looking at Daddy with a weak-kneed expression. I'll get you a children's amusement park by next year at the latest. Ji Zhouchuan is still taken in by this, and the key is that there is money in the family. Just by the way Ji Tianfeng and Zhou Yun treat little Sweet Pea, getting an amusement park for children is not a difficult task. It so happens that the G Group is also interested in developing amusement projects. Wow, Daddy is awesome, I can brag to that smelly fatty again. Xia Tangdu swayed in place proudly.
Gu Yushi gave Xia Tangdu a little tap on the butt. You little girl, didn't you promise me not to take it personally?
Gu Yushi is not afraid of trouble, but she doesn't like to stir it up either. She always teaches Xia Tangdu, if someone hits her, she hits them back, if someone yells at her, she yells back, and then they don't play together anymore.
Little Pork Bun is a typical brat.
He hits people, swears, and brags, acting extremely arrogant and overbearing. Little Sugar Bean has fought and swore at Little Pork Bun, but she still wants to play with him.
Gu Yushi doesn't understand, but Little Sugar Bean mysteriously says, "Mommy, you don't understand." Now, Gu Yushi kind of understands.
Little Sugar Bean is waiting for Daddy to back him up, so that he can put Little Pork Bun in his place. I don't want to argue with Little Pork Bun, but he has done it twice.
Little Sugar Bean gets angry just thinking about Little Pork Bun's annoying face. Pop.
Ji Jo Chuan just swallowed a mouthful of water, and it all came out without a drop left.
Gu Yushi rubbed his temples. Little Sugar Bean, you know the expression "do it twice"? Who taught you that? It was gone.
Little Sugar Bean almost let slip that she wanted to say Auntie Meng, but that didn't sound right, so she said, tactfully, that Auntie had said it.
Do you know what it means to bloom twice?
Ji Jo Chuan looked at Little Sugar Bean with puzzled eyes, always feeling that the little girl had just learned the idiom and used it. Auntie said that if you do something twice, it's called blooming twice. Little Sugar Bean had a good memory and said it word for word. Ji Jo Chuan gave her a thumbs up. Little Sugar Bean is awesome, you got it right.
So tell me, how did the pork dumplings in a small pot score a second bloom?
The first time, Little Sugar Bean said my castle wasn't well built, and I forgave him. The second time, he called me a wild child without a father.
Little Sugar Bean is holding a grudge.
Ji Jo Chuan realized that he had been too happy.
Little Sugar Bean knew the word and its meaning.
But she used it incorrectly. No, that bragging Little Pork Bun actually dared to say that Little Sugar Bean is a child without a father.
He's gone too far.
Ji Jo Chuan's anger suddenly rose. Gu Yushi heard Little Sugar Bean say this for the first time and was slightly startled. Little Sugar Bean, why didn't you tell me that Little Pork Bun said such an unpleasant thing?
Mommy will be even unhappier than Little Sugar Bean if she hears about it, so Little Sugar Bean didn't say anything. Little Sugar Bean's innocent big eyes blinked. But now it's different.
Daddy is here, and he will stand up for her. Gu Yushi held Little Sugar Bean's little face in her hands, her eyes filled with concern.
Little Sugar Bean, promise me, you will tell me in the future, okay?
Little Sugar Bean took Ji Jo Chuan's hand and said with a smile, I will tell Daddy and Mummy, and you will stand up for me together.
Ji Jo Chuan nodded, okay.
A glimmer of anger was hidden in his eyes. How dare they bully his child and call his child a bastard?
He would see how he would deal with their family.
They walked over to the little dwarf mine car. The ability to pay came into play. Ordinary tourists had to wait in line for 2 hours, while VIP guests took the fast track.
Little Sugar Bean was bold.
She wanted to sit in the front row. Ji Jo Chuan was so proud that he couldn't stop smiling. She was worthy of being his child. While the other parents' children were still hesitating about whether to go up or not, his 3.5-year-old daughter wanted to sit in the front row. Ji Jo Chuan certainly had no problem with that.
There were only 2 seats in the front row, so he looked at Gu Yushi next to him and said, you sit with Xia Tangdu in the front row, or I sit with Xia Tangdu in the front row.
You sit with her. Gu Yushi was a little afraid and her palms were sweating. Sitting in the front row would only deepen her fear, so she had to sit in the second row.
The people sitting behind them were also a family of 3.
The 7 or 8-year-old boy looked like he was still in a daze. I'm so scared. His father, who had sharp eyesight, noticed that there was a stunning beauty in the second row and said, you two sit in the third row, and I'll sit in the second row.
Chapter 33, Mommy, let's go home with Daddy.
The boy's mother had been with him for so many years that she knew his tricks. She dared not speak angrily, and could only take her son and sit in the third row.
Mommy, I want to sit with Daddy.
The little boy protested, and was about to go forward. His mother quickly went to cover his mouth. Tao Tao, don't make your father angry. I begged for a long time to be able to come to Didini today. You sit with Little Sugar Bean.
Ji Jo Chuan got up at some point and reached out to block the man's way, saying to Gu Yushi in the seat.
His ears were sensitive, and he knew at once that the middle-aged man was lecherous and hot-tempered, and always acted like a king at home, making the family members miserable.
The man's face changed. Hey, what do you want? Gu Yushi knew what Ji Jo Chuan meant.
It was better to sit in the front row than next to a lecherous man.
Gu Yushi got up and sat in the front row.
Ji Jo Chuan made a gesture of invitation to the man, sit. The man's eyes were full of anger. Everyone else was already seated waiting for him, so he didn't want to make trouble. He gritted his teeth and sat down, glaring at Ji Chuan's face the whole time. "Mommy, don't be afraid, little Sugar Bean will protect you." Little Sugar Bean knew that Gu Yushi was afraid of heights, so he held Gu Yushi's hand tightly. "With little Sugar Bean by my side, I'm not afraid." Gu Yushi gave a slight smile to little Sugar Bean as she glanced at him. In the corner of her eye, she saw Ji Chuan's face and her heart skipped a beat. Was he worried that she would be taken advantage of? On second thought, she was a liar in his heart. Using little Sugar Bean to achieve his goals, he was a person who would stop at nothing. Why would he care about her? It's just that he's afraid of causing unnecessary trouble. The dwarf minecart is a piece of cake for someone who is used to roller coasters, but for someone like Gu Yushi, who has never been on a roller coaster and is afraid of heights, it is a terrifying ride. Ah! When they reached the top, Gu Yushi's voice was even louder than Xiatangdu's. Ji Chuan, who was sitting in the second row, heard it clearly, and watching her hair flying in the front row, he subconsciously associated her with a frightened look. It must be really interesting. After getting off the minecart, Gu Yushi looked pale. Little Sugar Bean, on the other hand, was not affected at all. On the contrary, she found it exciting and excitedly took Gu Yushi's hand. "Mommy, it was fun." If it weren't for the fact that Mommy was so scared, she would want to do it again. "Ha ha ha, you really are a coward." Ji Chuan got off the minecart and looked at Gu Yushi's face first. Sure enough, it was just as he thought. It was so interesting. It also had a touch of pity. It's true what they say, beautiful women are poison. He was about to forget that she was a liar. Brain-dead thing. As the family of three walked by, the man cursed. Ji Chuan didn't even turn his head and knew it was the lecher from before. He sneered, "What kind of birth is this, not sitting with his wife or son, but thinking about sitting with a beautiful woman? Has he never seen a woman before, or is his thinking still filthy?" The lecherous man was angered when he was told what was on his mind, and swung his fist at Ji Chuan. Gu Yushi immediately protected Xiatangdu behind her. She wanted to block with her body, but unfortunately the man's fist was too fast. Ji Chuan wore a smile on his face and didn't even try to dodge. "Go ahead, try to get into the tangerines and make me pay, but you don't call the shots." The fist was only a few centimeters away from Ji Chuan. The man suddenly stopped, almost forgetting that this was a world where you had to pay for slapping someone. Even if you have money, you can't afford to be sued by a scoundrel. "Go ahead and slap me." Ji Chuan laughed. "Don't you have the guts? You." The man was so angry that he wanted to tear Ji Chuan to pieces, but he couldn't do anything. Ji Chuan has a habit of carrying cash with him everywhere, so he took out a wad of bills. Whoever slapped him would get the money. Someone asked, "Are you serious?" "Really," Ji Chuan said with certainty. "A handsome offer will attract brave men." He just didn't expect a young girl to come forward, and with a slap, she slapped the man in the face. Ji Chuan gave her a thumbs up. "Well done." The young girl took the money, everyone was watching, and the money was agreed to be for me, so there's no way I can renege. "It's yours." Ji Chuan smiled. If he hadn't been afraid that physical violence would affect his image in Xiatangdu's eyes, he would have done it himself. It was good to have a proxy. His heart felt better. The man lost face and was beaten up, furious and unable to find Ji Chuan trouble. He could only drag the young girl and not let her go, thinking she was an easy target. Unexpectedly, the girl first screamed out a cry of indecent assault, then performed a handsome over-the-shoulder throw, and as she walked away, she said, "Everyone can see that it was he who tried to molest me. I was acting in self-defense." A tenor in the crowd exclaimed, "Awesome." Ji Chuan took little Sugar Bean's hand. "Let's go." Gu Yushi glanced at the man, who was rolling on the ground in anger and embarrassment, and accidentally stepped on his foot as he walked past. "Ah!" The man screamed in pain. "Daddy, you have so much money." Little Sugar Bean was full of thoughts about the banknotes Ji Chuan had just taken in his hands. She had never seen so much money before. Ji Chuan couldn't help but laugh. "It's not much. There are roughly 13,000 yuan, which is not enough to go out for a drink." "Daddy, you really have a lot of money." Xiatangdu was full of envy. She had never imagined that begging could earn so much money. When she goes to school, she will go begging during the holidays. Ji Chuan didn't know that his little heiress was smiling like she had won the lottery. She wasn't aware of his superpowers, but she was full of thoughts about begging, otherwise she would definitely have laughed until she gasped for air.
The Ji family doesn't lack money. There is so much money that they can't spend it all.
After getting off the minecart, Ji Jiuchuan took them to lunch, and then they wandered around the castle, continuing to work on the project.
The adventures of Winnie the Pooh, Pirates of the Caribbean, Dumbo, and Alice in Wonderland Palace, etc., watched the parade.
Even the fox and rabbit were charmed by the cuteness of Sugarbean, throwing her several kisses and walking up to her to suggest a photo together.
Ji Jiuchuan enjoyed VIP treatment for the first time without having to use his banknotes.
Yes, he even took a photo with her.
They didn't leave the park until after the fireworks display. Sugarbean, do you want to come home with me? I've got a surprise for you. You can enter the world of animals when you wake up tomorrow. Outside the Dinu garden, Ji Jiuchuan began to coax his daughter.
Little Sugarbean's big, clear eyes looked at Gu Yushi, wanting to go home with Daddy, but she needed to ask Mummy's permission. Gu Yushi bit her lip. She couldn't let little Sugarbean go home with Ji Jiuchuan. She also had to leave with little Sugarbean, to a place where Ji Jiuchuan couldn't find them. Mummy, let's go home with Daddy together. Little Sugarbean's little head was spinning fast, so that she could have both her mommy and daddy, and she didn't need to think about separating with either side. Chapter 34, Buy some gifts, just give 2 million. Gu Yushi gently supported her forehead. Alas, how could she possibly go back with them? Ji Jiuchuan also had no intention of taking Gu Yushi back with him. A woman who was full of secrets and impossible to read, he could not let the wolf into the house. Naturally, he could not be the bad guy. In the future, Xia Tangdu would have to follow him, and he needed to make a good impression on her. He could only let Gu Yushi refuse. Gu Yushi read the meaning in Ji Jiuchuan's eyes, and after some thought, she said, Xia Tangdu, Daddy is not feeling well. How about you come home with me? Xia Tangdu hung her head and didn't say a word. Whenever she looked like this, she would never give up until she achieved her goal. Gu Yushi was helpless. Then, little Sugarbean, why don't you go back to sleep with Daddy for one night, and I'll come pick you up in the morning, okay? It seems that I can only talk to little Sugarbean properly tomorrow. Don't look at little Sugarbean as being small, she will understand everything you say to her. Mommy isn't coming? Little Sugarbean pouted, a little aggrieved. I won't go, you go back with Daddy. Gu Yushi smiled and stroked Xia Tangdu's long hair, telling her to be good and listen to Daddy. Xia Tangdu nodded. Contact me at any time. Gu Yushi pointed at the watch on Xia Tangdu's wrist. Last time, Xia Tangdu's watch ran out of power, which was why she couldn't be contacted. In the past few days, Gu Yushi had been keeping an eye on the watch's battery level. I know, Mommy. Sugarbean hugged the back of Gu Yushi's head and gave her precious mommy a big kiss on the face. Ji Jiuchuan watched Sugarbean's reluctant expression and made a decision in his heart. He wanted to quickly turn his daughter's heart towards him. That way, Sugarbean wouldn't feel any pain if she couldn't see Gu Yushi. Ji Jiuchuan first sent Gu Yushi back to Longhu, and then took Sugarbean back to the villa. After a day of playing, he was a little tired, but seeing the little girl sleeping soundly in the back seat, the fatigue and drowsiness that had been weighing on his mind disappeared. It was already past 10 when they returned home. Little Sugarbean woke up as soon as she arrived, full of energy. She knew the way and ran happily on the cobblestone road. The living room was bright, and little Sugarbean, with her short little legs, ran in first, followed leisurely by Ji Jiuchuan. As soon as Sugarbean arrived in the living room, she saw the man with a stern face. She stopped in time and turned around to find Daddy's thighs to hug. Li is a person who, relying on being Sangu's grandson, is so careless and has caused such a big trouble. The Ji family can't tolerate him anymore. Ji Tianfeng didn't notice the little girl and lifted up his teacup, savoring the fine Longjing. Your great aunt is in a lot of trouble. If you fire her grandson, she'll just come to the company and cause trouble. Zhou Yun gave a look of disdain. It's not her great aunt anyway. Her great aunt is in a lot of trouble. She targeted her as soon as she arrived, and after she was punished by her, she never spoke to her again. This is what annoys Ji Tianfeng, and he's afraid of upsetting the relatives. Dad, Mom. Ji Jiuchuan picked up Xia Tangdu and called out. Ji Tianfeng casually looked back. His face was still sour, but when he saw the little treasure in Ji Jiuchuan's arms, his smile suddenly spread. Little Sugarbean. Ji Tianfeng had longed for his granddaughter, but unfortunately Ji Jiuchuan didn't earn any money, so he was only able to see her now. Daddy, is this scary uncle your daddy? Little Sugar Bean was a little afraid of Ji Tianfeng and tightly hugged Ji Chuan's neck.
Ha 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 ha.
Ji Chuan laughed out loud, not giving face.
Zhou Yun did the same, getting up to greet her precious granddaughter. This fierce man is none other than your grandfather.
Zhou Yun couldn't stop laughing, reaching out to Little Sugar Bean. Come, Grandma will hug you.
Grandma.
Little Sugar Bean shouted in a baby voice, kissing Zhou Yun's face. Zhou Yun beamed. What a good girl. Ji Tianfeng stood awkwardly to one side, his hand reaching out and then weakly withdrawing. It was all the fault of his granddaughter's rude grandson that he had been misunderstood by his granddaughter.
Little Sugar Bean.
Ji Tianfeng smiled at Little Sugar Bean. I'm not angry, I was just talking about a bad person, that's why I look serious. Little Sugar Bean turned her face away and didn't say a word.
Zhou Yun and Ji Chuan couldn't stop laughing.
It was the first time they had seen the business magnate Ji Tianfeng so flustered.
No one would believe it if they told the story.
When he was young, he faced gangsters without flinching and was resourceful enough to save his life. Now, however, he was at a loss for words when faced with his granddaughter.
It's true,
Zhou Yun said with a smile.
Only then did Xia Tangdu look at Ji Tianfeng.
The word grandpa seemed to be very hot in his mouth, so he didn't call it out.
Ji Tianfeng's heart was about to break. If only his granddaughter already had a sense of money. Then it would be possible to shout grandpa once and get 100,000 yuan. Kiss grandpa and get a house.
Love grandpa the most and get shares.
Xia Tangdu, how about shouting grandpa? Ji Tianfeng picked up a bag of candy to coax Xia Tangdu.
The day before, when he went to the mall to buy things for Xia Tangdu, Ji Tianfeng was sure that children love candy, so he bought all kinds of candy back. He bought a lot of the rumored sky-high candy assassins, which are said to cost hundreds of dollars just to name a few, and picked them at random to kiss his granddaughter. Little Tangdo didn't know that in her eyes, he felt even less like a good person. Mommy said that 9 out of 10 people who lure people with candy are bad people, but this bad grandfather won't harm her.
Because he is daddy's daddy.
Little Sugar Bean took the candy and said in a baby voice, but I can only eat one candy a day, and I already ate it today.
It's okay, little sweetie, you have the right to choose 4 candies a day.
Your mommy ate one, and grandma's, grandpa's, and your daddy's are still there. Ji Tianfeng was able to make up any lie to get his granddaughter to eat candy, so he took out all the candy he had bought that day. Little Sugar Bean felt like she was in a candy kingdom.
So much candy.
Little Sugar Bean exclaimed. Dad, you're setting a bad example for Little Sugar Bean. Ji Chuan lowered his voice, saying that it's not good for children to eat too much sugar.
Ji Tianfeng shot him a look. How bad can it be? It's only 4 candies, not a bag. If Little Sugar Bean loves them, let her have a few.
Little Sugar Bean picked up a candy with a peach pattern and looked at Ji Chuan. Daddy, can I really eat it? Ji Chuan repeatedly jumped back and forth between Principal and Little Sugar Bean, and finally nodded seriously. Eat, and have 2 more. His daughter is so cute, he can't refuse. Tomorrow, he will make an appointment with the best dentist in Jiangqing to have Little Sugar Bean's teeth checked and protected, so that tooth decay can be slowed down. Little Sugar Bean, your grandmother and I bought you lots of presents.
Shall we go upstairs and take a look? By the way, they're in your room.
In the past few days, Ji Tianfeng and Zhou Yun spent every spare minute in the mall, stocking up on clothes and toys. They picked a south-facing bedroom near their room and temporarily converted it into a children's room, decorated mainly in pink. They were sure their granddaughter would like it.
Good.
Little Sugar Bean slowly accepted Ji Tianfeng and followed him. The two entered the second floor, and Ji Chuan said to Zhou Yun, Mom, give me some money to buy a gift for your granddaughter. Since Ji Chuan got into trouble some time ago, Zhou Yun has not given him any pocket money for 2 months to teach him a lesson. Ji Chuan had spent his own savings over the past 2 months, and there was almost nothing left. Naturally, he had to ask for money to buy his daughter a big present.
What are you buying? Zhou Yun looked at him suspiciously.
A big tiger, a big lion, it's just a few dozen times bigger than the small cat you got last time. Ji Chuan hadn't forgotten that he had bought the small one for Xia Tangdu, and it was completely because he didn't want to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on someone else's child.
But now it's different. It's his own daughter.
When it comes to spending money on his daughter, not to mention hundreds of thousands of dollars, once he gets his bonus, he can buy whatever he wants, as long as he can afford it.
How much is it?
Zhou Yun let go as soon as she heard that it was for her granddaughter.
$1 million, give or take.
Buy her 5 or 6 of those to pile up at home for show, plus the running errands and whatnot. Just give me 2 million. Ji Jo Chuan is talking sheer nonsense with his eyes wide open. With his relationship with the boss, that thing will only cost a little over 100,000 yuan. A threefold increase. Plus the running expenses. There's nothing he can do. He's in financial difficulty, so he can only slightly take advantage of his daughter, or to be precise, take advantage of his daughter to take advantage of his mother.
Chapter 35. How will she decide whether to keep the little sugar plum? What? 2 million for just a few big items?
Ji Jo Chuan, I am old, but I haven't lost my mind as I get older. Zhou Yun could tell at a glance that Ji Jo Chuan was lying about the situation. She knows her son best.
2 words to describe him: a swindler. Mom, isn't this for your granddaughter?
It has to be good, nothing less.
Ji Jo Chuan said evasively. Okay, show me the receipt after you buy it.
Zhou Yun slowly picked up an apple and nibbled on it. Ji Jo Chuan agreed in seconds, no problem.
The boss is his friend anyway, so he can write as much as he wants. There's no problem with writing a check for 1.9 million, right?
Then he'll ask his old mum to round it up to 2 million.
I'll check it out. Do you know what you'll face if you forge an invoice?
The old are wiser than the young, Zhou Yun smiles lightly.
Ji Jo Chuan. It won't stand up to verification. Mom, give me a break, you'll make your granddaughter happy and I'll be happy too.
Ji Jo Chuan quietly pulls out the little candy beans to talk about things.
I'm a mother, not a horse trainer. Zhou Yun didn't even spare Ji Jo Chuan a glance.
She had spoiled him too much before, causing him to go racing without even telling them, and they had to find out from the internet. When Ji Jo Chuan offended the big boss a while ago, she and Ji Tianfeng discussed taking the opportunity to deduct his money and not let him have the chance to go racing.
It's too easy to do stunts on a car.
They only have one son, and they can't let him take risks. Without money to support him, Ji Jo Chuan won't be able to continue modifying his car.
The plan was going perfectly, so why did Ji Jo Chuan have to take advantage of Xia Tangdu and continue doing such high-risk things?
Mom, you're so stingy. You spend money on your granddaughter without a care, but you're so mean to me.
Ji Jo Chuan pouted in protest. Zhou Yun was unmoved. Anyway, whatever you buy for sugar bean, bring me the receipt, I'll check it and if it's okay, I'll reimburse it, but no discussion about anything else.
She also wanted to go upstairs to play with her granddaughter.
A troublesome son? Who cares? Mom!
Ji Jo Chuan shouted in protest.
It was obviously ineffective.
The plan fell through, but Ji Jo Chuan still bought those imitation animal figurines. They were placed in the first and second floors, the backyard, the swimming pool, and everywhere else that Xia Tangdu could see.
His daughter, Ji Jo Chuan, was going to enjoy the best treatment. Xia Tangdu, do you like this room? After showing Xia Tangdu the gift room, Ji Tianfeng brought her to the room.
The pink-themed room had cartoon characters that girls would like painted on the walls, and a row of crystal cabinets full of action figures.
There were all kinds.
Ji Tianfeng and Zhou Yun had dropped by a friend's house unannounced, and their friend had a girl about the same age as Xia Tangdu, so they had decorated the room according to that girl's taste.
It was so beautiful.
Xia Tangdu was like a country bumpkin entering the grand view garden, shocked by the beautiful room before her, which was much more luxurious than the one she lived in with her mother. Gu Yushi decorated the room very sweetly, but no matter how she decorated it, it couldn't change the fact that there was no balcony and the area was only 10 square meters.
The room that the Ji family prepared for Xia Tangdu was 60 square meters in area alone.
The room was divided into 3 areas: the balcony leisure and entertainment area, the bedroom plus cloakroom as the living area, and the open plan study as the exploration and learning area.
Exquisite dolls were placed everywhere. Girls love dolls, and they can never have too many. The couple bought everything they thought their daughter would like. There were so many dolls that they couldn't all fit, so they set aside a special room for them. Little Sugar Bean, look at your clothes. Zhou Yun came in through the door and gestured for Little Sugar Bean to look at the closet. They had picked out all kinds of clothes, all the latest styles from luxury brands that hadn't even been released yet. Pants, shirts, skirts, jumpsuits, you name it, they bought it all, as well as a dozen pairs of shoes in different colors to go with the outfits. Zhou Yun doesn't have a daughter, so she has no outlet for her love of dressing up, but now she can dress up Sugar Bean every day. Grandma, this is Sugar Bean's room, and all this stuff and the clothes are for Sugar Bean? Sugar Bean's big, round eyes are full of curiosity.
Yes, we have prepared all this for little sweetie. Zhou Yunzi fondly stroked little sweetie's long hair.
Does little sweetie like it?
Yes. Little sweetie felt like she was dreaming.
Usually there are so many nice things in dreams.
This is your room, but if you are afraid to sleep alone at night, you can still ask your father or us. Zhou Yun did not want to force such a young child to learn to be independent, but she just wanted to make sure that the room was there, whether little sweetie slept in it or not. Little Sugar Bean has to sleep alone. Little Sugar Bean knows that Gu Yushi doesn't want anyone to know she exists, so she sleeps alone so they can keep in touch in secret.
Is Little Sugar Bean really that amazing? Zhou Yun and Ji Tianfeng looked at each other and could see admiration in each other's eyes.
If eyes could speak, their eyes would definitely be saying, "She's worthy to be my granddaughter."
Yes.
Little Sugar Bean nodded seriously. Zhou Yun beamed, "That's great, but when you can't, our bedroom is right across from yours, and your father's is on the 3rd floor." Worried that Xiatangdu wouldn't be able to find her room, Zhou Yun took Xiatangdu's hand to show her the way. After showing her Ji Chuan's room, she sent Xiatangdu back to her room to help her wash up. After Xiatangdu finished washing up, Zhou Yun untangled her pigtails and watched her lie on the bed with her eyes closed before leaving with Ji Tianfeng. Ji Tianfeng was gratified. "I never thought that Zhe Chuan, who was such a restless child, would give birth to such a cute little baby." The term cross-generational affection is fully displayed in Ji Tianfeng and Zhou Yun, who love them no less than their own biological children. When she ran into Ji Chuan, who had just come upstairs, Zhou Yun reminded him, "Xiatangdu was asleep, so don't go disturbing her."
By the way, have you met Xiatangdu's mother? What kind of woman is she? No.
Ji Chuan frowned as he thought about the things he had been wondering about.
I'll take care of this, so don't worry about it.
After thinking about it, he decided not to tell them, so as to save them the worry. In the bedroom of the Little Sugar Bean, there was a warm orange lamp left on, and she used the light to make a phone call to Gu Yushi. The weather in Jiangcheng has been unpredictable recently.
When Gu Yushi got off the bus at Donghu, she missed the last bus and walked home.
It was only now that she had reached the door of her house. While unlocking the door with her key, she answered the Little Sugar Bean's phone call. "Hello, Little Sugar Bean."
The Little Sugar Bean chattered on and on.
She talked about how big the villa was, and how big the rooms were. She talked about the clothes, the shoes, the action figures of cartoon characters, and the bed.
Gu Yushi sat on the sofa, listening very patiently.
As she listened to Xiatangdu recount these things in a tone of surprise, Gu Yushi's heart was in a mess.
If only she had left Xiatangdu with the JIS, the people Xiatangdu could receive would have been extraordinary, and the education she could receive would have been even more extraordinary.
If she followed her, she would never dare to ask for anything for fear that her mother would say she didn't have the money. If she followed her, she would only be able to live in a rented room, and if she was kicked out by the landlord, she would have to pack up her things in a hurry and find the next place to live. If she followed her, she would not get the best education. There were no favorable conditions to support her every step in the future. Gu Yushi was at a loss.
Was the idea of taking Little Sugar Bean away from the city and following her heart the right thing to do, or the wrong thing to do? Mommy, I really like Grandma's house. Little Sugar Bean's words brought Gu Yushi's thoughts back to reality. Yes. A mansion, beautiful clothes, delicious food. If you were an adult, you couldn't refuse, let alone a child. Although Little Sugar Bean was small, she knew which was good and which was not. Then you, stay for a few more days. Gu Yushi hesitated for a moment before speaking. Give her a little more time to think about it. Thank you, Mommy. Sugar Plum's voice was very happy. Gu Yushi smiled. You have to be good and listen to me, and don't throw a tantrum. Mommy, I know. It would be nice if you could come too, and we could sleep together in a big bed. Sugar Plum's voice was very sweet. Gu Yushi smiled helplessly. Sugar Plum, it's late, you should go to sleep quickly, and Mommy needs to take a bath and go to bed too. Good night, Mommy. Good night, Sugar Bean. Gu Yushi hung up the phone anxiously. She was afraid that if she waited any longer, she would lose control and feel even more downhearted. Sugar Bean was such a smart child, he would sense it. What should she do? What choice was the best? She loved Sugar Bean, and she would not allow her own mistakes to affect Sugar Bean's future. Was it better to follow Ji Chuan or follow her? Chapter 36, Daddy Bear steps in to support Sugar Plum.
Yi Xiaomeng, she is a salesperson at Xinqing department store, and she is quite good looking.
What's wrong? This is your child's biological mother, right? Ji Chuan's phone received a message from Zhou Xiaoyang.
Zhou Yun accidentally saw it and her attention immediately focused on it. Reaching over, she took Ji Zhouchuan's phone and saw only the previous paragraph. She needed to unlock it to read the rest. Zhou Yun's intuition told her that it must be about Xia Tangdu. She tapped the screen, and 9 dots appeared. Ji Zhouchuan never guarded against her when unlocking the phone, and there was nothing to guard against, so she just swiped it horizontally and then vertically. It was simple and clear, so she could open it just by trying. Zhou Yun saw Ji Zhouchuan holding another phone and talking on the phone on the balcony, unlocking it quietly, and tapping to open it to read the message.
Biological mother? The real mother of Xia Tangdu is Yi Xiaoming? Zhou Yun sensed something was wrong when Ji Zhouchuan only brought Xia Tangdu home. This guy is going to keep the girl and abandon the mother. How can he do such a thing? Yi Xiaoming, just by hearing her name, you can tell she is a very cute girl.
Zhou Yun was full of sympathy and decided to stop the tragedy from unfolding. She first sent back an OK sign, and then deleted the 2 messages.
Xinqing department store, isn't that the property of an old classmate of mine?
Zhou Yun put her phone down and decided to go and investigate Yi Xiaoming. If she was a bad girl, she would stop her without Ji Zhouchuan having to say anything, but if she was a good girl, she would have to help match them up. Zhou Yun still sided with Ji Zhouchuan in her heart. After all, he was her son born after 10 months of pregnancy, and he was her only child. Even if Yi Xiaoming is very good, she cannot force him to marry her. She doesn't want to see her son suffer for the rest of his life, but she can matchmake for them. It would be best if they could be together, and everyone would be happy, and the family would be reunited. If that's not possible, she can make up for Yi Xiaoming's RV and money, and at least ensure that she can live a comfortable life for the rest of her life. Little sugar bean is enough to ensure that Yi Xiaoming will have no worries for the rest of her life.
Daddy, the shark in the swimming pool is so cute. Xia Tangdu walked into the living room holding a bunny doll.
Ji Tianfeng had deliberately stayed home from the office to spend time with his granddaughter.
He followed Xia Tangdu around, wherever she went. Ji Tianfeng didn't want to let Xia Tangdu walk, so he kept holding her. Xia Tangdu only took a few steps until she didn't want to be held anymore.
Ji Zhouchuan heard Xia Tangdu's voice and said to the person on the other end of the phone, "Okay, do as I say.
If Lao Lu wants to leave, let him go. He's been acting like an old fool all day. He was hired by Lao Wang, so let Lao Wang deal with it."
After hanging up the phone, Ji Zhouchuan crouched down and hugged Xia Tangdu, who ran up to him.
What do you think? I told you there would be a surprise when you woke up, didn't I?
At 5 a.m., the merchant sent someone to deliver a lion, tiger, whale, polar bear, penguin and rabbit, which were placed in various parts of the villa. The majestic lion was placed in the corner of the living room. A large shark was placed by the pool. The sitting rabbit was placed in the hallway outside Xia Tangdu's room, and Ji Zhouchuan had specially asked for a smaller model so as not to affect walking. The 2.2 polar bear was placed in Xia Tangdu's bedroom.
My father is the most amazing person in the world. Sugar Bean was overjoyed.
When she woke up today, she saw all these oversized little animals. Zhou Yun wanted to take credit for it, but the money came from her own pocket. She thought that Ji Zhouchuan hadn't had a relationship with Sugar Bean before, so she let her silly son take the credit.
Sugar Bean, have fun with your father and grandfather. Grandma is going out to hunt for you, and I'll bring you food when I come back.
Zhou Yun picked up a limited edition donkey bag and changed into a pair of leisurely sports shoes.
Ji Tianfeng walked up to her at some point and whispered, "Honey, where are you going?"
Zhou Yun liked Sugar Bean so much that she would rather not play mahjong or go hiking and would stay with her granddaughter.
How could she go out at this time?
As smart as he was, he could tell something was up at a glance. Zhou Yun glanced at Ji Zhouchuan and whispered the news: the mother of Xiaododo should be the girl named Yi Xiaoming. She works at Xinqing department store. I'll go and see what this girl looks like, what kind of character she has, and what her values are like. Ji Tianfeng nodded upon hearing this, then be careful, don't scare the girl, and remember to keep me updated.
Okay, you just stay with Xiaododo.
Zhou Yun was ready to go, waved at Xiaododo, and then left the house. She asked the driver to take her to the entrance of the Xinqing department store, and went to the front desk to find out a little about Yi Xiaoming.
She learned that Yi Xiaoming was handing out flyers in front of the department store. Zhou Yun remembered, wasn't that the lively bunny doll that got off the car? Outside the store, Zhou Yun saw the bunny doll handing out flyers. It was shaking its head and moving around so lively that people didn't want to throw the flyers it was holding away. Oops.
Zhou Yun, acting like a drama queen, walked up to the rabbit doll and pretended to have twisted her ankle, sitting on the ground and groaning.
Are you okay?
Yi Xiaoming heard the sound, took off the rabbit head covering, squatted down her awkward body, and reached out to Zhou Yun. Can you get up?
I'll help you go sit in the mall. Zhou Yun looked at the enthusiastic Yi Xiaoming and knew what was going on.
She carefully observed Yi Xiaoming's appearance and realized that she was her type. A small melon-shaped face, big eyes, a high nose and a small cherry-shaped mouth.
No wonder she can give birth to such a beautiful daughter as Sugar Bean.
This face is also very good-looking, so it would be good to have another grandson.
The Ji family really needs an heir to the throne.
Of course, she is a good-natured mother-in-law. If she really doesn't want to give birth, then she won't.
Sugar Bean can be the heir.
Yi Xiaoming helped Zhou Yun into the mall, asked about the situation, checked her leg, and brought her a cup of warm water.
Zhou Yun was very satisfied. She had decided on this daughter-in-law.
So that day, Yi Xiaoming, who had only been working for a short time, was promoted and suddenly became the head of the purchasing department, with an annual salary of 200,000 yuan. Yi Xiaoming, I'm very satisfied with the salary, but my ability currently only allows me to hand out flyers. What mistake was made to make her a supervisor? No matter how Yi Xiaoming explained, her colleagues didn't believe her and decided that she was the mistress of one of the company's bosses, scrambling to curry favor with her.
Zhou Yunmei returned home happily. She was determined to match them up. Meanwhile, Ji Zhouchuan took Xia Tangdu to the sports park, which was where Gu Yushi would bring Xia Tangdu to play when she had time. Daddy, I see little Pan Bao Ro.
Sugar Bean pointed to the little chubby kid playing in the sand, her heart was pounding with excitement. Little Pan Bao Ro always bullied her, calling her a child without a father. But now it's different, she has a father, the world's most awesome father. Ji Zhouchuan looked at the little chubby kid having a great time, and signaled Sugar Bean to go over.
Teach him as you like, I'll back you up. How dare he bully his daughter? Does he not know that Ji Zhouchuan will avenge all wrongs?
He grabbed little Fatty and spanked him, but it was not as satisfying as when little Sugar Bean personally beat someone up. Chapter 37, Ji Zhouchuan gives his daughter his full support.
Daddy, can I really beat him up?
Little Sugar Bean blinked curiously. She had learned a lot of real kung fu on TV, but unfortunately she had no place to use it. Because she knows that if she causes trouble, Xia Oguan Beikai can call his mom and dad, but she only has her mom, and her mom has to fight two people alone. She doesn't want her mom to be bullied, so she grits her teeth and endures it every time.
Of course, when your dad was in school, who dared to bully me?
Ji Zhouchuan never initiates trouble, but he is not afraid of it either.
Bullying his daughter is even worse than bullying him.
This little fat guy needs to take revenge.
Good.
Little Sugar Bean waved at Ji Zhouchuan and pouted her lips, signaling for a kiss. Ji Zhouchuan crouched down, and little Sugar Bean immediately hugged him, cupped his head in her hands and gave him a big kiss on the cheek.
Dad, I'm going.
Little Sugar Bean ran over to Little Pork Bun. Little Pork Bun was bragging to the other kids, telling them stories that sounded so real that everyone believed him, and he was so happy. I'll tell you, my dad is the best. He even carried a cow into our house yesterday, on one arm. Little Pan Bao Ro was glowing, and his double chin swayed as he spoke.
Really? Your dad is that strong?
Of course.
Little Pan Bao Ro doesn't lie. Xia Guobo was just about to press his advantage and say more when he noticed Xia Tangdu coming, smiling at him. He gave a disdainful snort. Only your mom's Xia Tangdu, what are you smiling at? You don't have a dad. Xia Guobo's eyes nearly floated up to the sky. He just doesn't like Xia Tangdu. Every time Xia Tangdu comes, the kids all play with Xia Tangdu and don't listen to him. You're lucky to have a father, but your father is a bragger and a liar. Your family doesn't even have a tiger or a lion, and your father can't even lift an ox. After listening to Ji Zhouchuan's analysis, Xia Tangbawea realized that no normal family could keep a tiger at home. Tigers are a national protected animal. Unless it's a wild tiger. But it takes a lot of strength to do that. After Ji Zhouchuan's analysis, Xia Tangbawea came to the conclusion that his family definitely didn't have that kind of strength, so he concluded that they were a family of liars. You're talking nonsense. My father keeps tigers and lions. Xia Guobo's face flushed with anger. No one had ever questioned him before. So, is your father a veterinarian? A zookeeper? He keeps tigers, but he can't even look after you, you little stupid pig.
Xiaotangdu shot back at him with the words Ji Jiuchuan had taught her. She was very clever and remembered everything Ji Jiuchuan said.
That's right, little sweetie, what does your father do? I went to the zoo before, and my father said that we can't keep a tiger at home. My father told me the same thing. Your father must be very powerful to be able to keep a tiger. The other children had heard Sweetie brag about this before and believed her, because Sweetie was the strongest one in the group. If you don't believe it, you'll get a beating. So they chose to believe it. I, Xiaoguobo, was so angry that I gnashed my teeth. Everyone, don't listen to what she says. She doesn't have a father, so what she says doesn't count. Xiaotangdu is smart and lively, and has a beautiful and gentle mother. The only flaw is that she doesn't have a father, so that's the only thing she can attack. And the only time Xiaotangdu gets angry and cries is when people talk about her father. It was a loud, crisp slap. The children are shocked to see that the slap from Peas has landed on the face of the child Wang Xiaoguanboro, and the sound is louder than when their mother hits them. Peas is finished. Xiaoguanboro can kill a fly with one punch at home. Let's hide away quickly. Hide. Peas is finished. Peas, run away. The children instinctively stepped back 1 meter and shouted at Peas. Ah! I'm going to lose my temper. Xiaopanbeara charged at Xiaotangdu in a fit of rage. Ji Jiuchuan watched from the side, his mouth curling up to the back of his head. He wasn't worried at all. Before going out, Xiaotangdu had specially demonstrated the martial arts of the 4 unusual animals, a mixture of judo, taekwondo, muay thai, sanda, and karate, for him. It was a messy mix of judo, taekwondo, muay thai, sanda, and karate. It looked chaotic and gave him a headache, but it had the unexpected effect of knocking the robot back repeatedly and leaving him unable to fight back. His clever and capable daughter was easily able to deal with the little pork dumpling. He saw the little pork dumpling charging at her like a mad boar, determined to knock her 10 meters into the air. She just flicked aside lightly. Pork dumpling braised in a small pot applied the emergency brake. Due to its clumsiness, it was difficult for it to stop in time, and it took a few steps forward. It looked like it was about to stand firm. Little Sweet Pea came up behind pork dumpling braised in a small pot, lifted her foot and kicked pork dumpling braised in a small pot mercilessly in the butt. Eat shit. Pork dumpling braised in a small pot was faced with a fresh pile of shit. It was just left by someone walking their cat, as Little Sugar Bean observed. Oh no! Little Pan Bao Ro fell into the sand, with his face just 2 centimeters away from the pile of poop. He had just eaten a big meal and was about to yuck it up. Little Pan Bao Ro ate poop. Little Sugar Bean shouted happily. The other children stood far away, and from their perspective, Xiaoguobo had already eaten half of it, so they suddenly looked disgusted. I'm going to tell my mom that Xiaoguobo has pooped. Me too. Me too. You guys go ahead, I want to see Xiaoguobo finish eating. The children dispersed, leaving behind a 5-year-old boy with glasses, who stayed at his post and waited for Xiaoguobo to finish eating. He wanted to know what his father tasted like. Little Sugar Bean, I'm going to kill you. Little Pan Bao Ro heard what the children were saying and was furious. He knew that his authority had been completely destroyed this time. He angrily got up and vowed to dig a pit and bury Little Sugar Bean. Chapter 38, Supporting his daughter and teaching Little Pan Bao Ro a lesson. Little Peas knew that Little Pork Bun was completely furious. When Little Pork Bun was angry, she was very strong, and she might not be able to deal with it. She ran behind Ji Jiuchuan, attracting Little Pork Bun to sprint in that direction as well. Where is Shark? Ji Jiuchuan grabbed Little Fatty by the collar and let him flail about. I'll shark you. I'll shark Little Peas. Little Peas, you bad boy without a father, I'll shark you. The little fat boy roared while baring his teeth, so loudly that everyone around them looked over. Judging from the image, it looked like a tall, handsome adult was bullying the little fat boy, but listening to the voice, it was clear that the little fat boy was being a brat? Cursing someone else for being a bad kid without a father, and then being punished by someone else's father? If so, there is only one word to say, good. Where are your parents? Ji Jiuchuan asked calmly. In public, the heir to the Ji family was not so foolish as to lay hands on a child. Naturally, he wanted the parents to come. He opened his mouth, and his parents scolded the child. Dad, Mom, come save me, someone's going to beat me up. Xiaoguo Bao Ro had a good appetite and was full of energy. He shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice frighteningly loud.
Ji Jiuchuan used one hand to scratch his ear. You can scream.
Dad, his lion's roar scared me a few times. Xia Tangdu hugged Ji Jiuchuan's thigh, thinking that it was good to have a father's support.
Even if Xia Guobo's parents came, her father was the most awesome, able to fight two at once.
Don't worry, I'll take care of it for you.
How dare he yell at Ji Jiuchuan's daughter, he must be taught a lesson. Little Potsticker's parents only have one son, and they spoil him, which has caused him to have a bad temper. As soon as they heard his loud voice, they hurried over.
Who's bullying my child?
Miss Tang rushed over angrily and saw that little Potsticker was being carried by a man. She shouted, Lin, someone's bullying our child.
Mr. Lin looked at Ji Jiuchuan viciously and said, let go of my son right now, or else you'll be sorry.
Mr. Lin is in the renovation business and has made a lot of dirty money over the years selling junk materials. He has befriended workers with short tempers who do whatever he says, so he doesn't care about anyone.
Really? Ji Jiuchuan gave a disdainful smile. Who are you going to give a good time to? Who are you going to give a good time to? Ji Jiuchuan? You are Ji Jiuchuan? Seeing Ji Jiuchuan's face clearly, Miss Tang stuttered and shouted.
Ji Jiuchuan is rich and good-looking, single and not interested in women, and he treats women with great respect in public.
Who wouldn't want to be Ji Jiuchuan's dream girl?
On a women's app, in the poll for the person most wanted to marry, Ji Jiuchuan was a celebrity in his own right, and because his popularity was so high, he was added to the poll.
He ended up in second place.
The first place winner had been a top celebrity for many years, with fans all over the world, so it was only natural that he would come in second.
If you know me, then I don't need to introduce myself.
Ji Jiuchuan gave a careless smile, and still held the collar of the little fat man. The little fat man was used to his parents showing off, but this was the first time he had seen them both quiet down, and he was suddenly dumbfounded.
Honey, this is Ji Jiuchuan. Mrs. Tang whispered to Mr. Lin, what should I do? Have I offended Ji Jiuchuan? What's wrong with Ji Jiuchuan?
If you dare to touch my son, you'll see what happens. Mr. Lin was not afraid at all, and was as pleased as Punch. In his opinion, if someone dares to make trouble, they should be sent straight to the orange pit.
So what if they are rich and powerful?
If they have the guts, they can quietly buy a bear and have it devour them.
Rich people care most about their reputation, so they dare not. Your name is Lin Jisheng, right?
You are the person in charge of the home decor studio. Ji Jiuchuan slowly revealed Mr. Lin's identity.
Mr. Lin said with a sigh, do you believe I can make you go viral? How about you say that the heir of the Ji family bullied an honest family of 3? Honest family? I think you are a corpse collector.
Ji Jiuchuan burst out laughing, and as soon as he let go, the struggling little fat man bounced back and fell to the ground. The designer specifically used low prices to trick people into signing contracts.
There were add-ons everywhere.
Not only was the construction poor, but the service was also poor. They used fake environmentally friendly materials to prove their point, but they were all materials with high formaldehyde content.
Am I right?
Ji Jiuchuan had long since investigated the Xiaogua Baoro family. The father was a heartless liar, the mother was complicit, and the son was spoiled and behaved recklessly, bullying people everywhere.
The whole family is immoral.
He, Ji Jiuchuan, is not a nosy person, and if it doesn't touch his interests, he won't even bother to look at it. But when it comes to his daughter, he wants to straighten out Mr. Lin and his mansion, and show him who's boss.
You're talking nonsense, and you have no proof.
Mr. Lin was feeling guilty, and his words no longer had the same conviction. Little Pot Stewed Pork was still stumbling on the ground, and only Tang Girl reacted, picking him up.
Daddy, hug.
Little Sugar Beans held out her hand, wanting to watch the fun from a high place. Ji Jiuchuan bent down and picked up his daughter, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. Whether it's nonsense or not, you don't have the final say. The person in charge of rectifying you has the final say.
As for the evidence, I think as soon as I post a casual message offering legal assistance, countless people will be scrambling to sign up, right?
The legal team at the G Group is famous, and each one of them is an elite among elites, not comparable to those ordinary lawyers on the market.
Mr. Lin was shocked. Dad, Xia Tangdu must have found someone to pretend to be her father. Don't fall for it. Teach them a lesson.
Xia Guobo saw the look of reluctance on Mr. Lin's face and quickly added fuel to the fire.
The Lin family doesn't need to fear anyone.
His father's workers are all very impressive. He often hears them talk about how cool they are and how if they hate a kid, they can teach him a lesson. He wanted the workers to teach little Sugar Bean a lesson right now. A child without a father would dare to be so arrogant and smug, he would not allow it. Right, Ji Jochuan doesn't even have a girlfriend, where would he get a child from?
Mr. Lin suddenly reacted. Ji Jochuan's mouth twitched. Does it matter whether I have a child or not to sanction you?
However, I do want to sanction you because this crispy pork has bullied my precious daughter.
Daddy, it's pan-fried pork.
Little Sugar Bean reminded Ji Jochuan in a baby voice, covering his ears with both hands. Not only does a father's voice inexplicably become husky when he speaks to his daughter, but the daughter's voice also becomes babyish when she speaks to her father.
Chapter 39, Could it really be his child? Ji Jochuan's smile was gentle. Okay, I understand. Mr. Lin saw Ji Jochuan being so gentle with Xia Tangdu, and his eyebrows furrowed tightly. Could it really be his child? Although no news has been revealed online, that's just how it is in wealthy families. If they want to hide something, it's airtight.
He now earns a net income of more than 100,000 yuan per month, all from cheating property owners, taking advantage of the difficulty of protecting rights in lawsuits.
Even if someone exposes him online, it won't help. They advertise well, and they can easily fool anyone who walks into the store.
If Ji Jochuan were to intervene, not only would he not be able to earn that much money every month, but the store would have a hard time staying open. Mr. Lin was scared, and Xia Guobo was still encouraging him. Dad, you should go shake some people up and get those uncles to come here.
Shut up, brat.
Mr. Lin pushed Xiao Guanbao Rou onto his back, and when he saw the child fall to the ground in the sand, he didn't even look concerned. In the face of such a major money issue, nothing else mattered. He knew that the workers were willing to work for him because he paid them well, otherwise why would they work for him? The workers were fierce, so they could control the property owners who wanted to cause trouble. After all, people who can afford to buy a house have old parents and young children, so they dare not risk their lives.
The workers are different.
They don't have any old people or young children, and they are not worried about hunger, so they dare to be so arrogant.
Dad, you pushed me. Xiao Guobao cried out in anger.
This was the first time he had had a conflict with someone else, and his father had not stood by his side.
Master Ji, I have no grudges against you.
My child and your child are just children playing around, so don't take it seriously.
Mr. Lin spoke with a trembling voice.
As long as he could keep Ji Jochuan stable, he could continue to rip people off and promote his villa project. The money he had ripped off was enough to buy a decent apartment in Zhangcheng. Zhangcheng was a prosperous city, and an apartment there cost at least 10 million yuan. This showed how much Mr. Lin had ripped off people and how many evil deeds he had committed.
To say that my daughter doesn't have a father is not a distortion of the truth? Isn't this bullying her weak heart? Ji Jochuan gave a disgusted sound. This is something Xiao Guobo learned from his parents.
Mr. Lin and Ms. Tang often accompanied their son to the sports park, and they only noticed Xia Tangdu because Gu Yushi was so beautiful.
Every time they saw Gu Yushi come alone, they would ask Xiao Guobo to find out a little bit more, and sure enough, Xia Tangdu didn't have a father. The couple gossiped incessantly at home, saying that Gu Yushi must have given birth to a child for a rich man, that the man wanted a son and abandoned the daughter as soon as he saw that she was a girl. They also said that children raised by a single parent were more or less flawed, and told Xia Guobo to stay away from Xia Tangdu and bully her all they wanted. A child without a father to back them up is just asking to be bullied, isn't it? Little did they know that they had brought trouble upon themselves. Xia Tangdu's father was from the Ji family. You little brat, what nonsense are you talking?
Mr. Lin has dealt with many people and can see that Ji Jochuan is trying to do justice for his daughter, so he slaps the little pot stewed pork on the head as he stands up.
It's a very loud slap. The little pot stewed pork is spoiled, and after being hit in the nose by his father, his head is dizzy. He is furious and goes over to kick him. How dare you hit me? I'll tell Grandma. You bitch, how dare you hit me? Xia Guobo was lawless and unafraid of even his own father. He kicked Mr. Lin hard in the leg while cursing. Ji Jochuan held his daughter back to avoid being accidentally injured. Many people were watching.
Since becoming rich, Mr. Lin had become quite arrogant and was a man who cared deeply about his reputation. How could he bear to be scolded like this in public by his own son? He directly pulled his son's arm and pulled off his pants. With a slap. A few slaps fell. The more Mr. Lin hit, the more Xiao Guobao cried for his father, and at the same time, he cursed even more, spewing out a barrage of foul language. Originally, Mr. Lin just wanted to give Ji Jochuan a light beating to show off, but he got annoyed by the scolding and took off his leather shoes to hit Xiaoguobo's butt. His butt was red and swollen from the beating.
Xiaoguobo couldn't scold anymore, just crying out in pain.
Ji Zhouchuan covered Xiaotangdu's ears and leaned over to hide the sight from her. Miss Tang was distressed by her son and tears kept falling, but she knew money was more important and did not dare to go up and stop it.
Mr. Lin was tired of beating him and nodded to Ji Zhouchuan. Master Ji, are you satisfied with the result?
It's okay, go home and discipline him more. If he bullies people like this again, it won't be as easy as today. Ji Zhouchuan glanced at the little fat boy who was crying on the ground. Where was the arrogance he had just had, a brat with a mouth that needed to be fixed? Ji Zhouchuan walked away with Xiaotangdu in his arms, and Mr. Lin respectfully saw the pair off, glaring at Ms. Tang. What a brat you can teach! Ms. Tang felt aggrieved, and he has also contributed to the child turning out like this.
Daddy, will Xiaoguobo's father beat him too hard?
Just as he sat back in the car, Xiaotangdu felt compassion for the child.
Xiaoguobo is really bad and often bullies other children, but just now he was beaten so badly that his white bottom turned red. He deserved to be beaten for being bad. Ji Zhouchuan helped Xiaotangdu fasten his seatbelt, closed the car door, walked around the front of the car, opened the driver's door and got in. As soon as he had fastened his seatbelt, he saw Xiaotangdu's big, watery eyes staring at him. Will you hit me like this in the future, Dad? If I'm not good. Unless you shit and piss on my head, how would I dare to hit you? Even if you shit and piss, I'll just give you a lecture. His daughter is Ji Zhouchuan's treasure, so he would never dare to hit her, and even if he did, her parents would give him a mixed doubles. Daddy, you're so good to me.
Little Sugar Bean breaks free from her seatbelt and goes to hug Ji Zhouchuan. Ji Zhouchuan reminds her, be good, and sit quietly in the car, don't move around, that's the safest way. Oh, Little Sugar Bean sits nicely. Ji Zhouchuan is a little sleepy and wants to go home and sleep. Unexpectedly, Little Sugar Bean is full of energy and wants to go to the children's playground. Little Sugar Bean makes new friends at the children's playground and plays all afternoon, while Ji Zhouchuan sits on the chair by the door and falls asleep. In the evening, after a meal at Grandpa Ken's, Ji Zhouchuan drives Little Sugar Bean home. Little Sugar Bean thought about Gu Yushi, who had been very kind to her, and suddenly said to Ji Zhouchuan, Daddy, will you be as good to Mummy as you are to me?
No, definitely not. Ji Zhouchuan's answer was still very insincere, yes. Then Mummy.
Little Sugar Bean thought at this point that Mummy was not Mummy, but Godmother, and said, will you be good to Auntie Xiaoming then?
Auntie Xiaoming is very kind to me.
Yes.
Ji Zhouchuan frowned, not saying what he really thought. If Auntie Yi is being bullied, Daddy, will you help? Xiaotangdu's big, expectant eyes looked at Ji Zhouchuan, sending out waves of cuteness. Chapter 40, taking out his anger on his future wife. Ji Zhouchuan looked at her suspiciously. She's been bullied?
Xiaotangdu nodded. Auntie is a tutor at someone called Zhang Yuming's house, and Zhang Yuming is very bad, always bullying Mummy. Ji Zhouchuan frowned, always feeling that Yi Xiaoming was really strange.
Xiaotangdu called her Mummy 1 minute and Auntie the next.
He could understand the former as Yi Xiaoming threatening her, telling Xiaotangdu to treat Yi Xiaoming like a mummy.
But what was the latter a title Xiaotangdu wanted to call her?
This woman really is bullying his child like this. Ji Zhouchuan had no idea that Xiaotangdu sometimes just called her what came naturally and couldn't change it.
Zhang Yuming, I understand.
I will teach him a lesson for your aunt.
Ji Zhouchuan readily agreed.
After all, whether or not he taught him a lesson, Xiaotangdu wouldn't know. But he needed to meet with that woman in private to talk about Xiaotangdu.
The next day,
Ji Zhouchuan handed Xiaotangdu over to Zhou Yun, who happened to be going to play mahjong and wanted to show Xiaotangdu to her mahjong group. She wanted to show them that she, Zhou Yun, did not lack for grandchildren, that her granddaughter was already 3.5 years old, and that she was much better behaved than their grandchildren, who only knew how to eat candy. Ji Zhouchuan drove a low-key Mercedes-Benz and located a villa. The Zhang family was a bit of a distant relative of Ji Zhouchuan's, the in-law of his aunt's niece. The scenery along the way was quite nice, and Ji Zhouchuan was in no hurry, so he drove slowly. Little Sugar Bean had told him that only on Mondays did Gu Yushi not need to go tutoring, and that he needed to stay at the Zhang's house at all other times. Zhang Yuming, the little devil of the Zhangs, was just like Little Pot Roast, bad-tempered and lawless, bullying whoever he wanted. An hour later, the car pulled up on the road near the Zhangs. Ji Zhouchuan got out of the car and casually shoved the car keys into his jacket pocket. As soon as he walked into the Zhang family courtyard, he saw through the fence a woman wearing a white skirt holding a book, chasing after a young boy. The young boy was very naughty, grabbed a water pistol on the ground and squirted it at the woman. The woman tried to block it with her hand, but she got her skirt wet anyway. Ji Chuan looked at Gu Yushi, who did not know how to resist, and for no reason, he became a little angry.
Should I give that brat a kick? He's gone too far.
He doesn't study hard, he just knows how to play with water guns and squirt people.
Young master, listen to me. Your mother wants you to learn this poem today. When you can recite it, I'll play water guns with you, okay? Gu Yushi was soaked to the skin from being sprayed with water.
It wasn't sunny today, and the breeze felt cool on her body, so she sneezed. I'm not playing, I want to play with the water gun.
You're a drowned rat. You're really funny.
Run quickly, I'll chase you and hit you. Zhang Yuming is 5 years old, and he pretends to be good in front of people, but behind their backs, he reveals his true nature. Only his mother knows what kind of person he is.
His mother has a headache, but there is nothing she can do.
She has only this one child, and Zhang Yuming has driven away quite a few tutors. Only Gu Yushi has not resigned from her position, and she has paid her more to keep her. It is rare to find a tutor with such a good temperament.
Young master, you can't.
You can't play until you have finished reciting. Gu Yushi's voice was still gentle even as she shivered from the cold. Ji Chuan was watching from not far away, his brows furrowed.
Doesn't she have any temper?
If it were him, he would have given the kid a kick. Zizzes, so full of AIDS, dig a pit and throw him in, slowly.
I don't want to.
Zhang Yuming ran up to Gu Yushi with a water gun, reached out and gave Gu Yushi a hard slap on the thigh. Come play with me, threatening me with my mom. What kind of birth is that? Birth, my mom paid for you to come, just to play with me. The child's hands were heavy, and Gu Yushi took a deep breath, her face changing with the pain. Young master,
Do you want to continue to endure it?
Ji Chuan interrupted Gu Yushi's words, striding over to her side and reaching out to hold Zhang Yuming's fist. If he hadn't appeared, the heavy blow would have landed on her stomach. With her skinny frame, she would have fallen to the ground with that punch. Gu Yushi looked at the suddenly appeared Ji Chuan, a little surprised. My job is to teach him and take care of him in the meantime.
How can I hit someone?
Zhang Jiana can pay her, and she can also make her pay a fortune. She can still bear to take a little beating.
What's the harm in suffering a little for the sake of having a better kindergarten for Xiatangdu?
Your job does not include taking beatings. Ji Chuan had a hard time relating the stupid woman in front of him to the scheming woman who was planning to use Xiatangdu to extort him and still be a tutor. Even if Ji Chuan was naturally paranoid, he couldn't figure out why Gu Yushi was putting herself through all this trouble.
Unless she wasn't what he thought she was. Who are you? Let go of your grandfather quickly, or I'll beat you to a pulp. Zhang Yuming couldn't pull his punch and squirted Ji Chuan with a water pistol. Ji Chuan didn't have the same good temperament as Gu Yushi.
Zhang Yuming had the Zhang family backing him no matter what jerky thing he did.
Coincidentally, he still had the Ji family backing him, and could teach him a lesson if he wanted to. Little brat, you're not big, but you've got a big mouth. You think you're a grandpa, I'll show you who the grandpa is.
In terms of being a bear, no one can bear up to Ji Chuan.
Ji Chuan gestured for Gu Yushi to step aside. Gu Yushi took Ji Chuan's hand. Are you here to see me? I can go out and talk with you. I still need this job.
What she meant was that if Ji Chuan got physical, she might not be held responsible, but she would no longer be able to work at the Zhang family.
I'm not taking it out on you, don't think too much about it.
I simply can't stand this brat, daring to compare bears with me.
I'm his bear grandpa.
If I don't make Zhang Yuming cry, I'll write Ji Chuan's name backwards. Gu Yushi helplessly put her hands on her forehead. What I mean is, if you scold him in front of me, I won't be able to protect him, and I'll get fired.
So what?
What's there to teach this brat? What's there to lead? Ji Chuan broke free from Gu Yushi's hands, stood a little to the side, and didn't let her influence him as he scolded him.
Ji Chuan. Gu Yushi shouted.
I'll take care of everything, including your work. Ji Chuan suddenly looked at her and said, with Xiatangdu here, you don't need to worry about work. She just wants a good job, and he can definitely satisfy her, as a way of thanking her for helping to take care of Xiatangdu all these years.
If she wants to be greedy, she's not Xiatangdu's mommy and doesn't deserve it.
Ji Chuan had made his point, and Gu Yushi knew that his determination to teach the child a lesson was obvious, so she didn't persuade him any further.
Then you decide what to do. Gu Yushi stepped aside, not getting in Ji Chuan's way.
While they were talking, Ji Zhouchuan was sprayed several times. His jacket was open, and a large part of the inside of his short-sleeved shirt was wet. Ji Zhouchuan reached out and grabbed the water gun. It didn't take much effort to take something from a child, it was easy. Spray. Ji Zhouchuan sprayed Zhang Yuming furiously. There was a large basin nearby filled with water, and the water in the water pistol also came from there. After spraying the water, Ji Zhouchuan's mouth curled up. The show had officially begun. Your grandpa is so angry. How dare you spray me? I'll kick you to death with my whirlwind leg. I'm so angry, I'm so angry. Zhang Yuming brandished his claws and kicked Ji Zhouchuan. Ji Zhouchuan quickly grabbed Zhang Yuming's leg with his quick eyes and pulled hard. Zhang Yuming fell directly to the ground, crying out for his mother. I'm going to beat you to death, ah. Bitch, sneak attacking your grandfather. Zhang Yuming wailed on the grass. Ji Zhouchuan picked up the basin of water, and without spilling a drop, poured it all over Zhang Yuming, teaching the little brat a serious lesson. After the basin of water, the child was silent. He choked on the water. He coughed for a long time. He lay on the ground and wouldn't get up. He cried loudly. He kept kicking his legs, splashing water everywhere. Mom! Mom! Hurry and save me! Help! Ah! Mom! Ji Zhouchuan clapped his hands and took a step back to avoid being splashed by the water Zhang Yuming made. Gu Yushi looked at Zhang Yuming, who was screaming like a banshee on the ground, and felt only a sense of relief. She had been bullied on the first day she started tutoring. And it continued until today. Her health was never very good, and Zhang Yuming liked playing in the water, so she caught a cold a few times. If she doesn't teach him a lesson now, he'll be taught a lesson by others when he goes out into society. Gu Yushi said to herself, good lesson. But she was also a mother, and seeing Zhang Yuming flailing on the ground, she was worried that he would catch a cold. No parent wants a child to catch a cold. Gu Yushi walked over to help Zhang Yuming up. Ji Zhouchuan quickly pulled her arm and led her outside. This kind of brat will not be grateful to you, and he will even take it out on you. Never mind him, let's go, he will get up soon enough on his own. Gu Yushi looked at the surveillance camera in the backyard and poked Ji Zhouchuan on the shoulder. The surveillance camera recorded your face. So what, am I afraid? Ji Zhouchuan burst out laughing. If I dare to do this, I'm not afraid of being found. Ji Tianfeng and Zhou Yun are both protective of their children. It is undeniable that he has been arrogant since childhood, and their wanton behavior is inextricably linked to him. Every time he was scolded and his parents were called, Ji Tianfeng and Zhou Yun wanted to educate him, but he simply countered with one sentence, don't you need to take responsibility? You can educate me, but who will educate you for your mistakes? Gu Yushi smiled slightly, that's good. A good family background means you can do this. She wavered. It seemed that it would be better for Xia Dangdu to return to the Ji family. Xia Dangdu was bullied by Xia Guobo Ro, and she didn't need to be afraid of her worrying about it. She didn't even dare to tell her, but was able to take revenge on the spot. Little Sugar Bean told her a lot last night. Ji Zhouchuan lectured Little Potsticker. Little Potsticker was beaten until his skin was split open and his flesh was torn. Little Sugar Bean felt that he deserved it and didn't feel sorry for him at all. It seems that the little girl has been holding a grudge for a long time. And as her mother, there is nothing I can do to back her up like this. Chapter 41, Mrs. Zhang is bossy with Gu Yushi, and Ji Zhouchuan disagrees. Teacher Gu, isn't the time up yet? Where are you going? Mrs. Zhang happened to be returning from outside, and before she got out of the car, she lowered the window and asked Gu Yushi. She recognized Gu Yushi's character, so she could trust her with her child and go out to play mahjong. She and a group of mahjong friends liked to play with banknotes. They lost 50,000 yuan in one afternoon and had to come back to get some money to continue playing. Zhang Yuming is 5 years old, but Mrs. Zhang is only 22 years old. When she married Mr. Zhang, he was in his second marriage and had a child. She wanted to please Mr. Zhang, but didn't want to treat Zhang Yuming sincerely, so she let him behave like this and not study. This way, when she has a child in the future, she will have someone to take care of Zhang Yuming. And the longer Gu Yushi stays, the more she can tell Mr. Zhang that it is because the little thing is getting more and more sensible that he has not fired a teacher like before. So she is very nervous about Gu Yushi. While she is still at work, Gu Yushi wants to leave, and she is worried that she can't stand Zhang Yuming. Mrs. Zhang, I'm sorry, but I don't think I'll be able to teach the young master anymore.
Gu Yushi leaned slightly towards Mrs. Zhang.
Mrs. Zhang had been quite good to her, although it was always with an eye on the bottom line. She had given her what was owed her, and had always slipped her a red envelope, which had helped a lot with the funding for Xiatangdu's private kindergarten.
Why? Teacher Gu, is it because our Yu Mingyu has been naughty?
Mrs. Zhang hurriedly got out of the car and saw that there was a man standing next to Gu Yushi. She didn't get a good look at his face, and she was more concerned about why Gu Yushi had to leave. I'm really sorry, Mrs. Zhang, but I can't teach the young master. After what happened today, she can't teach Zhang Yuming either, because she didn't intervene, but just watched as Zhang Yuming was beaten.
Zhang Yuming is the Zhang family's precious treasure, and the surveillance will definitely be turned on. If it's about money, it's all negotiable. Before, it was 150 yuan an hour, now I'll raise it to 300 yuan, okay? Mrs. Zhang had to keep Gu Yushi.
First, she persuaded her with kind words. She had plenty of ways to manipulate an ordinary woman.
Gu Yushi just smiled apologetically.
Mrs. Zhang looked at Gu Yushi, who was determined to leave, and smiled meaningfully. Since this temptation seems a bit small, let's play a little big. Teacher Gu, we are both parents, and you also want your little sweet pea to go to a good kindergarten.
I can introduce you to the best kindergarten in the city. Gu Yushi can bear it because of her child. She doesn't believe that Gu Yushi will still want to leave after such a big olive branch is thrown out. Ji Zhouchuan looked at Gu Yushi sideways, his brows furrowed. He heard it clearly, Gu Yushi is staying here and swallowing her anger because of Xiatangdu, and she wants Xiatangdu to go to a good kindergarten. If she were a woman who puts her own interests first, she wouldn't need to pour her heart out to Xiatangdu, as long as Xiatangdu is alive and well. He can't see through this woman any more and more and more.
Teacher Gu, think carefully about whether to leave or stay. Don't act on impulse and delay the future of your child.
The best kindergarten in the city is so expensive that even the rich can't afford it. It's run by my aunt's brother, Ji Tianfeng. You've heard of him, haven't you?
Seeing that Gu Yushi was silent, Mrs. Zhang knew that she was thinking, so she continued to push her hard.
Gu Yushi cares so much about her daughter that she will definitely compromise.
A mother will do anything for her child.
Ji Tianfeng, I know, he is my father, my real father.
Ji Zhouchuan took a step forward and looked at Mrs. Zhang with a sneer.
Chapter 42 Gu Yushi, why are you helping me?
It was only then that Mrs. Zhang saw the man standing next to Gu Yushi, and it was actually Ji Zhouchuan, the heir to the Ji family.
No wonder he had to go.
It's strange, Gu Yushi has no money, no power, and no influence, so she needs to stay in the Zhang family and be the spoiled brat Zhang Yuming.
How did she suddenly become related to Ji Zhouchuan?
Young girls nowadays are so indiscreet. They don't know how to work hard, and they just want to marry someone high up the social ladder. The most annoying thing is that they get married to someone higher up the social ladder. She found a 30-year-old man who was in his second marriage, and it took a lot of effort to get him. At home, she has to look up to him. In terms of image and appearance, his family member is no match for a golden bachelor like Ji Zhouchuan. It's Master Ji, why are you free to come to our house today, and you didn't even give me a heads up, so I could have prepared something. Mrs. Zhang's face immediately beamed with a smile, no longer the domineering look she had just had.
She's already suffered enough in your family, and now she wants to threaten her with a little sweetie to stay and work like a slave? Ji Zhouchuan questioned out loud.
Master Ji, you're joking, taking care of children and teaching them to learn, how is that working like a slave?
Yuming is a bit naughty, but which child isn't? Even her daughter, Sugarbean, is very naughty. Mrs. Zhang could tell that Ji Zhouchuan was sticking up for Gu Yushi and deliberately mentioned Gu Yushi's daughter. What kind of golden bachelor would fancy a woman with a daughter? Unless he was crazy. Don't compare your brat to little Sugarbean.
Ji Zhouchuan looked at Mrs. Zhang coldly.
No wonder she has such a brat, it turns out that the mother is not very good either. Mrs. Zhang smiled awkwardly. She didn't expect Ji Zhouchuan to accept little Sugarbean, so she had to say, Teacher Gu, you can bring little Sugarbean with you when you come to work in the future to be friends with our Yuming.
No need, little Sugarbean won't play with this kind of brat. Please teach your child properly.
Ji Zhouchuan sneered, took Gu Yushi's hand and walked away. Gu Yushi still had her bag and struggled to get Ji Zhouchuan's hand off her.
Before she could say anything, Ji Zhouchuan stopped and said to Mrs. Zhang, oh yes, she started work today, so pay her wages and settle her clothes damage fee.
How much is your clothes damage fee? The last sentence was directed at Gu Yushi. He thought that Gu Yushi was reluctant to leave because she hadn't been paid.
Mrs. Zhang dared not offend Ji Jiuquan and kept saying yes. She took out her wallet from the car and counted out 10 Mao Zedongs. I will pay Ms. Gu's salary now. She worked for 3 hours today, 450 yuan.
Here is 1,000 yuan, and the rest is for your trouble. Ms. Gu can use it to buy a new dress. Gu Yushi wanted to say that her dress was not worth much, and she could buy it for 30 yuan. Just pay her the salary she deserves. Ji Jiuquan jumped the gun and snickered. Could your clothes have cost 550? The silk scarf you're wearing is worth more than that, isn't it? Mrs. Zhang smiled awkwardly. As soon as she saw the clothes on Gu Yushi, she knew they were Taobao goods. They weren't worth 200, and 550 was an overpayment. But Ji Jiuquan was being a scoundrel, so what could she do?
Mrs. Zhang took out 5 more Mao Zedongs from her purse. Here, Teacher Gu, go buy some clothes. Anyone who didn't know would think that Mrs. Zhang was sending away a beggar, without any manners at all. Ji Jiuquan was obviously taking out his anger on Gu Yushi. Gu Yushi had forgotten to reply to Mrs. Zhang, and her puzzled eyes fell on Ji Jiuquan.
Didn't he hate her? Why would he help her?
They say that a woman's heart is like a bottomless sea, and she felt that a man's heart was unfathomable, especially since he was so unpredictable. She had liked him for so many years, but Gu Yushi could only remember how he looked when they first met. She hadn't seen him since, so naturally she couldn't understand him. Mrs. Zhang was so embarrassed. She thought that outside, everyone was just being polite to her because of her husband, but today was the first time she had ever felt so humiliated. Although Ji Tianfeng would never be so disrespectful, after all, he was Ji Jiuquan, not very capable, but he would be reincarnated. He also had a bad temper.
Ji Tianfeng couldn't control him.
She simply took out all the cash left in her wallet, about 1,200 to 1,300 yuan, and handed it to Gu Yushi.
Teacher Gu, it's all my fault for not teaching yumming properly. This is my apology. Buy yourself some nice clothes.
Mrs. Zhang said with a smile, not forgetting to hint that the clothes Gu Yushi was wearing were cheap, but the claim was for a high price.
With the money in hand, Ji Jiuquan didn't care about her strange behavior.
After all, they weren't the ones who couldn't sleep at night and were angry. Mrs. Zhang is very sincere, so just take it. Ji Jiuquan signaled Gu Yushi to take the money in her hand. Gu Yushi looked at Ji Jiuquan, who gave her a little eyebrow raise. She couldn't help but laugh, and tidied up the money in her hand.
My bag is still in the living room, I'll go get it. Go ahead. Ji Jiuquan waved his hand at her. Gu Yushi trotted into the villa.
Mrs. Zhang simpered, Young Master Ji, today's matter has been satisfactorily resolved, I hope you don't hold it against you.
Offending Ji Jiuquan is no laughing matter. He has no business acumen, but he is the heir. The Ji family will be his.
Rather than offending him now, and him retaliating when he ascends to power, it is better to get along with him.
If you can't get along, you can't be enemies. It's still a success.
Ji Jiuquan gave a sly smile. I wonder if Mrs. Zhang will still be able to say that when she sees the battered Zhang Yuming.
You're back.
Zhang Yuming had been lying on the ground for a long time, howling like a ghost until he got tired, and when he noticed that no one had come to take care of him, he looked around for someone. When he saw Mrs. Zhang, he walked towards her menacingly. Mrs. Zhang looked at the little thing, who was drenched in water and covered in mud, in shock, unable to believe that it was her stepson, who loved to show off. Usually, he likes to play with water guns, and at most, he gets wet, not to the point of looking like such a beggar.
How did you get into this state?
Mrs. Zhang was glad that her husband had something to do and would not be home today, otherwise she did not know how to explain it. Zhang Yuming was about to swear, but when he saw the living hell right in front of him, he was so scared that he dared not move, and he peed his pants standing in place.
Mom, he bullied me. Zhang Yuming cried as he complained.
Mrs. Zhang rarely showed disgust towards her stepson, unless she really couldn't hold back. After all, he was her stepson, so Mrs. Zhang went through the motions. Young Master Ji, what's going on? He likes water guns, I played with him. He likes playing in the water, I played with him. How is that bullying him? Ji Jiuquan said with justification.
Mrs. Zhang. She understood.
This young Master Ji teased her stepson with a water pistol, threw him into the water, or gave him a cold shower.
Gu Yushi came out with her bag. Ji Jiuquan said, let's go.
After looking at Ji Jiuquan and Gu Yushi leaving and then at Zhang Yuming, who had peed all over the floor, Mrs. Zhang shook her head helplessly.
What a sin! Why are you helping me? Leaving the Zhang family villa, Gu Yushi suddenly asked softly. Chapter 43, Don't even think about lying to me, lies can't be perfect.
Ji Jo Chuan paused for a moment, and then pretended to be walking as if nothing had happened. I'm not helping you, I told you, I just can't stand that brat.
Really? Gu Yushi's cold face revealed a faint smile.
I can't tell that you're a little narcissistic, actually thinking that I'm helping you. I have no relationship with you, why would I help you? Ji Jo Chuan took out the car keys from his pocket and played with them.
If you say so, then so be it. Gu Yushi didn't like to argue or explain.
That was just her personality, and she seemed difficult to get along with. In fact, she was just lazy. She was too lazy to socialize, and she was a little socially anxious. Yi Xiaomeng was born to socialize, and she could chat with her even in line. When she saw that she was uncomfortable, she thought she was not feeling well and took extra care of her. They met again later and exchanged contact information, and they became good friends. Ji Jo Chuan stopped in front of the car and called out to her, "It's not easy to get a taxi, take my car." Gu Yushi glanced back, the sunlight shining on her body, not dispelling the cold temperament on her, but setting off the beauty of her clear eyes. She tried hard to suppress her inner feelings for Ji Jo Chuan, afraid of exposing herself. So she tried hard to put on the cold, indifferent face she showed to outsiders, hiding her emotions.
No need.
Her voice was soft.
I came to see you, Ji Jo Chuan said.
Gu Yushi stopped walking only after she heard this, and turned around to walk towards his car.
Okay then. Gu Yushi opened the back seat door and heard Ji Jo Chuan say, Ms. Yi, are you treating me like a chauffeur? Gu Yushi closed the door, walked around the back of the car, and got into the passenger seat. She reached over and opened the door. Men with girlfriends are always bothered when other girls sit in the passenger seat. Ji Jo Chuan laughed.
I don't have a girlfriend, so I don't need to worry.
Gu Yushi was a little surprised. It seemed that the leggy beauty liked him that day, so why didn't the two of them become a couple?
Recovering her thoughts, she got into the car and fastened her seatbelt.
By the way, why did she call you Teacher Gu? Ji Jo Chuan asked while fastening his seatbelt. Maybe she can't tell the difference between the two characters.
Gu Yushi opened her phone and saw that Xia Tangdu had sent her a lot of photos, taken at the zoo.
Xia Tangdu loved going to the zoo, and Gu Yushi would take her there twice a month. There was also Zhou Yun's face in the photos. Zhou Yun was smiling happily. Gu Yushi had met Zhou Yun before. It was when Ji Jo Chuan had been called to the principal's office. Zhou Yun had just left the banquet, still wearing a dazzling black fishtail dress, and she walked towards the office in high heels, shuffling along. She attracted a lot of attention, and Gu Yushi thought at the time that she had a very good temperament. Later, she saw Zhou Yun leave the office, tugging Ji Jo Chuan's ear, and then she realized that she was his mother. You don't think I'm stupid, do you? You said that Fuhu can't tell the difference between me and you, but how can it not be able to tell the difference between Y and G? Even a retard can tell the difference between Yi and Gu. Ji Jo Chuan started the car, raised an eyebrow, and said sharply, "You're quite dishonest." Gu Yushi didn't expect Ji Jo Chuan to take it seriously, so she thought of another explanation, maybe she heard it wrong. This explanation is a little more believable.
Mrs. Zhang is a busy person with important things to do, so it's normal for her to remember things incorrectly.
Ji Jo Chuan has had this experience before.
When he dealt with a boss, he called him Bossly for a year and a half, and then found out that the boss's surname was Zhou.
So you are still Yi Xiaomeng? Not Gu Xiaomeng.
Ji Jo Chuan almost doubted that he had heard it wrong in the first place.
Gu Yushi did not directly answer Ji Jo Chuan's question.
To say more on such a matter would be to lie to him again.
She said softly, "It doesn't matter what my name is. The only connection between us is Xia Dangdu, but Xia Dangdu will be staying in the Ji family in the future." Since the topic had come to Little Sugar Bean, Ji Jo Chuan asked directly, "What kind of relationship is there between you, Little Sugar Bean's mother, and Little Sugar Bean? Don't even think about lying to me, no lie can be perfect."
"I am best friends with Little Sugar Bean's mother. I have been with her since she got pregnant with Little Sugar Bean, and I have witnessed Little Sugar Bean's growth."
Gu Yushi was stating the facts from Yi Xiaomeng's perspective. If it weren't for Yi Xiaomeng's help over the years, she really wouldn't have been able to get through it.
Little Sugar Bean is weak and sickly, and often has to go to the hospital. No matter how late it is, Yi Xiaomeng will always be there with her, taking turns to carefully look after her.
How did she get pregnant with my child?
Ji Jo Chuan turned his head and glanced at Gu Yushi, seeing that she didn't seem to be lying, and continued to ask.
Gu Yushi frowned.
The memory of that crazy night swept over her. The effect of the alcohol seemed to have made him forget his injuries, and he grabbed her arm strongly and forced her onto the bed.
Again and again.
She was only able to escape when he fell asleep. She was very panicked at the time, so she put on her clothes and ran away. She thought it was just an accident, but she didn't expect her period to be delayed and she kept vomiting. It wasn't until she went to the hospital for a checkup that she found out she was pregnant. At that time, Ji Jochuan had someone he liked. She also received news that he was going to confess his love to the girl he liked. She didn't want to ruin his life, so she chose to secretly give birth to the baby. Later, her belly grew big.
Even wearing loose-fitting clothes couldn't hide it anymore. Gu Yushi, you're simply disgracing me. Get out, I don't have a daughter like you.
The image of her father slapping her in a rage and kicking her out of the house was still vivid in her mind, and Gu Yushi's face turned pale. Ji Jochuan didn't hear a response, so he turned his head and glanced at Gu Yushi, only to see her face as pale as if she were sick.
What's wrong with you?
Ji Jochuan asked, pulling over to stop the car.
Gu Yushi came back to her senses and shook her head. I'm fine.
As for how the little sweet pea's mommy got pregnant with the little sweet pea, you'll have to ask her about that later. It's not appropriate for me, an outsider, to get involved in your affairs. And there's no chance of seeing each other again.
The Ji family doesn't want little Sugar Bean to associate with a mother who has been driven out of the family, does it?
As long as little Sugar Bean can be happy and grow up carefree, she can be ruthless and not see little Sugar Bean and not disturb their lives. Ji Jochuan unscrewed the cap of the mineral water bottle and handed it to Gu Yushi.
So, what was her plan after she got pregnant with Xia Tangdu? Did she not intend to let him know about Xia Tangdu's existence in the first place, or was she going to raise her a little longer and then ask for money?
He was more inclined to the latter. Otherwise, she couldn't bring herself to terminate the pregnancy with his child.
Could it be because of love? Damn love.
He couldn't even remember which girl he had been close to in college.
There was none.
He didn't like wasting time on romance, and was only focused on his career. He didn't even bother with the girl he liked. He just wanted to get his career on track before he confessed his feelings. Unfortunately, he never saw her again after searching the whole school. His friends at the time analyzed it and said that she was either someone from another school who was just visiting, or a passerby who happened to be visiting the school. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack.
He has been single ever since. Chapter 44, Not familiar? It's already done.
Gu Yushi's gaze was shallow. You don't understand what a child means to a mother. If you want money, you can completely blackmail me with this as soon as I get pregnant.
After you get the money, you can get an abortion and live like a rich woman, right?
Her voice was soft, but Ji Jochuan heard a force of perseverance in it, and the image of his mother sheltering him from the wind and rain unconsciously appeared in his mind.
Damn it, why did I start thinking nonsense? The woman next to me doesn't even seem to have been in love, so how could she have the strength of a mother?
No matter how much I like Sugar Bean, she's not my biological child.
So it's the former.
Ji Jochuan believed her words. He was a person who liked to complicate people's minds. Perhaps it was because of his background that too many people wanted to use him to get something or use him for something. He must always be on his guard, and rather kill someone by mistake than let them go, otherwise, as an innocent, naive second-generation rich kid, he would have been eaten up long ago. But strangely, after spending time with Gu Yushi a few times, he was completely convinced by her, believed her, and no longer had any doubts.
I want to know, if you take Xia Tangdu back to the Ji family, will you take care of her wholeheartedly? Can you promise to marry, have children, and still treat her like the apple of your eye? This is Gu Yushi's biggest concern. She can't bear to let little Sugar Bean go, but she hopes even more that little Sugar Bean will have a good life. Little Sugar Bean is still young and doesn't understand the power of money.
If she were asked right now whether she wanted to follow Ji Jochuan or her, the probability is that she would choose her.
But what about when she grows up? Would it be the same as following her, or would it be a difference of a billion?
In a carefree situation, she might feel that the ordinary is true, and that being able to be with her mommy is happiness. If she encounters setbacks, such as being looked down upon at school because of her family's situation, being suppressed by her boss at work, not being able to even scrape together the down payment for a house, or even having to pay the rent, at that time, Xia Tangdu will ask herself why she wasn't allowed to return to the Ji family to be a young lady.
She thinks that she will. Even if there is only a 1% chance, Gu Yushi doesn't want Xia Tangdu to hate her.
As long as she has her in her heart, that's enough. She is my daughter, and I will give her the best in the world.
As for my other half.
Ji Chuan hesitated halfway through his sentence. He thought about the girl.
Would that girl be willing to be a stepmother?
When it came to relationships, he was a persistent and stubborn person. Once he had decided on someone, he would firmly choose her, even though he didn't know where the girl was now or if they would meet in the future.
Love at first sight was inexplicable.
She wasn't very beautiful and he hadn't had much contact with her, but she had captured his heart. From the first moment he saw her, he had even thought of a name for his future child.
She'll like little candies, too, right? Ji Chuan wasn't very sure either.
But he could guarantee that if the girl didn't like it, she wouldn't accept it. Even if he was single for the rest of his life, he would raise the little candies well.
You're not very sure.
A look of disappointment flashed in Gu Yushi's eyes.
No matter how well you put it, it's not as convincing as actually doing it.
I'll be honest with you, I'm all confused about suddenly having a daughter.
Any plans for the future are just preliminary ideas. I don't even have a partner yet, so how would I know if she wants to be a stepmother? Hypotheticals are meaningless, aren't they?
Ji Chuan pulled into a shopping mall and unbuckled his seatbelt.
Get out. Gu Yushi looked around at her surroundings. It was an underground parking lot.
She got out of the car and looked at him with a puzzled expression.
What did he bring her here for? You're all wet. Ji Chuan's implication was to take Gu Yushi to buy clothes, and he gave her a finger-crossing gesture, right?
This gesture can look greasy if not done well, but Ji Chuan has a laid-back air about him, which makes it seem natural.
Gu Yushi followed Ji Chuan's lead. I can just go home and change.
I can tell you take good care of Xia Tangdu, so consider this your fee for your hard work. Ji Chuan invalidated all of Gu Yushi's previous assumptions. Because of what Mrs. Zhang had said. Gu Yushi wanted to use Xia Duzi to make money, and there was no need to compromise and do a tutor, being bullied, just so that Xia Duzi could go to a good kindergarten. After invalidating all the previous dirty thoughts, Ji Chuan inexplicably felt sorry for her, for not saying anything after misunderstanding her for so long, and for always being so strange.
He wanted to make amends.
He also wanted to buy a gift for the baby's mother. I like the baby, and I'm taking care of her, not because I want anything in return. Gu Yushi took a few quick steps, walked up to Ji Chuan, took his arm, and said, "You don't need to buy me anything.
It's not just for you, it's also for the baby's mother." Ji Chuan suddenly became very curious about that woman. He probably didn't even know her.
But she was willing to give birth to his child and raise it alone.
And she didn't even want him to know. What kind of woman was she? She doesn't need it either. Gu Yushi continued to stop him. If you don't buy a gift, you can just give a red envelope. Do you want a red envelope or a gift? Ji Chuan suddenly laughed. He knew she didn't want a red envelope. He just wanted to make things difficult for her.
Seeing her struggle was inexplicably interesting.
Gu Yushi hesitated for a few seconds and asked, "Can I choose neither?" "I don't think so. You two women have raised Xia Tangdu, and I, as Xia Tangdu's father, have done nothing for the past 3 years. Now that I know the truth, if I don't make any amends, I'll wake up at night and have to slap myself on both ears."
Ji Chuan adopted a soft power approach. Gu Yushi was not a hard person, but she was very principled.
He could only appeal for sympathy. Although he doesn't have much sympathy to gain.
But since he has a mouth, he can just keep talking.
Gu Yushi looked at Ji Chuan sideways, not expecting him to be so eloquent. She wondered if she had previously met a fake Ji Chuan. He was easygoing, didn't have the airs of a rich kid, respected women but didn't get close to them, and the more he did so, the more people liked him. The elevator door opened. Ji Chuan walked out, followed by Gu Yushi.
Ji Chuan said slowly, "I don't even know where you live. If I let you go now, and then buy gifts, knock on every door in the neighborhood to find you, it'll be a lot of trouble.
It's better to buy everything now and have it delivered to where you live, so you don't even have to move it. If you put it that way, it seems I have no reason to refuse, right?" Gu Yushi's cold face revealed a gentle smile. "That's the right answer." Ji Chuan snapped his fingers.
On the left-hand side of the elevator is a luxury brand boutique, where the clothes cost at least a few thousand, and as much as 100,000 or more.
Gu Yushi could only see one word in her eyes: expensive.
In the past, she could afford to spend money, but since giving birth to Xia Tangdu, her spending had plummeted, and Taba's clothes, which cost just a few dozen yuan, lasted for years. Any random piece of clothing in the store was more expensive than all the clothes she had bought in the past 3 years. She stopped. Let's go to another store. There are also sports brand clothes in the mall, not very expensive, 700 to 800 yuan each. He wanted to make up for it, and she could accept the price. The best of both worlds.
This is the one.
Ji Jiuxuan went around to Gu Yushi's back, put his hands on her shoulders, and pushed her into the store without asking.
Gu Yushi? Since when have they been on such good terms that they can get physical? Ji Jiuxuan. Gu Yushi looked back at him. You don't seem to respect me.
It's like they're very familiar with each other. Although it's already too late to change anything.
Chapter 45. Oh no, I've accidentally touched her hand. That's a bit much. You're my daughter's godmother, so we're not close, but we're related, right? I have no grudges against you, so why wouldn't I respect you? Ji Jiuchuan angrily pulled his hand away. He must have been overwhelmed by irrationality. His disobedient hand shouldn't touch other people. If he gets serious about this, he can be sued for sexual harassment. Gu Yushi felt guilty, and her eyes, which had always been arrogant and inflated, looked away in avoidance. This damned hand. How inconsiderate. Gu Yushi only saw the back of his head, and the corners of her eyes slightly curved up. So the chatterbox being unreasonable is his true side. She had been deceived for a long time, and she had thought that cold and handsome was his true face. What a pretty young lady, may I ask what style of clothes you are looking for? There are a few new styles that have just arrived, would you like to take a look? A shop assistant came up to them. If she had just been looking at Gu Yushi, she would definitely not have paid any attention to her. People in their line of work have particularly sharp eyes. Gu Yushi's entire outfit cost less than 200 yuan. This is a luxury brand store, not some wholesale market 10 yuan store. Can she afford it? But Ji Jiuchuan was different. He was very popular. She recognized him at once. With Ji Jiuchuan around, she was not afraid that Gu Yushi could not afford to buy anything. Just take a look. Gu Yushi just wanted to take a look and then leave. You seem to like white clothes? Ji Jiuchuan recalled that every time he saw Gu Yushi, she was wearing pure white clothes, simple and elegant, just like a snow lotus. Noble and pure. Without waiting for the latter to reply, he told the shop assistant, get some new white dresses or clothes for this lady to try on. Okay, just a moment, I'll be right back. The clerk's eyes fell straight on Ji Jiuchuan, and she smiled at him flirtatiously before striding off to find the clothes. When she was at school, Gu Yushi had watched him all the way. She had seen him being sought after by thousands of girls and become their dream. Just in her major alone, half of the girls were his fans. There was also a black fan who had become angry and broken up with his girlfriend because she fell in love with Ji Jiuchuan. Black fans sometimes knew more than true fans. That was a person with a twisted mind. Gu Yushi was worried that he would do Ji Jiuchuan harm, so she pretended to be a black fan as well. Later, when it came to Ji Jiuchuan, Gu Yushi was always the first to know from the black fan leader, successfully intercepting the black fan's plan several times and keeping Ji Jiuchuan safe. Even now, he is still charismatic, and wherever he goes, women will give him second glances. 1. He is rich. 2. He is good looking. 3. He has a good figure. And 4. He has a nice temperament. Gu Yushi saw Ji Jiuchuan looking at her, her mouth opened, and she subconsciously said, Ji Jiuchuan, you have a lot of luck with the opposite sex. Ji Jiuchuan didn't think much of it. When they look at me, they don't see my face, or my hands or feet, they see gold bricks. Ji Jiuchuan, who sometimes indulges in his own thoughts, could clearly see what they were discussing, and they all called him Big Gold Brick or Golden Ingot. They saw more money, power, and influence in him than they did in him as a person. This is also the reason why he has never dared to touch on emotions. He is such a one-track mind that once he is hopelessly in love, he will be unable to extricate himself. By then, he will have no place to cry when he is cheated of all his money. He planned to wait 2 years, mature and have the capital. Unfortunately, the person he liked disappeared without a trace, as if he had never existed. Why did he say that? Gu Yushi did not agree with Ji Jiuchuan's words. His appearance was not bad, and she did not necessarily like him because of his family. But I dare not get close to him, and it's more because of his family. I'll feel like I'm not good enough. Love is often about feeling inferior. It's true.
Ji Jiuchuan shrugged. If I had nothing, how many girls would even give me a second glance?
Gu Yushi whispered, then you underestimate your looks, there are still quite a few people who like your type. Ji Jiuchuan looked at Gu Yushi suspiciously, you say that as if it were true. Gu Yushi was worried that she would reveal her true self if she continued talking, so she just smiled, a somewhat unprofessional personal judgment. The salesperson brought up 2 dresses and a set of clothes. First, she handed Gu Yushi a strapless feather-based dress. The light feathers made the dress look full of fairy-like charm. Try it on. Ji Jiuchuan found a place to sit. Gu Yushi reached over and took the strapless feather dress into the changing room. The shop assistant brought it up. She pushed it back and forth, looking pretentious. Ji Jiuchuan took out his phone and asked about Xia Tangdu. Zhou Yun sent her a video of Xia Tangdu watching an animation of a kitten looking at a hairdryer. Dressed in a pink dress, Xia Tangdu was extremely pretty. He could now appreciate the joy of raising a daughter. Dressing her up beautifully made him feel better. His genes were good. Even the seed sown under the influence of alcohol has such a perfect effect. Jason, will you accompany me to the store a little longer? This is the last one. How about I accompany you for a drink tonight? Lu Ruoyao took Jason's arm and entered the store. Jason is a foreign man who doesn't speak Mandarin very well. He said helplessly, darling, we've been shopping for a long time. This is the last one. Lu Ruoyao cooed in a sweet voice. She is best at dealing with different men in different styles. Jason, who is next to her, has seen a lot of sexy beauties, and he likes the type of petite and cute girls who talk in a squeaky voice. Ji Jiuchuan's brows furrowed at once. Her voice has a high resolution, especially when it is contrived, and it makes people feel physically uncomfortable, wanting to find a place to throw up. Jason spread his hands, then howl, you shop, I sit. He pointed to the seating area. Lu Ruoyao looked over casually and saw the man who had broken her heart sitting there, playing with his phone as if nothing had happened. Ji Jiuchuan. Lu Ruoyao apologized to Zhou Yun that night, and Zhou Yun coaxed her, telling her that she would communicate with Ji Jiuchuan properly, and then there was no further news. She even thought that he had been punished and was not allowed to come out of the house. Chapter 46, She has a boyfriend, so she's jealous? Ji Jiuchuan lazily glanced at Lu Ruoyao, and a sneering look appeared in his eyes. What's wrong, do you want to say something again? Jason was still there, so Lu Ruoyao didn't show it too obviously. She just pouted her lips and said unhappily, I was in a bad mood that day and lost my temper. I also reflected on myself after I got home. It was my fault, so don't be mad at me. She was so proud, but Ji Jiuchuan had rejected and ridiculed her to her face. She would not be called Lu Ruoyao if she didn't get her face back. Let him fall in love with her, and then dump him hard. Wouldn't that be fun? Challenging the impossible was her style. I'm not angry. Ji Jiuchuan had long since seen that Lu Ruoyao was not the kind of girl with a simple mind, but all the girls around him were like that, so he didn't think it was a big deal. Born into a wealthy family, she doesn't have any tricks up her sleeve, and she doesn't have any tricks up her sleeve, so it's impossible, isn't it? The reason he doesn't like Lu Ruoyao is because they are similar people, selfish and conceited, but also have their bright spots. Naturally, their parents hope that this business alliance will help expand the company, but he feels that sacrificing his marriage to make money and fight for power is a very boring thing to do. Even if you make a lot of money, you can't take it with you to the grave. Leave it to future generations? With the current assets of the Ji family, as long as Xia Tangdu doesn't touch gambling, they can squander it until her grandson has a grandson. So he doesn't need to cater to Lu Ruoyao. Say whatever you want. Do whatever you want. But you didn't even reply to my message. Lu Ruoyao's cherry lips pouted even more, and she reached out and grabbed Ji Jiuchuan's sleeve. I'm still quite sad. She couldn't figure out what type of girl Ji Jiuchuan liked, so she spoke in a sweet and flirtatious tone to test the waters. Ji Jiuchuan hated white lotuses. He really hated them. He had been taken in by a white lotus before. She pursued him obsessively, bringing him lunch and blocking his way in the library. He was so annoyed that he told her harshly that he would never like her. White Lotus broke through his defenses, and the next day she dissed him for being unfaithful, and even posted evidence of the same, which was his razor. White Lotus, if he weren't my boyfriend, how would I have so many of your personal photos on my phone, and how would I have your razor? Ji Jiuchuan's green bubble friend circle posted a photo of the table, on which sat the same razor, with one place broken. The razor in the photo is exactly the same as the one Bai Lianhua took out.
However, there is one thing: Ji Zhouchuan had already thrown away the razor a long time ago, which proves that Bai Lianhua rummaged through the trash can to confuse the issue and falsely accuse him. Although the issue was satisfactorily resolved, Ji Zhouchuan developed Bai Lianhua syndrome and feels physically uncomfortable whenever he sees Bai Lianhua. Unexpectedly, Lu Ruoyao, who grew up together since childhood, has finally turned white and become like a lotus flower.
Seeing that Ji Zhouchuan didn't say anything, Lu Ruoyao said coquettishly, "It's good to get things off your chest, Zhouchuan. Let's have dinner together tonight, shall we?" Ji Zhouchuan looked over at Jason, the big troublemaker on the other sofa, and raised an eyebrow. "Dinner? Your darling will misunderstand, won't he? Jason is Lu Ruoyao's #1 kiss-up dog."
With the help of his best friend, Ji Zhouchuan obtained the photos and the video of Jason carrying a drunken Lu Ruoyao into a hotel, just in case.
"He is my boyfriend." Lu Ruoyao didn't think much of it. "You are mine."
She wanted to say something, but she was shy and lowered her head. Men all use the same trick of playing hard to get. She only hinted at it, but Ji Zhouchuan could guess that she liked him, but he wasn't sure, afraid that he was just imagining things.
If she hinted a little more, he would be hooked, right? Boyfriend material. Ji Zhouchuan let out a meaningful sound. He knew. Is he just your boyfriend material? That's too bad. It's really too bad.
Luckily, he's not interested in her, otherwise he'd be like a fish in a pond. Raising fish is disgusting. White lotuses are disgusting. White lotuses that raise fish are the ultimate disgusting. It seems that he needs to make it clear to his mother that there is no longer any possibility with the white lotus, and if possible, they should also have less contact. When she comes to the house, she dirties the floor.
I know. Lu Ruoyao knows how to win over her suitors.
She told Jason, through the mouth of her best friend, that if he became her boyfriend, he would be able to get close to her and win her heart. Jason believed her. He watched her flirt and joke with other suitors.
Jealous? Angry?
He could only suppress his feelings. He was only her boyfriend, and had no right to speak. Under the powerful influence of the PUA, Jason just felt that if he firmly stood by her side, he could win her heart and get her attention. Ji Zhouchuan, who rarely played the good guy, greeted Jason from across the room. He had always heard her mention her boyfriend, and today he finally got to meet the real person. He emphasized the word boyfriend. Jason immediately got up when he saw someone greet him, and walked over to Ji Zhouchuan.
He was imposing with his 1.9-meter height.
Ji Zhouchuan is a few centimeters shorter than him, and he is sitting lazily, surprisingly not overwhelmed by his momentum.
It looks like they are evenly matched. Hello.
Jason extended his hand to Ji Zhouchuan. Hello, Ji Zhouchuan, her neighbor, who grew up playing together. She is like my younger sister. Ji Zhouchuan smiled meaningfully, implying that Jason and they are familiar and don't like her, and what they say is credible.
I'm Jason. Jason shook Ji Zhouchuan's hand excitedly. So you're Ji Zhouchuan, Xiaoyao told me about you, you're very strong. Ji Zhouchuan, he always felt that Jason's smile was sinister, and when he mentioned the word strong, he gave him a crazy eyebrow raise. You're pretty lame. Jason gave him a thumbs up. Ji Zhouchuan suspected that he had been insulted, but there was no evidence. Xiaoyao said, "You're very good, I like you." Jason was only 20 years old, but he had grown up abroad since childhood, liked to bask in the sun, and did not take care of himself, so he looked rather mature. Ji Zhouchuan? There was no way to have a good conversation. This guy was impossible to deal with. If you said he understood Chinese, he really did. If you said he didn't, he really didn't. What's the point of enduring it? Ji Zhouchuan's scalp tingled. A man telling him that he loves you is like getting goosebumps. Lu Ruoyao explained, he thought I was enduring you because I really appreciate you. Ji Zhouchuan pulled the corners of his mouth, so that's what it meant. Do you know what a boyfriend's best friend means? Ji Zhouchuan asked directly, saving one is saving one, right? Licking dogs, nothing. People who love her. Jason didn't hide it at all, and didn't feel that a male best friend was something to be ashamed of. Ji Zhouchuan was impressed. No help. Love to death where death is. Just don't die on his doorstep. He sneered, but didn't say anything. Lu Ruoyao was very clever. She sensed that Ji Zhouchuan wanted to drive a wedge between her and Jason. So? Is he jealous? What a pleasant surprise. The corner of her mouth rose. The dressing room door opened.
Gu Yushi, wearing a feathered skirt, walked out. Before she went in, the salesperson gave her a pair of white high heels with diamonds, which looked even better.
So pretty. It really suits you. This outfit is like tailor-made for you. Several customers tried it before, but none of them looked as good.
The salesperson praised from the bottom of her heart. Even if she didn't like the fact that Gu Yushi could climb up to a rich second generation like Ji Zhouchuan, in the face of Gu Yushi's strength and beauty, it was all forgotten.
Who doesn't like to look at beautiful women? Hearing the gasps, Ji Zhouchuan looked over.
The cold temperament and the white dress were a perfect match. The slender swan-like neckline was soft and beautiful, the collarbone was exquisite and distinct, standing there like an ethereal fairy.
Gu Yushi slowly walked towards Ji Zhouchuan.
The feather skirt was not a tight-fitting skirt, but on Gu Yushi, it showed off her well-proportioned figure as she walked. High heels already have the effect of enhancing legs, and Gu Yushi's legs were straight, white and well-proportioned.
Ji Zhouchuan swallowed.
He couldn't imagine what the scene would be like if she were to wear a pair of white fishnet stockings. Well, it would be even better if she could add a suspender to the fishnet stockings. Why is she here? Lu Ruoyao considered herself a beautiful woman, but when Gu Yushi walked up to her, she froze for 10 whole seconds before reacting and asking unhappily.
Chapter 47, Your big treasure is here. Why can't she appear here? In the 2 seconds Ji Zhouchuan looked at Lu Ruoyao, he already thought of something.
Then he fixed his gaze on Gu Yushi, his mouth curling up in pleasure. Very pretty, it suits you.
Isn't she the woman who appeared in front of the villa that day? Lu Ruoyao vaguely felt that something was wrong. Could it be that she hadn't contacted her in the past few days because of the woman in front of her?
This thought made her look at Gu Yushi with hostility in her eyes. Anyone who stopped her from taking her revenge would not have a good ending. Before she made Ji Zhouchuan fall in love with her and then dump him, she would not allow any changes.
Very good. Jason is a very straightforward person.
Seeing Gu Yushi's beauty, he gave her a thumbs up and praised her. Ji Zhouchuan felt a little upset for some reason, as if his own property had been coveted. He said in a strange tone, "Your big treasure is here." His eyes indicated Lu Ruoya. Jason's eyes never left Gu Yushi's body, "My little Shiyang, but my heart tells me that this girl is the most beautiful, she is a goddess."
Gu Yushi smiled graciously, "Thank you."
She seems to be with that child. Lu Ruoyao suddenly thought of it and looked at Ji Zhouchuan in shock.
Could it be that she is the mother of that child? No.
Ji Zhouchuan shook his head, and the next second, in front of Lu Ruoyao's face, he took Gu Yushi's hand. "But she is my girlfriend."
He was straightforward, saving Lu Ruoyao from having any more thoughts for him. He didn't even bother to deal with the White Lotus.
Gu Yushi was stunned, her puzzled eyes falling on him.
Girlfriend? Is this how he shields himself from the bullets? If this were 4 years ago, she would be very happy. But now, she would rather not be involved. He is just.
The word joking was not yet spoken when she was interrupted. Ji Zhouchuan said in a very ordinary tone, "If there are no accidents, they will soon get engaged and get married. There is no tax on bragging, so just say whatever you want."
Last night, Lu's father even called to ask after his health.
It was obvious that Lu Ruoyao hadn't told him anything, which was very bad. It would be best if Lu Ruoyao went crazy and told her parents directly that there was no way she would marry him, so that they could save a lot of trouble.
What? Lu Ruoyao couldn't believe what she had heard. In just a few days, Ji Zhouchuan had changed his mind?
Not only had he completely let her go, but he had also fallen for a woman who was much prettier than her. There was no doubt that the plan had been thwarted. And it made her feel very frustrated. Even if he didn't like her, he should have waited until a year later when he was dying to do so, right?
How could he change his mind so quickly? Lu Ruoyao couldn't accept this fact. Jason smiled warmly and said to Gu Yushi, "My beautiful lady, may I ask your name?" Lu Ruoyao didn't raise fish casually. The fish had to be good-looking, tall, and wealthy. Jason was considered a small tycoon abroad. His image is perfect. Few women can resist his charm. Of course, Lu Ruoyao is the queen of the sea and needs to be excluded.
Ji Zhouchuan took Gu Yushi's arm and looked at Jason indifferently. "It would be nice if you knew the name of your little Yao, but it seems unnecessary for other girls." Jason made a frustrated expression. "Yes, I really hope to get to know this charming lady." Ji Zhouchuan stood in front of Gu Yushi and spoke in a strong tone, "But I'm sorry, my girlfriend doesn't want to talk to strangers."
Lu Ruoyao's mentality was about to collapse.
Ji Zhouchuan didn't like her and had a new girlfriend.
Even Jason was confused by that vixen. He obviously loved her deeply and would do anything for her. Damn it. She really wanted this bitch to die. I, Jason, am a foreign friend who likes piano music. Jason still wants to fight for it. Although he doesn't know the fairy's name, it's not bad to be able to show off a little in front of her. Lu Ruoyo gritted her teeth. Jason is such a fool. The woman in front of him even wears silver earrings. Can she learn to play the piano? She can't even understand piano music, right? Lu Ruoyo sneered, then took Jason's arm and said, "Let's go to my place, I'll play you my original compositions." Gu Yushi smiled indifferently and didn't say anything. Jason was infatuated with Lu Ruoyo, not only because she knew how to woo guys, but also because she played the piano extremely well. Jason was a piano fan, so naturally he loved her unconditionally. Really? You're finally willing to let me see your original repertoire. Jason was so excited that he forgot to swipe his face. Lu Ruoyo walked in front, and Jason followed obediently. The air became quiet and subtle. Gu Yushi looked at herself in the mirror and couldn't remember how long it had been since she had worn such a beautiful dress. Usually, she had to carry and hold the baby, and no matter what kind of clothes she wore, they would easily get wrinkled and dirty, so she just wanted something simple. There are no decent dresses in her wardrobe, just t-shirts and sweatshirts that are comfortable to wear and good for carrying a baby. It's very pretty. Ji Jiuchuan took out a card from his pocket. Wrap it up. Wait a minute. Gu Yushi reached out to stop her, but she was knocked over by a little boy who ran into the store in a hurry and fell into Ji Jiuchuan's arms. Chapter 48, A Date? Ji Jiuchuan saw that she was about to fall, so without hesitation, he reached out his hand. Before he knew it, a faint fragrance reached his nose. He also smelled this fragrance on Xiatangdu, a mixture of milk and jasmine, indescribably pleasant and a little heady. I'm sorry. Gu Yushi said to him with a sideways glance as she got up from him and looked up. Ji Jiuchuan whispered, "It's fine." Then he looked at the little boy who was running around. "Walk properly." The little boy made a face at Ji Jiuchuan and ran away. If it weren't for Gu Yushi next to him, he would have caught the little boy, beaten him up, and then handed him over to his parents to be criticized together. Most of these kids have no virtue because of their parents. I don't think this dress suits me. Gu Yushi, who was not used to wearing a dress with suspenders, said calmly to Ji Jiuchuan. Ji Jiuchuan looked up and down at Gu Yushi, and from a man's perspective, her outfit was undoubtedly dazzling. It was stunning. The high heels were also a perfect match. Those long legs were eye-catching and outstanding. I don't want you to think, I just want to feel. Ji Jiuchuan handed the black card to the shop assistant, and the shoes, along with the two in your hand, were charged together. The styles were similar, so she knew without trying that they would suit her well. To avoid giving her a chance to go in and change back into her original clothes, Ji Jiuchuan skipped the clothes fitting process and went straight to the checkout. It was too late for her to refuse. I mean it. Gu Yushi was helpless. Each of the clothes cost tens of thousands of dollars, and the shoes on her feet also had red soles, so they weren't cheap. She didn't want to spend his money. She could buy gifts of the same price range as the clothes that cost a few $100s, but she didn't have the spare money for clothes that cost tens of thousands of dollars. The money on her person is all for Xiatangdu. Even if Xiatangdu returns to the Ji family, as Xiatangdu's mother, she still needs to prepare money for her daughter. Do you think I'm lying? Ji Jiuchuan's finger flicked the feather under Gu Yushi's shoulder. Apart from thanking you for taking care of Xiatangdu, there is also one thing, you just didn't expose me. Gu Yushi glanced slightly to the side and looked away, mentioning this matter. She felt a little flustered for some reason, and even inexplicable emotions broke out. It was probably a few years ago, and this was her goal. Coming from his mouth, she was his girlfriend. The clerk quickly packed it up, along with the clothes Gu Yushi had changed into, and handed it to Ji Jiuchuan. Ji Jiuchuan reached out and took it. If you don't like wearing it, you can resell it. It's brand new, and you should be able to get 80–90% of the price. Or, you can throw it away. It's a bit of a waste, but as long as you're happy, it's yours now and you have the right to do with it as you please. Anyway, he's given her what he was supposed to give her, so it's her choice what to do with it. He spent nearly 70,000 yuan. Gu Yushi had helped take care of Xiatangdu for so long, and 70,000 yuan was not enough to express his gratitude. Gu Yushi realized today that Ji Jiuchuan was very male chauvinist, and strangely, she didn't feel any resistance. Is this the filter of love?
Because it's him, his flaws are no longer surprising.
A crab hot pot restaurant opened on the second floor of the mall. Gu Yushi's gaze lingered for 2 seconds.
She used to go to that restaurant with her parents.
I'm a little hungry, are you? Ji Zhouchuan noticed Gu Yushi's expression and volunteered.
He didn't really like crabs, and the shells were a pain to eat, but if she wanted to eat it, he would be the gentleman and eat it. According to Ji Zhouchuan's character, he would have just said let's go and eat the crab hot pot, but he chose to be tactful and respect her wishes.
He hadn't forgotten that she had said he didn't respect her. Luckily, I'm not hungry. Gu Yushi withdrew her gaze and didn't play by the rules. Ji Zhouchuan's eyes flickered, and he quickly reacted, I'm hungry, you're not, so I can't just eat while you watch, can I? Why don't we just eat something together? I think that restaurant with the crab pot is pretty good. They got off the escalator, and Ji Zhouchuan looked at the restaurant with the crab pot. Gu Yushi thought of a lot of things.
In the past, her mother would carefully peel the shrimp and crabs and put them in her bowl, and her father would also ask her mother to peel them for him. The family of 3 did not have a large villa or a luxury car, but they lived a happy life together. That was until the birth of her younger siblings, and everything changed.
Gu Yushi's gaze dimmed.
Before she could react, her hand was taken. Ji Zhouchuan took her hand and their pace was towards the meat crab pot.
Ji Zhouchuan, are you very hungry?
Gu Yushi actually did not like meat crab pot, but the family had good memories in the restaurant, which is why she was momentarily lost in thought.
I'm really hungry.
Ji Zhouchuan just thought that Gu Yushi liked to eat it, and looked at her with sincere eyes, just keep me company, otherwise I'll starve to death and Xiatangdu will have no father.
Gu Yushi was slightly stunned and suddenly laughed, you have a humorous side.
It turned out that Ji Zhouchuan, whom she had not seen, had so many sides. After spending time together, she had learned more about him than she had when she was at school.
Maybe time can change a person. The lively and cheerful person I was in the past has not become cold and unsmiling, has he?
I'm a very nice person, you'll know more about me as you get to know me better.
Ji Zhouchuan actually didn't know how to get along with girls.
Before I said that, it was actually the person you think I am. I felt it was too ambiguous when the words were on the tip of my tongue, so I changed it at the last minute.
Good guy, did you change it so that it seems even worse?
I really have no experience getting along with girls.
Before Lu Ruoya left for abroad, they also saw a lot and talked less.
He preferred going to the mountains and the sea with his friends rather than shopping.
Gu Yushi smiled lightly and said, just order. You won't have the chance to find out in the future. To avoid revealing your identity, it's better to keep a low profile.
She didn't want him to know that it was her that night.
It was an unexpected night.
It was a night of her being in love with him but he not reciprocating. Perhaps it was still a bad memory for him, his dark history.
It's better not to know.
The waiter gave 2 menus, one in front of Gu Yushi and one in Ji Zhouchuan's hands.
He looked at the menu and then at Gu Yushi. Changing the subject? Not wanting to talk, or not interested? Why did she feel like she was looking at an ordinary person? Did she not feel anything for him? That didn't make sense. He, Ji Zhouchuan, was a girl's man.
Later, Ji Zhouchuan noticed that the waiter was looking at him with a lusty gaze.
Yes, that was his charm.
Pretending to be deep in thought meant that he was struggling with something and wasn't sure whether to say something.
Chicken wings or crab? Ji Zhouchuan looked at Gu Yushi. She would have crab and he would have chicken wings, perfect. Great. Gu Yushi was more open to chicken wings. How about rice cakes? Ji Zhouchuan asked again. That's fine. Gu Yushi agreed. Slightly spicy or medium spicy? Slightly. What to drink? Anything. Then let's have the grape and meat platter. Good. Ji Zhouchuan gave an okay sign and looked at the other dishes. What about the appetizers? Deep-fried king oyster mushrooms? Do you like them? That's fine. Gu Yushi still only had 2 words.
At the next table sat some college students with a clear-eyed expression of foolishness. They had already ordered and said to the waiter, small chicken chop with a hint of spice. The waiter confirmed, small portion of free-range chicken and spare ribs, with a hint of spice.
Ji Zhouchuan couldn't help but think of when he was studying, and that's how they always ordered.
He waved the waiter over to take the order, and subconsciously said, large crab with a hint of spice.
Hello, may I ask which is the large portion of crab? There were several words on the menu beginning with the letter G: chicken wings, chicken feet, and the waiter knew what the college student meant right away because there was a set meal with free-range chicken and spare ribs. No matter which word began with G, there was something that went with crab, so he couldn't understand what Ji Zhouchuan was talking about. An embarrassed look flashed across Ji Zhouchuan's face. His attempt to be cool had failed. His ears turned red, and he coughed lightly twice. Chicken feet. Gu Yushi's eyes flickered with a smile, and she corrected him. Chicken wings. Ji Zhouchuan really wanted to find a hole to burrow into, and he laughed dryly. Yes, chicken wings and crab, and another order of fried king oyster mushrooms and grapes. The waiter suppressed a smile, finished taking the order, and then left with the menu. Ji Zhouchuan took out his phone and glanced at it. Zhou Yun had sent him a lot of pictures of little sugar beans, and in order to ease the awkwardness, he handed it to Gu Yushi to look at. You see, Xia Tangdu is still very happy in the Ji family. Gu Yushi reached out and took it, and her fingertips touched Ji Zhouchuan's fingers. A feeling of electric shock spread throughout her body, and her face flushed slightly. A message appeared at the top. Yi Xiaoming, whom you asked me to look into last time, after I sent it to you, why was there no follow-up? Is she the baby's mother? Chapter 49. Admit that she is her boyfriend? Ji Zhouchuan had someone look into her? Seeing the other person's name, Gu Yushi remembered. It was the person who always followed Ji Zhouchuan around, almost inseparable at that time. She had mustered the courage to send Ji Zhouchuan a love letter, but every time she couldn't find the opportunity, and in the end she had to give up and put the love letter away. Gu Yushi pulled back her thoughts and looked at the photos of Xia Tangdu. Every photo of Xia Tangdu had a smile on her face, proof that she was very happy. Her Xia Tangdu looked really pretty in the princess dress. Yes. Her little sweetie belongs in a castle as a princess. Not as a daughter of a commoner trapped in a rented house. Gu Yushi raised a gentle smile. Ji Zhouchuan, as long as you take good care of Xia Tangdu, I believe her mother will also feel at ease in entrusting her to the Ji family. Ji Zhouchuan looked into those beautiful eyes and always felt that there was some sadness hidden within. Is she troubled? Is she reluctant to let go of Xia Tangdu? He wanted to tell her that she could come over whenever she missed Sugar Bean, and that she only needed to give him a call and he would come and pick her up. But he was afraid that she might misunderstand something. Girls are more delicate in their thinking. Unlike boys, they can say whatever they want. If they don't like something, they can just have a fight and it'll be fine after that. But girls can't be hit, scolded, or spoken to rudely. If you're not careful with what you say or do, they'll hold a grudge. Ji Zhouchuan therefore shortened it to one sentence. If you want to see Xia Tangdu, you can come to the Ji family at any time. This saves the trouble of having to pick her up at home, and it's less likely to be misunderstood. That's fine. Gu Yushi just smiled. The fried king oyster mushrooms were served first. Ji Zhouchuan picked up his chopsticks and picked up a piece. The king oyster mushrooms were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. When he bit into it, the juice exploded and burned his tongue, causing him to let out a crazy hiss. He knew with his toes that his expression at the moment was very strange. Gu Yushi nibbled on the king oyster mushrooms in small bites and was not burned. Seeing his strange expression, she quickly put down her chopsticks and poured a glass of succulent grapes for Ji Zhouchuan. You can spit out the burn. Her voice was very gentle. Ji Zhouchuan said that if the person sitting in front of him was not her, he would definitely spit. If he were sitting in front of a beautiful woman and was so uncouth, it would leave a very bad impression, right? He wasn't concerned about her opinion. He, Ji Zhouchuan, doesn't care about anyone's opinion. He is afraid that she will think that he is not educated enough to teach Xiaodo, and that Xiaodo's mother will compete with him for Xiaodo's affection. Yes, that's it. The steamed crab was served. Ji Zhouchuan and Gu Yushi tacitly ate in silence. Halfway through the meal, the chicken wings and side dishes were all gone, but the crab was still sitting there peacefully, ignored by everyone. In the past, Gu Yushi would only eat what she liked, but now she is like a little sweet pea, determined to set a good example. She eats what she doesn't like, too. She has developed the habit of not being picky. Gu Yushi picked up a piece of crab and nibbled slowly. Ji Zhouchuan wasn't interested in crab because he was too lazy to chew, but watching her eat with relish, he inexplicably picked up a piece of crab. The crab was freshly killed and had a sweet taste. When they left, unexpectedly there were no leftovers. It had all been eaten. Gu Yushi was used to this. Ji Zhouchuan, on the other hand, had been watching her eat with relish and had eaten without noticing. When they left the restaurant, it was already 4 p.m. Ji Zhouxuan inexplicably did not want to take her back. He wanted to spend some more time with her. This feeling came very strangely. He thought, I should want to get to know little Sugar Bean a little better through her. I can just take a bus back. Gu Yushi looked it up. It wasn't very far from the shopping mall to the residential area, just 5 subway stops. I still don't know much about little Sugar Bean, I need you to tell me more. Ji Zhouxuan took out his phone and searched the map. There was a lake nearby. It was suitable for a stroll. He said, let's go for a stroll in Yushan Lake and chat as we walk. Great, Gu Yushi nodded. They left the mall and walked 1 kilometer to Yushan Lake. The lake was surrounded by a sky full of color, and there were people fishing with hats on. Gu Yushi liked the weeping begonia in the middle of a flower bed and took 2 photos with her phone. There were also fluttering butterflies in the picture. She wanted to take a close-up, so she walked across the cobblestone path. Ji Zhouxuan couldn't help but take out his phone when he saw the girl in the sunlight through the flowers. She stopped. Behind her was the sparkling water, below her were blooming tulips, in front of her was the weeping begonia, and Gu Yushi's feathered dress was particularly eye-catching. The photographer, who was taking pictures of the lake, pointed his camera at Gu Yushi and started taking pictures. After taking a few in a row, the original photo was just too beautiful. Yushan Lake is recognized as the most beautiful lake in the country, but compared to Gu Yushi, it pales in comparison. The photographer marveled as he looked at the photo. He muttered, so beautiful, who is this beautiful girl in the end? Sorry, it's me. Ji Zhouxuan did not hesitate for a moment and answered. Chapter 50. How do I explain that I'm your girlfriend? The photographer's look of envy turned to shock as he looked at Ji Zhouxuan. Buddy, you look just like Ji Zhouxuan, no wonder. No wonder you're able to attract such a beautiful woman. You'll make a lot of money by streaming live and selling products using Ji Zhouxuan's popularity. Ji Zhouxuan smiled proudly. Many people have said that to me. For some reason, although he was used to being looked at with envy and awe, this time the other person's gaze made him feel a sense of pride. Pride in having a girlfriend as beautiful as an angel? As soon as this thought occurred, Ji Zhouxuan swallowed hard. No way. He couldn't possibly be thinking that. He didn't like her, so why would he want to take advantage of her? He just thought that being her boyfriend in name only would prevent her from being harassed. She is the godmother of Xia Tangdu and is also his friend. Helping a friend is beyond reproach. Buddy, how did you get her? She is so beautiful, and I have photographed so many beautiful women, but she is the most beautiful one. The photographer could hear his heart breaking. The dream had not yet taken off, but it had already crashed. He even thought about what flowers to buy, but it turned out that she was already taken. His heart was broken into pieces. This is a technical job. Ji Zhouxuan said lazily. Oh? The photographer looked in a certain direction, then gave a thumbs up, envious, wish you long life, and then asked, what do you think of my photos? Do you want to buy them? The photographer pulled up the photos of Gu Yushi in the camera. Ji Zhouxuan looked at Gu Yushi in the lens, beautiful like a painting. But with this technique, didn't he take the same photos? If he bought them, wouldn't that lead to misunderstandings? No. He has them in his phone anyway. No. Really? It's $9.99, but I'll give it to you for $888. Are you sure? The photographer thought he had found a rich sucker, but it turned out to be a poor one. No normal man would let someone else have a photo of his girlfriend, right? 77. I don't want it either. Ji Zhouxuan looked over there at the flowers, where Gu Yushi was crouching down to take a photo of the flowers, and wondered what he would need a photo for when he could see for himself. She likes little Sugar Beans so much that she visits them from time to time, so can't he see her too? You're ruthless. The photographer could only suffer in silence and turned to leave, but Ji Zhouxuan called out to him, wait a minute. Why? The photographer was so jealous that a poor man with no money who only looked like Ji Zhouxuan was able to win the heart of a beautiful woman. You took her picture without her permission, which is called infringement. If you don't delete it and still want to leave, taking her picture to attract traffic or make a profit, is that such a good thing? Ji Zhouxuan took 2 steps and stopped in front of the photographer, smiling. The photographer was a little panicked at the sound of this and stuttered, I wasn't taking her picture, I was taking the scenery, she just happened to be in the scenery. As long as she is in your picture, I can sue you. Ji Zhouxuan looked at the photographer and said calmly. The photographer didn't expect to run into a tough nut today. Do you know how much effort and energy it takes to sue someone?
The photographer still looked confident at this time.
I know. Ji Chuan smiled. So when you usually take pictures of other people and then divert attention, you are just relying on the fact that other people don't have the time or money to sue you? That's not true. I only take pictures of beautiful people, and I only post them with their consent. Who doesn't like to be photographed beautifully and posted online for others to admire? The photographer is being stubborn. Then I'm sorry, but my girlfriend doesn't agree.
Ji Chuan reached out and motioned for the photographer to give him the camera.
I can be a good guy and help you delete it. Cut it out, you can delete it if you want, I'm not giving it to you, what are you going to do about it? The possessive man didn't even let your girlfriend speak. The photographer didn't take Ji Chuan seriously at all. Ji Chuan gave a half smile. Do you really think I'm afraid to sue you? Sue me.
The photographer was still very arrogant.
Let me tell you, I'm Ji Chuan.
No matter how much money he pays, he has it. No matter how much effort he puts in, he has a team of lawyers at his beck and call.
Suing someone is a breeze. It's not about defending Gu Yushi.
It's about feeling that the photographer has challenged him. The photographer burst out laughing, then, upon thinking of something, he looked shocked. No, buddy, are you really Ji Chuan?
Don't scare me. Ordinary people can be provoked, but Ji Chuan really can't be provoked. Not just Ji Chuan, but which rich second generation can be provoked? As soon as the sound of his voice faded, Gu Yushi finished taking the picture of the flowers and walked towards Ji Chuan. Ji Chuan, your friend?
She had just noticed that they had been chatting for a long time and seemed to be on good terms. She didn't remember the photographer, but she hadn't kept up with Ji Chuan's affairs for a long time, and he would never lack friends.
Holy shit.
The photographer was completely shocked. It really was Ji Chuan.
Ji Chuan smiled. You've kicked me, and you've kicked the iron plate.
I'll delete it, and I'll give your girlfriend the photos for free, no backups.
The photographer's mind was working fast.
Deleting the photos might not be safe, but giving them to Gu Yushi might just save the day.
Girlfriend? Gu Yushi frowned. Had he taken her as a shield again?
He used the word so casually, without her consent.
Ji Chuan reached over and put his arm around Gu Yushi's shoulders, afraid that she might give herself away. What's wrong? You call me baby every day at home, and you've forgotten that you're my girlfriend?
She was led by his hand to lean against his body, and she could clearly smell the fragrance of white cedar mixed with orange blossom.
It was carefree and lazy, yet still noble. Gu Yushi looked up and saw Ji Chuan's exquisite jawline.
This was not the first time she had been intimate with him, but it was the first time she had looked at him seriously. She truly felt like she was in his arms. Turn on Bluetooth, I'll send the photos. The photographer's mouth was full of dog food, and his voice trembled. All the bragging and puffery was gone, and at the moment, he just wanted to grit his teeth in envy, and admit defeat like a good boy.
Send them to me. Ji Chuan put a hand around Gu Yushi's shoulders and turned on the Bluetooth.
The photographer sent all the photos over without keeping a backup, and then gave Ji Chuan a special look before running away in a huff. He thought he had kicked cotton. But he had kicked a diamond.
What's wrong? Isn't he your friend? Gu Yushi saw the person running away and got up from Ji Chuan's embrace.
She was afraid that if she stayed for a few more minutes, she would get deeply involved. He is just a half-baked photographer. He took your picture, and I told him to delete it.
Ji Chuan checked the photos sent to his phone. Each one was well taken. What about the girlfriend?
Gu Yushi bit her lip, pretending to be nonchalant,
waiting for Ji Chuan to give a reasonable explanation.
Chapter 51. I'll give her money to make it easier for her to find a boyfriend. Ji Chuan subconsciously licked his lips. It meant he was nervous. He had a good reason, but looking at her clear, bright eyes, he couldn't bring himself to speak for a moment, and didn't know how to change the subject.
Forget it. Let's face it. We're here to talk about Xiatangdu, and if there's a dogskin plaster following, won't that be a lot of trouble?
So, I'm helping you get rid of this dogskin plaster.
Ji Chuan's explanation was very reasonable. It also brought the topic back on track. The matter of the little sugar beans is more important. Thank you. Ha! You helped me get rid of the dog pox, so I thank you. Gu Yushi gave a slight smile and got up, walking towards the pavilion. Ji Chuan let out a breath of relief. He quickened his pace to keep up with her. Realizing something suddenly, his brows furrowed. What's there to be nervous about? He was telling the truth, so there was no need to be nervous. After crossing a small, exquisite bridge, they reached the pavilion. The pavilion was empty. Gu Yushi found a place to sit and said, "Let's talk here." Okay. Ji Zhouchuan walked up to Gu Yushi and looked at the surrounding scenery. It was very beautiful, suitable for a family of 3 to play here. He was a loner, but the image of a family of 3 happily playing together kept popping up in his mind. What's going on? Is it just because there's an extra daughter and he hasn't fully accepted being a father that his mind is confused and he's thinking nonsense? He just wants to marry the girl he likes. He leaned over and sat on the other end of the seat. He can't sit too close, or he'll easily think nonsense. Because of the alcohol, Xia Tangdu's health was very poor, and when he was a child, he often had to go to the hospital, see many doctors, and get many injections. Gu Yushi's voice finally trembled as she mentioned the suffering of little Sugar Bean. It wasn't until the beginning of the year that she was introduced to an old Chinese medicine doctor, who treated her for 2 months and finally allowed her to run and be mischievous like a normal child. Hearing these words, Ji Zhouchuan felt as if his heart was being squeezed by a hand, and it was so difficult that he could hardly breathe. Little Sugar Bean had suffered so much. Little Sugar Bean's mother has also suffered a lot as she has been running around. He owes them mother and daughter far too much. Little Sugar Bean now seems lively and cheerful. You would never guess that before she was always lying in bed saying that little Sugar Bean hurts. The equipment couldn't find out what was wrong, but she just hurt, her hands hurt, her legs hurt, and it often lasted for days. We didn't want Xia Tangdu to go out, for fear that she would be in danger, but she was just a child, innocent and wanting to go out and play. As she spoke, Gu Yushi's eyes were filled with tears. In the summer, Xia Tangdu's body was prone to itching, so when she went out to play, she had to be in a shady place. Gu Yushi always took an ice pack with her. After playing for a while, Xia Tangdu needed to use the ice pack to cool down and stop her body from itching. In winter, Xia Tangdu is also afraid of the cold, so she needs to be fully armed when going out: a hat, a mask, gloves, a cotton padded jacket and shoes. She can't do without any of these. Xia Tangdu is considered a strange child by other children, but everyone likes her and wants to be her friend. Having friends makes her a little happier. Fortunately, after meeting the traditional Chinese medicine doctor, the bitter end has come. Little Sugar Bean can sweat like a normal child without it itching, and she doesn't have to wrap up tightly in winter. Gu Yushi looked at Ji Zhouchuan, and 2 lines of tears slipped down her eyes. Every time little Sugar Bean was in pain, she would say, "If only Dad were here. Dad is the most amazing person in the world, he can help her get rid of the pain." Ji Zhouchuan's nose grew sour. He hadn't cried when his ribs were broken in a fight. His daughter had struck directly at the softest place in his heart. Ji Zhouchuan leaned over and secretly wiped away a tear. "I will take care of little Sugar Bean and try my best to make up for what I did to her mother." Ji Zhouchuan's voice caught, and after taking a deep breath, he added, "A marriage formed for the sake of a child will not be happy. I will give her money and a house, and she can find a partner as well." He gave Gu Yushi a reminder. Since they were sisters, they would tell each other. Getting compensation is the best way. It's not good to force a marriage to give Xia Tangdu a family. Gu Yushi had long known that Ji Zhouchuan felt this way, and there was no inner turmoil. She had long known that she was not worthy of him. She would not try to become his wife by using the child. She didn't need money or a house, she just wanted you to put Xia Tangdu first. Gu Yushi took a tissue out of her bag and handed 2 to Ji Zhouchuan. Ji Zhouchuan said haughtily, "I'm not crying." Her nose was still red, and she was trying to hide it. Gu Yushi burst into laughter. "Your nose is dirty." Ji Zhouchuan awkwardly took the tissue, turned sideways to wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes, and then turned back around and pretended to wipe her nose. What kind of person is she? Ji Zhouchuan was curious about the mother of the little candy bean. She didn't want money, and she didn't want anything else either, which didn't make sense. She's a good person. Gu Yushi said seriously. Even if someone is a good person, they wouldn't take money from the sky, right? Ji Zhouchuan frowned. He had surfed the internet a lot and often came across this kind of topic. "I'll give you 100,000 yuan a month, provided that your husband doesn't come home. Are you willing?" The girls in the comments section all said yes, as long as the money was transferred on time. They would help the husband's mistress serve tea and water and take care of her during her confinement. This is not a husband, but a god of wealth. Serve him well, and you're afraid that next month's 100,000 won't be credited. He changed the title at the time. If it were 100,000 a month, would the wife be willing not to go home? Of course she would. Provided that he was very poor. What's not to like? Money is king. With that money, he's still afraid he won't be able to find a girlfriend? He can also go to clubs every day to look at the girls shaking their hips. Without money, you're nothing. Where you live is also a problem. Some time ago, he also thought of it. He would give the little candy mummy 100W per year as compensation, and he doesn't need to take the identity of her legal husband. She should be happy. With that money, she can go sightseeing whenever she wants, and she can come to see him whenever she wants. But if she doesn't want the money, it's going to be a problem. Apart from money, he can't offer her anything else. Yi Xiaoming. Ji Jiuchuan suddenly spoke up. Gu Yushi forgot that her name was Yi Xiaoming and looked up, not seeing Yi Xiaoming, before she reacted. She looked sideways and smiled lightly. She doesn't like money, and I don't want to give myself to her. You're her best friend, what do you think I should do? Ji Jiuchuan was at a loss. If he didn't want to become the scum in his parents' mouths, he had to properly handle the problem with the mommy of Little Sugar Bean. Chapter 52 Kiss Him. Gu Yushi closed her eyes and felt the breeze. The corner of her mouth curved up. She didn't have to do anything or think about anything, as if she didn't exist in this world. She was the same. She only kept him in her heart, in a place that was out of reach. This was the best for each other. She gave birth to my child, so I can't just ignore her. Ji Jiuchuan rubbed his temples, feeling only distracted. Fortunately, Xia Tangdu's mother is not the type of person to cause trouble, otherwise his life and the Ji family would be in chaos. For you, your world has just become a little more interesting with Xia Tangdu, that's all. She won't disturb your life, and she won't appear in front of you. Gu Yushi opened her eyes and looked in the direction Ji Jiuchuan was looking. Maybe this is the last time they will meet, so she will take a few more looks, because she won't have the chance in the future. Even if she sees Xia Tangdu, she will do so quietly and not disrupt his rhythm of life. If he is well, she is well. I knew it. The countryside was just a lie. She is avoiding me. Why? Ji Jiuchuan couldn't understand. She doesn't want money, she doesn't want a house, and she doesn't even want an apology from him? What kind of woman is she that she doesn't even have the courage to face him? He made a mistake, and she won't even give him a chance to admit his mistake. If I'm not wrong, when you found out that Xia Tangdu was your daughter, you resisted her mother, didn't you? You wanted her to stay out of your life, you wanted her to take the money and pretend that this never happened, and not even appear in your world. Gu Yushi's eyes were bright, like a spy, clearly knowing what Ji Jiuchuan was thinking. Every word she spoke struck a chord in Ji Jiuchuan's heart. Ji Jiuchuan felt like a naked man, with nothing to hide in her eyes. I wanted to argue back, but I was powerless to do so. At that time, he also had an evil thought, thinking that Xia Tangdu's mother only wanted to extort money from him through his child, and he wouldn't give her a dime. He also didn't want to see her. He didn't want to be disturbed in his peace. Later, Zhou Yun approached him a few times to chat. From her and Xia Tangdu's words, he could tell that Xia Tangdu's mother was a gentle and kind girl. After Xia Tangdu appeared, Xia Tangdu's mother never showed up again, which showed that she was also hiding, not for money, but also not wanting to see him. Instead, he felt guilty. He wanted to make amends. Am I really a scumbag? Ji Jiuchuan held back for a long time, but only managed to get out one sentence. And selfish. He added. No. If it were anyone else, they would probably think the same way as Ji Jiuchuan, right? They were living a carefree life, when suddenly they had a daughter. The mother of the child was not a white moon or a first love that they deeply loved but could not let go of, but a woman they did not even know. It is only natural to want the daughter and not the mother of the child. I think anyone would feel the same way as you. If I'm not wrong, you were initially resistant to Sugarplum's mother because you were worried that she was an ugly woman who wanted to blackmail Sugarplum into marrying you and living with you. Gu Yushi once again tore open Ji Jiuchuan's heart. Ji Jiuchuan pursed his lips. The normally proud man now spoke very weakly. Perhaps, probably, could you spare me some face? Gu Yushi smiled. So I was right? Ji Jiuchuan frowned. It's almost like you have a sixth sense, you know exactly what I'm thinking. As they spoke, Ji Jiuchuan looked at the girl in front of him and felt that she was quite compatible with him. She had a very nice personality and it was very comfortable to be around her.
Earlier, when he provoked and mocked her again and again, she didn't take it seriously at all. Looking at her, it was like bathing in the spring breeze.
It was comfortable and intoxicating. A girl like this is a blessing. I don't know who will get lucky. You're not a fortune teller, are you?
Ji Chuan teased when he saw Gu Yushi smiling.
Just guessing.
What else have you guessed?
Nothing yet. Looks like you, Yi Banshan, have hit the nail on the head. Yes. Gu Yushi smiled lightly.
Ji Chuan saw a mosquito resting on Gu Yushi's shoulder. He reached out and waved his hand, scaring the mosquito away, and she looked over at him at the same time. Their eyes met, and the air seemed to fall silent for a second.
There's a mosquito. He swallowed. Oh. She nodded. The atmosphere fell silent.
Ji Chuan really didn't know what to talk about with girls, so he casually said, Yushan Lake is truly a famous lake, the water is so clear.
Lake water. Air.
The air was awkward for a moment. On the cobblestone path leading to the pavilion, a family was walking towards them.
Dad, I've come out with you to look at the lake. When are you going to transfer the money for the car? My patience is running out.
A voice urged.
Dad, if Gu Zishuan buys a car, then you have to buy me a bag too. Gu Sini muttered discontentedly. Gu Zishuan glared at her. Get lost, buying bags, don't you know that I have all the family money? Dad, look at him.
Gu Sini gritted her teeth, really wanting to give this younger brother a big slap in the face to let him know who was the boss.
Alright, stop fighting. You can have your bag in Zishuan's car.
Gu Mingyao looked at his two children with great affection.
Dad is really good. Gu Sini snuggled up to Gu Mingyao's arm. You girl, are you saying that I, as a mother, am bad? Lin Yakin pretended to be unhappy.
Gu Sini quickly coaxed, Mom is good, Dad is good, and although my younger brother is a bit immature, he is also considered good.
In our family, only that bitch is bad. Don't mention that bitch.
She got pregnant before marriage, causing our family to be laughed at by our relatives.
I see her getting beaten up every time. Gu Zishuan brandished his fists while walking.
That's your sister, don't talk about her like that. You both were raised by the same hand, so Lin Yakin still has feelings for this daughter.
Gu Zishuan spat on the ground. I don't recognize her.
Because of her, I'd been laughed at to death.
I don't recognize her.
Gu Mingyao scolded, don't mention her, it annoys me just to hear about her. She's a bastard child born to some random guy. As soon as he said this, everyone else shut up. Their voices were not loud, but they all reached Gu Yushi's ears. Her body was tense, and the hand that fell to her side was clenched tightly. It was not easy to say that she was not uncomfortable. Those were her father, mother, brother, and sister. The day she was kicked out of the house. Her father said he would disown her as his daughter, and never called her again. Her mother secretly contacted her, but they stopped communicating after she was discovered. Her younger brother and sister regarded her as poison. The sound of footsteps drew nearer, and Gu Yushi's heart was about to jump out of her throat.
She didn't want to face them.
She didn't want to see her father's hateful eyes, nor did she want to see her mother in trouble. When they were about to walk to the pavilion, she made a bold decision, sat on Ji Chuan's lap, wrapped her arms around his neck, and kissed him.
Chapter 53, The Things I Have to Say to My Daughter's Mother's Best Friend.
Ji Chuan was dumbfounded when Gu Yushi suddenly sat on his lap, thinking she wanted to whisper something. He didn't expect her to kiss him directly. He had told himself not to misunderstand Yi Xiaomeng anymore, that a person willing to work hard to support his best friend's daughter's education could not have any bad intentions. But at this moment, it seemed like he was about to be slapped in the face again. He couldn't help but wonder if she had been unable to contact Sugar Bean's mother, which was why she had said she was going to the countryside and didn't want to see him.
In fact, Sugar Bean's mother didn't even know whose child it was. And she, somehow, had gotten Sugar Bean and then fallen for him. After a while of rambling, Ji Chuan felt that he could start his own column, which would be called All the Things I Have to Say to My Daughter's Mother's Best Friend. There will definitely be a lot of subscriptions. If he hangs on a little longer, there will be even more gifts. When Ji Chuan came back to his senses, he realized that all his impractical thoughts had been left behind, because he had fallen into this kiss. Gu Yushi hadn't kissed before, so she was very awkward, just nibbling at his lips, not knowing that the more she did so, the more she could arouse a man's heart. Holy cow, doing this kind of thing in public, I'm going to film it and post it online. Gu Zixuan was so scared when he first entered the pavilion that he took a step back and even bumped into Gu Mingyao. Gu Xini deliberately covered her eyes with her hands. Oh, how embarrassing, how could you do that? It's very inconsiderate. It's obvious that she's a girl without any upbringing, kissing a boy in public like that. Carrot just like her sister who got pregnant before marriage, disgusting. It's because of women like her that there are bitches like her. Gu Zixuan grunted in annoyance, looking like he was above morality. Gu Mingyao felt it was inappropriate just by looking at it, and waved his hand. Let's go, it's dirty, and out of sight, out of mind. We're not staying here. Gu Xini added fuel to the fire. Dad, do you think my sister is also so casual outside, that's why she got pregnant with a wild man's child? As long as Gu Mingyao completely gives up on Gu Yushi's share of the inheritance will be hers. Whenever she gets the chance, she will say bad things about Gu Yushi to make Gu Mingyao dislike her. Thanks to Gu Xini's unremitting efforts, Gu Mingyao has successfully come to the point where he feels that his eldest daughter is better off dead. He is so fed up that he just wants to go home. Gu Mingyao said in a bad mood. Gu Xini was smug, and trotted along behind Gu Mingyao's footsteps. Dad, I would never do anything to shame you like that. Gu Zixuan knew that everything in the Gu family belonged to him, whether or not there was Gu Yushi. He dissed Gu Yushi just because it made him lose face. Usually during these bad-mouthing sessions, he just quietly watched Gu Xini perform. Of course, he still had to make a sound when it was his turn to show off. Dad, I agree. I won't let a girl get pregnant before marriage. Gu Zixuan quickly said this with a solemn expression. Only Lin Yakin silently watched the two people hugging and kissing. She couldn't see the woman's face, but she inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity. Mom, come quickly. Oh, okay. Lin Yakin, who wanted to take a closer look, was called. After thinking about it, she decided not to confirm it and turned to follow their footsteps. Gu Yushi opened her eyes and saw with the corner of her eye that the four of them had left the pavilion and walked out of the path. Her heart ached. In her parents' eyes, she was a terrible daughter. But she had no regrets. Little Sugar Bean had chosen her, and she was duty-bound to bring Little Sugar Bean into this world. Gu Yushi was acting strange, and Ji Jiuchuan opened his eyes. When he met her big, watery eyes, he froze for a moment. Not only did he not push her away, but he was concentrating on kissing her? This was unbelievable. You just. Ji Jiuchuan felt for the first time that words were so hot to the mouth. Gu Yushi got up from Ji Jiuchuan's lap and sat next to him, head down, her voice low. I'm sorry, I couldn't control myself. You don't need to blame yourself, it's not a big deal. Ji Jiuchuan reached out his finger and touched his lips, still a little bit unsatisfied. It turns out that kissing passionately feels pretty good. Think of it as practice. I know I'm good looking, and you couldn't help yourself, but you're friends with the mother of Xia Tangdu, so let's not do this again next time. Seeing as how Gu Yushi was so captivated by him that she couldn't help herself, he let it go. And in this kind of thing, he didn't lose out, so to be petty would make him seem small-minded. Gu Yushi kept her head down and was in a low mood. Ever since she was little, she had done everything she could to be the child that her parents saw as someone else's child, studying hard to get first place in exams and doing her best at everything. But she could never compare to her younger sister, who knew how to act cute. She also could never compare to her younger brother, who had been born with the light of glory shining on him. She was almost invisible in the family. Gradually, she became very inferior and lacked confidence. On the outside, she appeared to be lively, but in reality, she was very insecure and was afraid of being alone. When she saw the spirited Ji Jiuchuan on the basketball court, so bright and cheerful, so confident, it was as if light was shining off him. She was moved. She secretly watched him and secretly fell in love. She knew that getting pregnant with his child would bring shame on her parents and that she would lose everything, but she had no regrets. Even if the whole world did not welcome her little sugar plum, she would welcome her and his child with open arms. Let me walk you home. Seeing that Gu Yushi looked very uncomfortable, Ji Jiuchuan suggested. Okay. Gu Yushi nodded. When she got up, she was a little unsteady and had to hold onto a pillar. Ji Jiuchuan's gaze fell on her legs, and naturally, he attributed her limp to her worship of his superb kissing skills. That's what all the novels he read said. Shouldn't he be honest? Ji Jiuchuan held out his gentlemanly hand. Let me help you. Thank you, that's not necessary. Gu Yushi closed her eyes, took a moment to compose herself, and walked out of the pavilion. Ji Jiuchuan, who had been rejected, looked at Gu Yushi's back,
glanced at his hand still raised in the air, and ground his back teeth.
Women are fickle.
1 second she was unable to tear herself away from him and couldn't help kissing him. The next second, when faced with his outstretched helping hand, she ignored it and rejected it. Got into the car. Ji Jiuchuan fastened his seatbelt and turned to look at her. This time, tell me where you live, and I'll pack up some of Xiaoduzi's clothes and toys.
The toys and clothes are a cover. Knowing the address is what's important.
He can then find out who Xiaoduzi's mother is when he has time. He wasn't curious, but now he was extremely curious to find out which discerning woman had given birth to his child.
Chapter 54 Daddy, you smell like mommy. Gu Yushi gave the address of the residential area. Ji Jiuchuan sent Gu Yushi to the entrance of the residential area. His gaze followed her as she got off the car. He opened the car door and walked up to her. Ha! Gu Yushi looked at Ji Jiuchuan in confusion. Ji Jiuchuan smiled. To prevent you from running back and forth, I'll walk you up to the door.
I won't go in, you just need to be responsible for getting me to the door.
Gu Yushi smiled. That's not necessary. Yes, you should.
Ji Jiuchuan acted considerate, otherwise Ji Jiuchuan, would be accused of being rude in making a girl run up and down the stairs.
No.
Gu Yushi refused again, smiling at Ji Jiuchuan and asking him to wait a moment while she finished packing Xiaotangdu's things and brought them down.
Ji Jiuchuan shrugged. Okay then. If she kept refusing and he insisted on following her, what was the difference between them? Gu Yushi entered the residential area.
After taking a few steps, she saw that Ji Jiuchuan had not followed her, and she let out a sigh of relief. She quickened her pace.
Yushi, you're back.
Yi Xiaoming was buying things at the small supermarket on the first floor, carrying quite a few groceries in her hands.
Mu Qingge was also there, and she waved at Gu Yushi. I'm here to eat for free. That's great. Gu Yushi smiled wryly. The three of them got into the elevator together. Yi Xiaoming knew that Gu Yushi had gone out with Ji Jiuchuan, and curiously asked, have the two of you sparked anything?
She unconditionally believed in Gu Yushi's appearance, and even she, a woman, was enchanted, let alone a young and spirited man.
Gu Yushi smiled and said, no. Mu Qingge frowned and said, Ji Jiuchuan is the kind of person who only wants the candy, not the candy's mom. He starts messing around and then abandons you. You shouldn't like him, Yushi.
Gu Yushi said, he just made a choice that most men would make.
He doesn't want me, which is to be expected.
Yi Xiaoming was holding things in her hands, so she couldn't hug Gu Yushi, but she gave her a caring look and said, I and Dubei will always be together. Mu Qingge felt sorry for Gu Yushi, who had given so much but got nothing in return, even having to give up the most important thing, Xiaoduzi.
But she respected Gu Yushi's choice and didn't say anything more. Back at home.
Yi Xiaoming said gleefully, I got a promotion, so I'll treat you to dinner and drinks. But considering that everyone here is a total wimp and gets drunk easily, I've prepared cocktails, just one bottle, for everyone to share and have a little taste. She bought all the hard dishes, which she usually can't afford to buy.
Mu Qingge followed up and helped in the kitchen, while Gu Yushi went into the bedroom to pack up Xiaotangdu's favorite things and put them in a bag. As she put a stuffed animal in the bag, Gu Yushi had a million thoughts. This was the first time Xiaotangdu had grabbed a doll from a claw machine. Xiaotangdu treasures it very much and wants to hug it every night before going to sleep.
There is also the meat floss she fried in the fridge, which Sugar Bean usually likes to use to sandwich toast.
There are also some handmade biscuits.
Sugar Bean likes biscuits, so she learned little by little, starting with kneading the dough, and finally making complete and cute little biscuits.
Gu Yushi carried the two bags out the door.
As soon as the door closed, Yi Xiaoming wiped away her tears. Sugar Bean had taken everything with her, and she didn't know when she would see her goddaughter again. She didn't dare cry in front of Gu Yushi, for fear of causing Gu Yushi to cry as well.
Mu Qingge patted her gently on the shoulder. In fact, Yushi's choice was not wrong.
It was only at the Ji family that Sugar Bean could receive the best of everything. But she had lost both her precious mommy and godmother.
Is the value of their beloved mommy and godmother worth a building? Mu Qingge's colleague at the hospital, who is also Zhou Yun's niece, has gossiped with her that Zhou Yun wants to give Sugar Bean a building. Jiangchang is expensive, and a building is worth a lot. You don't need to work hard in the next life.
Yi Xiaoming's tears instantly dried up. Don't forget to mention that I'm not even worth a toilet, at most I'm just a toilet brush. Gu Yushi had just returned when she heard what they were saying, and she concealed the bitterness in her heart as she joined the army of cooks.
Ji Jiuchuan drove back. He looked at the clothes and food in the driver's seat.
There were only 1 or 2 sets of pajamas, and the fabric felt surprisingly good to the touch, so it was clear that they had put their hearts into it. The food was also handmade. Little Sugar Bean had been poor, but she had never been unhappy. Thinking of Little Sugar Bean, Ji Jiochuan speed-soared.
He arrived home in less than half an hour. Grandma, I really like this bear, can you buy it for me? Xiaotangdu cooed in Zhou Yun's arms.
Zhou Yun had spent the whole evening shopping with Xiaotangdu, buying her whatever she liked, and telling her that Grandma would buy whatever she liked.
So Xiaotangdu had set her sights on the bear on the tablet. What bear? Let Grandma have a look.
Zhou Yun took the tablet and looked at it, her smile instantly disappearing from her face.
This bear is terrible. This is a panda. You can adopt it.
Zhou Yun gave Xiaotangdu a kiss on the cheek.
If Xiaotangdu likes it, Grandma will adopt it in the name of the Jusher group. You can name the bear.
Little Sugar Bean nodded as if she understood. I'm Little Sugar Bean, and he's Blackie, so I'll call him Little Colored Bean.
I like it when things are colorful.
At the thought of a painted panda, Zhou Yun's lips twitched. Pandas are distinctive in black and white.
Little Sugar Bean, do you know that pandas are a national treasure? What's a national treasure?
Little Sugar Bean blinked curiously.
It's everyone's treasure, just like Little Sugar Bean is our G family's treasure.
Zhou Yun was about to fall for the cuteness of Sugar Bean.
It was really different bringing up a son than a granddaughter.
With her son, she told herself to stay calm, because he was her own flesh and blood. With her granddaughter, she just found her adorable no matter how she looked at her, and she didn't have a single flaw. So Sugar Bean was a family treasure.
Sugar Bean giggled.
Yes, our Sugar Bean is a family treasure, the little treasure of Mommy, Daddy, Grandpa, and Grandma.
Zhou Yun beamed.
Little Sugar Bean also smiled happily. Ji Jiochuan had just returned home and saw a heartwarming scene. Before Little Sugar Bean came, the Ji family was cold and quiet.
Each family member was busy with their own things.
Ji Tianfeng was busy at the company, Zhou Yun climbed mountains and played mahjong, and Ji Jiochuan was a playboy while earning money.
Ji Jiochuan rarely stayed at home.
Things were different after Little Sugar Bean came to the Ji family. One of the things Ji Jiochuan looked forward to most every day was going home.
Daddy!
When Little Sugar Bean saw Ji Jiochuan, she put down her tablet and ran towards him.
Ji Jiochuan crouched down and picked her up. Little Sugar Bean, have you missed me?
Yes, a lot, a whole lot, she said, and drew a basket with her fingers.
She beamed. Good, I missed you too. Ji Jiochuan kissed Little Sugar Bean's cheek.
The little treasure is so fragrant, it's really rare. Little Sugar Bean suddenly leaned close to Ji Jiochuan and sniffed, saying innocently, Daddy, you smell like Mommy.
Chapter 55, What must be faced must be faced. Ji Jiochuan sniffed, and there was no smell. His little treasure has such a sensitive nose?
Zhou Yun laughed and covered her mouth. Oops, my son has the smell of my future daughter-in-law. Oops, did you meet her?
Little Sugar Bean pouted unhappily. Why didn't Daddy take Little Sugar Bean when he went to see Mommy?
Little Sugar Bean also wants Mommy. In the Ji family, everything is the best, and Xiaotangdu has also eaten a lot of food she has never eaten before, but she wants to eat it with her mommy. She has hidden a lot of delicious food to eat with her mommy.
I'll take you there later. Ji Jiochuan looked at the alarm clock on the wall. It was getting late.
He said to Zhou Yun, Mom, I'll take Xiaotangdu to wash her face, brush her teeth, and go to bed.
Wait, Little Sugar Bean needs a bath. Zhou Yun thought it was time to exercise Ji Jiochuan's ability to bathe a baby. Huh? Ji Jiochuan was confused. Bathe a baby? He's never done it before.
Mom, you bathe Little Sugar Bean, or you can ask Auntie Tang, Auntie Li, or Auntie One.
Ji Jiochuan's face was full of rejection. Don't say such irresponsible things. You're the father, isn't it normal to bathe your own child?
Zhou Yun rolled her eyes.
Being a father also requires a sense of responsibility.
Although he doesn't have to change diapers anymore, he can still bathe the baby.
In a couple of years, he won't even be able to bathe the baby. Mom!
Hurry up and take Little Sugar Bean to bathe. Zhou Yun waved her hand, indicating that she wasn't going to bargain with her.
Ji Jiochuan, with a face full of helplessness, took Xiaotangdu upstairs. Daddy, do you not want to give me a bath?
Xiaotangdu stared pitifully at Ji Jiochuan, her little mouth slightly pouting. Looking at his daughter's eyes, Ji Chuan immediately denied, "No, I just haven't bathed my daughter before, so I'm a bit unsure of how to do it."
Xia Tangdu blinked her big eyes. "So daddy has bathed your son?" "I don't have a son." "Oh, then I can teach you how to bathe."
Little Sugarbean looked at Ji Chuan's eyes and suddenly felt a touch of sympathy.
Her father must not like to bathe, so he doesn't know how to bathe her.
Little Sugarbean is afraid of water, so she doesn't like to bathe, and her father must be the same.
"Daddy, don't be afraid, I'm here."
Little Sugarbean took Ji Chuan's hand and entered the bathroom. "You don't know how to bathe, but I can teach you."
"You have to fill the water."
Little Sugarbean is not tall enough, so she points to the shower switch and indicates for Ji Chuan to turn it on.
Ji Chuan carries Little Sugarbean to a chair and says, I can do it." The bathtub comes with its own water dispenser.
After Ji Chuan turns it on, he takes out the children's body wash from his backpack, which he brought with him from over there.
He looked up the brand online and found that it's not very expensive, costing more than 100 yuan. For their family's financial situation, it is already the best treatment. It's strange to live in an ordinary neighborhood when you have money. Even if you have money, you don't need to work to pay for school fees.
Ji Chuan sighed lightly, wondering why he felt that both the mother and godmother of Xia Tangdu were miserable. The water in the bathtub was ready, and when Ji Chuan turned around, he saw Xia Tangdu looking at him.
He said, "Come on, let's take off our clothes and get in the bath." Little Sugarbean loves taking baths.
Little Sugarbean got off the chair, took off his jacket, and when he tried to take off his shirt, he pouted, "Daddy, you should close your eyes and not peek."
Ji Chuan.
He sensibly turned his back. Little Sugarbean took off his shirt and pants, and said to Ji Chuan, "Daddy, I can't get into the bathtub, so turn around with your eyes closed and carry me in."
Ji Chuan frowned, "This is not safe. But mommy and godmother both said that I can't let boys see my body." Xia Tangdu said seriously, "I'm your father. Aren't fathers considered boys?"
Ji Chuan, who felt rejected and speechless, said, "Okay, I'll close my eyes, and you tell me where to put you, okay?"
"Okay."
Ji Chuan turned around, closed his eyes, and kept his hand in one place. "I don't know where you are, you stand in front of my hand, and I'll hold you in."
"Okay, Daddy."
Xia Tangdu stood still, and her hand lightly touched Ji Chuan's.
Fortunately, the bathtub was right in front of them, so they could just hold her and put her in.
He didn't fill the bathtub very deeply, so she could lie in it without any problems.
"Daddy, you can turn around now." "Okay."
Ji Chuan turned his head. Fortunately, his bathroom was minimalist and had nothing in it, or he would have definitely bumped into something. Ji Chuan felt something was wrong as soon as he stepped out of the bathroom. If he didn't keep a close eye on things, something might happen to the 3-year-old. As soon as he turned around, Xia Tangdu stared at him. "Daddy, don't peek, or I won't like you anymore."
"I'll just sit on the floor, so I can't see inside the bathtub. Is that okay?"
Ji Chuan closed the bathroom door and sat on the floor.
"Why?" Little Sugarbean couldn't understand. "I'm worried you'll fall in the water, so I need to keep an eye on you."
"Okay then." Princess Little Sugarbean grants Daddy Night the right to watch over him. Little Sugarbean rubbed the shower gel on her body and said happily.
Ji Chuan corrected her, "It's Night." His silly daughter.
Little Sugarbean loves playing in the water and spent half an hour in the bathtub. Ji Chuan couldn't sit still anymore, and after much persuasion, he agreed to take a shower. But as soon as he got close, he had to close his eyes, so he had to shower her in the dark, feeling around with the shower head.
He accidentally splashed her in the face. He quickly aimed the shower head elsewhere. Then, Daddy."
Yes, Ji Chuan splashed his daughter's face. Originally, the little sweetie only needed a bath, but now her head needs washing too.
Ji Chuan promptly called on Zhou Yun to deal with the aftermath.
He really doesn't know how to wash a child's hair. Zhou Yun saw her precious granddaughter looking like a drowned rat, and gave her a look that said, "You really are a father I don't even bother to talk to."
"Ji Chuan, I have a lot of grievances."
In the end, Zhou Yun washed the little sweet pea, and changed into a nightgown. The little sweet pea fell asleep as soon as he touched the bed, as if by magic. Ji Chuan had an appointment to play games, but he couldn't resist sleepiness and fell asleep. Early the next morning, there was an uninvited guest in the house. Ji Chuan had just gone downstairs to get a glass of water when he saw Lu Ruoyao's parents sitting on the sofa drinking tea. "Zhou Chuan, you're up."
Seeing Jojo Chuan, Lu's father was beaming from ear to ear.
Among the younger generation, he liked Jojo Chuan, but he couldn't put his finger on it.
Lu's mother knew why, because Jojo Chuan's personality was very similar to Lu's father when he was young, suave, and arrogant. Jojo Chuan, sit down and let's chat. Jo Yun gave Jojo Chuan a wink, because what had to be faced had to be faced. Chapter 56, What's Wrong with This Kid?
Jojo Chuan sat across from the Lu couple and greeted them politely, Uncle Lu, Auntie Chen.
Lu's mother didn't feel much for Jojo Chuan. As parents, they always think their children are the best and no one else is good enough. She simply nodded.
If her husband hadn't insisted on bringing her along, she would have never bothered to come.
For a marriage, it's the man's responsibility to come to the woman's home.
Jo Yun refilled the tea for the Lu couple and poured Jojo Chuan a cup as well.
Jo Chuan, did Yao tell you when she came back this time that you two were setting a date? Lu's father cut straight to the chase.
The thing between her and me was your adult's own wayward thinking that there was something between us, when in fact we are just friends.
Now that we are not even friends anymore, can he still not see what kind of woman Lu Ruoyao is?
Even her friends don't think she is good enough. In front of the parents, Jojo Chuan still gave Lu Ruoyao a little face.
Jo Yun tactically drank tea. Lu's mother sneered, who was it that ran to our house as a child and said he would marry Yao Yao and give her a happy life?
Jojo Chuan kept his expression unchanged. You also said that it was when we were children, before our brains had fully developed, so who would believe what we said? I said whatever I wanted, and someone actually believed me, and laughed. He had no problem with Lu's father, who had treated him well. It was just that Lu's mother was a bit eccentric, and he would not indulge her.
What do you mean? Lu's mother's face changed. Literally, Auntie Chun, why do you look so pale?
Jojo Chuan laughed and threw the question back at Lu's mother.
Lu's mother scowled and said nothing.
Lu's father tried to smooth things over. It's like this, Yao Yao has gone back to work abroad again these past 2 days, but she'll be back once she's finished, and she won't leave again.
She told me that she wants to be with you.
Lu's father naturally gave his full support, otherwise he wouldn't have lowered himself to come to the Ji family.
After all, the woman's family has to hold its head up. She doesn't really want to be with me, so let's not talk about this anymore.
Jojo Chuan pulled up the photos on his phone.
We're all adults here, so let's be clear. How could that be?
Lu's father took a sip of tea and disagreed with Jojo Chuan.
Yao Yao really likes you. We can all see it.
Every time she calls, she asks how you are.
Jojo Chuan's mouth twitched slightly.
As far as he knew, Lu Ruoyao rarely called home, not even once a year.
Jojo Chuan didn't say much, but he did show Lu's father the photos on his phone. His good friend had collected quite a few photos of Lu Ruoyao. Every time she went out, she was with a different man. Jason appeared most often in the photos. The two of them had even spent a night in a hotel room together, doing God knows what. There were also quite a few photos of them cuddling. Lu's father could clearly see the faces in the photos. They were his daughters, weren't they? He couldn't refute it even if he wanted to. Lu's mother angrily retorted at the first opportunity, "Don't you dare Photoshop and slander my daughter.
My daughter is innocent and pure, and she would never hug and cuddle with men, let alone so many men, and how could she have changed 7 men in 3 days?"
Jojo Chuan was a little dazed when he saw it. Time management guru.
In the morning, he had breakfast with President Wang, at noon he had lunch with Li Xiao, in the afternoon he went shopping with Jason, and in the evening he went boating with Xiao Xiao. He changed partners up to 4 times in one day. If I were her, I'd take off my head and let you sit on it as a stool, okay?
Jojo Chuan sneered. Even his own daughter didn't know what kind of character she had, and she still looked down on him? She was pure and virtuous, she should be the one talking. Jo Chuan, I will definitely find out what happened and give you an explanation. Lu's father didn't vouch for his daughter. Although he didn't believe it was true, he couldn't prove it, and the evidence was right in front of him. He needs to investigate thoroughly. If it's a lie, then everything will be fine. If it's true, then he needs to teach his daughter a lesson. Lu's mother glared at him. Are you crazy? What are you investigating? Our Yao Yao would never do such a thing. Auntie Chen, don't be so blind. Jojo Chuan took a slow sip of tea and looked at Lu's mother with pitiful eyes. She thought she could teach her daughter to be a lady, but instead she has produced an actress. Her gentle and kind nature is all an illusion. In reality she is a playgirl. Jojo Chuan, is this how you speak to me?
Mother Lu was annoyed, and her long-suppressed anger exploded. Zhou Yun was helpless. Zhou Chuan, Auntie Chen is your elder, so speak more tactfully. Although the words are coarse, the meaning is not, but speak in a nicer tone. Zhou Chuan gave an okay sign and said to Lu's mother, Auntie Chen, your daughter is not as good as you think.
I didn't want to say anything, but if I don't, you'll never know. I chose to be honest so that you can wake up. The tone is very good, it's just that the words are a bit harsh. Lu's mother's face turned as red as a pig's liver. Zhou Yun didn't know what to say either. Although the person sitting in front of her was her best friend, Lu Ruoyo had really done the wrong thing. Zhou Chuan had a point, and as her mother, she couldn't say anything. Mother Lu was furious. With a personality like yours, our Yao Yao is right not to follow you. I'm telling you, even if you beg and plead with me to let you marry Yao Yao in the future, I won't give you the chance. Zhou Chuan smiled wryly and readily agreed, okay. Lu Mama said angrily to Lu Papa, since Zhou Chuan doesn't welcome us, let's go, we won't come again. Lu Papa was still thinking about the photos, and he knew that Zhou Chuan would never joke about such a thing. Could it be that her daughter really is a daddy's girl? There was a soft thud. Little Sugar Bean rubbed her eyes as she walked down the stairs. She walked very carefully, taking each step slowly. Lu's father and mother heard the sound and turned back in surprise, only to see a little cutie in her pajamas, exquisite like a porcelain doll. Did they hear it right? Did she call Daddy? Who? The only suitable person there was Zhou Chuan. Lu's mother's footsteps stopped. Lu's father also observed the face of the little sweet pea, which actually resembled Zhou Chuan a little. Under normal circumstances, Zhou Yun would have enthusiastically called out to her baby granddaughter, but now that her old friend was present, she could only pretend to be mute. The little sweet pea walked down the stairs, ran up to Zhou Chuan, and opened her arms. Daddy, give me a hug. Lu's father? Lu's mother? Zhou Chuan picked up Xia Tangdu and naturally put her on his lap, feeding her a piece of bread. Are you awake? Did you sleep well? I miss Mommy. Xia Tangdu hugged Zhou Chuan with her arms around his neck, her head resting on his shoulder. Xia Tangdu misses Mommy. Lu Mama finally reacted. Zhou Chuan, no wonder you smeared our Yao Yao's name. It turns out you had a love child with that woman outside. Lu's father was also infuriated. Zhou Chuan, what is going on with this child? You really let me down. Chapter 57, so she is the school dropout Gu Yushi. The word bastard appeared, and the faces of Zhou Yun and Zhou Chuan both changed. This is not some bastard, this is their precious daughter Xia Tangdu. Don't talk so harshly, I'll let it go this time, but if there is a next time, our relationship will end here. Zhou Yun's face was not good, saying that her granddaughter was more difficult than her. Lu Ruoyao's character has problems, it is her own problem, and I have not had any ambiguous relationship with her. I have a child with her, which has nothing to do with you all, it is my own business. Zhou Chuan couldn't help but feel amused, as if he had to explain something to them. What is there to explain? If I can explain it, it is all because of Lu's father's face. Lu Ruoyo is a sea king, and he still has to take over? He's not stupid. You. At first, Lu's father thought it was Lu Ruoyao's problem, but when he saw Xia Tangdu, he decided that it was Zhou Chuan's fault, and his blood pressure rose in anger. If it weren't for the so-called noblewoman title, Lu's mother would have been so angry that she could have torn Zhou Chuan apart with her bare hands at any time. You unfaithful man, you are not worthy to talk about my daughter. Mrs. Lu glared at Zhou Chuan viciously and said to Zhou Yun, you defend your son like this and hurt my daughter. Our relationship ends here. Don't you understand what people are saying? I told you it's your daughter's problem, don't keep blaming my son. Zhou Yun couldn't stand Mrs. Lu's behavior and refused to give her face. They were about to start a fight when Zhou Chuan made a gesture. If we can't talk things over, then please leave. The Lu couple left indignantly. Little Sugar Bean nibbled on a small piece of bread in Zhou Chuan's arms and looked at him in confusion. Daddy, what's wrong? Are they angry? It's fine. Little Sugar Bean, what do you want for breakfast today? Grandma will have the kitchen prepare it. Zhou Yun reached out and took Little Sugar Bean from Zhou Chuan's arms. Little Sugar Bean pouted, I want to eat the omelette that Mommy made. It's the best omelette in the world. Grandma, you and Daddy take me to find Mommy. Little Sugar Bean had followed Gu Yushi since she was little, and she had always tried to make Daddy happy. Now, all she could think about was Mommy, and even the bread didn't taste good anymore. Zhou Yun looked embarrassed. Zhou Chuan, what do you think? Little sugar bean, isn't your mommy in the countryside? I think the only person you can find is your godmother.
Ji Jiuchuan pinched little sugar bean's cheeks to try and dissuade her. Little sugar bean puffed up her cheeks. No way, mommy is also my godmother, and she is at home waiting for me with delicious food. As soon as she woke up, Sugar Bean sent a message to Gu Yushi, saying that she missed her.
Gu Yushi told her to make something delicious and send it over for her to eat.
In her sleep, Sugar Bean got it wrong and thought that Gu Yushi was waiting for her at home, which was why she was pestering Ji Jiuchuan to go home. She also forgot that Gu Yushi had told her many times to keep it a secret.
What? Your godmother is your mother?
Ji Jiuchuan clearly heard what Sugar Bean said and froze in place.
Oops, I slipped up.
Sugar Bean held the bread in one hand and covered her mouth with the other. Her big, watery eyes were adorable. She even went out of her way to say, "My mother didn't tell me she was my godmother, and she didn't act in that capacity."
Zhou Yun looked at Ji Jiuchuan suspiciously. What does that mean? Ji Jiuchuan understood. The person who had repeatedly spent time with Xia Tangdu and had assumed the identity of a godmother was Xia Tangdu's biological mother. So it was her. Then everything made sense. No wonder Xia Tangdu was so attached to her.
No wonder she wanted to be a tutor to pay for Xia Tangdu's schooling. But why did she lie to herself?
The kiss from that day came to mind.
Ji Jiuchuan thought back to what those people had said, pregnant before marriage.
Could it be that those people were her family? So that's why she was so afraid of being seen? If Yi Xiaoming was fake, then she was? Little Sugar Bean, Daddy has a question for you.
Ji Jiuchuan put Little Sugar Bean on the sofa and knelt in front of her.
Daddy, what do you want to ask?
Little Sugar Bean blinked her big, innocent eyes.
What's your godmother's name? Yi Xiaoming. And what's your mummy's name? Ji Jiuchuan added, children must not lie.
Little Sugar Bean nodded, I don't lie, but my mummy doesn't want me to say her name.
Zhou Yun had understood the general idea. Yi Xiaoming was not Little Sugar Bean's mummy. So who was?
Fortunately, she had not given away her shares.
She had only helped Yi Xiaoming get a promotion.
It's like this, Little Sugar Bean, Daddy wants to decorate a beautiful room, a love shack for Daddy and your mummy, but Daddy doesn't know her name, so there's no way to write our names on the shack's door.
Ji Jiuchuan used gentle persuasion.
As a veteran of 24 years, he had no problem deceiving a 3.5-year-old. Little Sugar Bean clapped excitedly, then Daddy should also add Little Sugar Bean's name, it'll be a love shack for our whole family.
So Daddy's name is in, and Little Sugar Bean's name is in, but what about Mummy's?
Ji Jiuchuan smiled and patted Little Sugar Bean's head.
Gu Yushi, my mummy's name is Gu Yushi.
It's so beautiful, with the character for story and the character for language, and the character for stream.
Little Sugar Bean happily gave in and came up with Gu Yushi. Gu? Or Gu?
Ji Jiuchuan was speechless.
There's no surname Gu, so don't even think about bullying him for not having a PhD. Daddy is so stupid. Tang Tang gave Ji Jiuchuan a disgusted little look. Zhou Yun also gave her a disgusted look. Son, my granddaughter says you're stupid.
Ji Jiuchuan felt provoked but helpless. He took out a piece of blank paper and a pen from a drawer and said, you write it.
Tang Tang can't write, can she? Zhou Yun reminded him, feeling that Ji Jiuchuan was making things difficult for her granddaughter. I can write my mommy's name and my name too.
Little Tangdo has learned a lot of words from Gu Yushi and is excited to show them to her dad and grandma. She writes on the paper, Little Tangdo.
Ji Jiuchuan couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Then, Little Tangdo slowly wrote each stroke, Gu Yushi.
Seeing this name, Ji Jiuchuan's heart skipped a beat and he suddenly thought of something. When he was a sophomore at Jiangda University, a girl dropped out of school and her name was Gu Yushi.
Every word matches.
The reason he was so impressed was because the entrance exam score for Jiangda University was very high, and he almost couldn't get in, but someone actually dropped out.
It's rare to see it. It's deeply remembered. Chapter 58, Looking for Her. Little Sugar Bean, your mother's name is Gu Yushi. Zhou Yun looked meaningfully at Ji Jiuchuan, as if asking if he had remembered anything.
Ji Jiuchuan came back to his senses and picked up Little Sugar Bean. Mom, I'll take her to find her mommy.
I'll tell you all about it when I come back. Wait a minute. Zhou Yun got up and stopped him. Let's have breakfast first, and then go. Don't you know your own body? You get carsick if you don't eat breakfast. Zhou Yun took Ji Chuan's arm and pulled him towards the dining table. Daddy, have breakfast. Xia Tangdu's voice was cute. After we eat, I want to pack something for Mummy too. What are you going to bring?
Ji Chuan sat in his chair and put Xia Tangdu aside, asking curiously.
Something yummy for Mummy.
Oh. Ji Chuan didn't care, thinking that it was probably candy or something that children like.
Zhou Yunta doted on Xia Tangdu and bought a lot of candy. After breakfast, Xia Tangdu ran upstairs happily. While Xia Tangdu was gone, Zhou Yunta dared to ask Ji Chuan, what are your plans for meeting Xia Tangdu's mother? Are you going to take her back to our home or give her some money to get rid of her?
Zhou Yun was sure that Xia Tangdu's mother was a good woman, so she leaned forward, but at the same time she knew her son. The chances of wanting a daughter over an adult were very high.
I'll see what happens.
In fact, Ji Chuan had already accepted Xia Tangdu's mother in his heart, not in the way of love, but in the way of accepting her identity.
What's there to see? If you pay her off, I'll beat you with a broom. Zhou Yun glared at Ji Chuan impatiently. She couldn't remember teaching such an irresponsible scumbag of a son. Mom, I have someone I like. Ji Chuan said helplessly, she and I are just related as a daughter and a father. You don't want me to be with a woman I don't like, do you? Zhou Yun retorted, you don't want little sugar bean to be separated from her real mother, do you?
Ji Chuan was speechless and couldn't say anything.
You can't be too selfish.
Zhou Yun sighed, saying that if everyone was so selfish, the world would not be beautiful. Ji Chuan did not say anything, and at this time, Xia Tangdu walked down the stairs, carrying a large bag with bottles and jars.
Daddy, my mung bean cake has sprouted little cotton, but doesn't cotton grow on cotton trees?
Xia Tangdu carried the heavy bag with difficulty and walked up to Ji Chuan. Zhou Yun and Ji Chuan had both experienced the innocence of children's words and roughly guessed that the food that Sugar Bean was carrying for Guyushi had gone moldy. Ji Chuan reached into the bag and took the mung bean cake, which was in a transparent glass box, and saw that it had grown quite a bit of mold. Zhou Yun and Ji Chuan exchanged glances and said to Sugar Bean, you can't store things like this, it will go moldy.
Look, this isn't cotton, it's mold. Is mold a forest?
Little Sugar Bean had a lot of questions in her little head.
Mold is something that can be produced when food is stored improperly and is bad for the body.
Just like this mung bean cake, if it is made fresh, it will be fine to store for 2 or 3 days, but if you store it for 4 or 5 days, it will go moldy. Zhou Yun patiently explained to little Sugar Bean, and glanced at the other foods in the bag. Many of them had gone moldy, and there were all kinds of mold. If someone doing an experiment saw this, they would be thrilled.
Ji Chuan called the maid to take the bag away and throw it away.
Little Sugar Bean looked at the bag being taken away and felt a little lost. It's all I thought was delicious and wanted to bring to my mommy.
It's okay, just let your father take you to buy it again.
Zhou Yun looked affectionate, your mommy will be very happy to know that you miss her so much.
In the past 2 days, Zhou Yun has not played mahjong at all.
Whenever she has free time, she drags Ji Tianfeng out shopping, buying a lot of things for Guyushi. She looks at Ji Chuan, I had sisterly pack all the gifts I prepared for Yushi in your car, so you can just drive out in the Maserati. You take her to the mall to buy what Sugar Bean brought her mommy.
Okay. Ji Chuan gives a thumbs up.
Zhou Yun had wanted to go with her to see what her future daughter-in-law looked like, but then she remembered that Ji Chuan had not yet managed to win her over, so she decided not to get involved. Before they left, she gave him a stern lecture, Ji Chuan, you better be nice to her, or you won't be coming back.
Understood. Ji Chuan took little Sugar Bean's hand and they set off.
Little Sugar Bean was thinking about what food to bring for Guyushi, and her little mouth kept muttering, mung bean cake, osmanthus cake, glutinous rice dumplings, and snow beauty.
Opened the back seat, and there was a child seat on it. It was little Sugar Bean's favorite O=O pattern, and the blue seat was very cute. Little Sugar Bean sat on it, her face beaming with joy. I can see mommy now. Little Sugar Bean was very happy, but what about you, daddy? Ji Chuan smiled and didn't answer directly. I'm happy if you're happy. Mommy will definitely be very happy.
Little Sugar Bean hummed a little song, we are a family, mommy, daddy, and baby. No matter who sees little Sugar Bean, they will all be very happy. Ji Chuan didn't take little Sugar Bean's words to heart and navigated to the nearest shopping mall.
But mommy will be even happier to see daddy, said Sugar Bean. The book says that only 2 people in love can give birth to a cute baby. Many people praise Sugar Bean for being cute, and that's because daddy and mummy love each other. Ji Jiuchuan couldn't help but laugh out loud. What kind of book teaches people like this? Sugar Bean is so beautiful and cute because of his genes, right? Of course, Gu Yushi's genes are also very good. Before driving, Ji Jiuchuan sent a message to Zhou Xiaoyang, check whether Gu Yushi was the eldest daughter that the Gu family had kicked out. The Jiangcheng high society circle was so small that Ji Jiuchuan vaguely remembered hearing this gossip, that the Gu family had broken with their eldest daughter. But he didn't know the specific facts. If it was Gu Yushi, then it was obvious. She got pregnant before marriage, and her family didn't approve, so they kicked her out of the house. The shopping mall was only 3 kilometers from the Ji family. Ji Jiuchuan took Xia Tangdu to the mall to buy a lot of food, put it in the car one by one, changed the location in the navigation, and went straight to the community. The community was 10 years old, the price was not very high, and there was a Maserati parked in front of the door, which aroused the curiosity of many people. Wow, a Maserati! Yi Xiaoming, holding a cup of milk tea in her hands, exclaimed in surprise and quickly tugged Mu Qingge next to her. So cool, my dream car. Mu Qingge looked at the luxury car. Even if she didn't like cars, she couldn't help but take a second look, wondering if a bald man with a beer belly would get out of the car. A man who can drive $1 million car must either have a rich family or be in his 40s. Men tend to get bald when they reach middle age. The crowd's expectations were met when the Maserati's door opened and a handsome young man got out. He opened the back door and carried out a cute little child. Mu Qingde and Yi Xiaoming's mouths opened at the same time, Ji Jiuchuan and Xia Dangdu. There was no doubt that they had come to see Gu Yushi. They both knew that Gu Yushi loved Ji Jiuchuan dearly. After half a second of eye contact, they both decided not to go up to Gu Yushi and let the three of them have a good chat. Just as they were about to sneak away, the sharp-eyed Xia Dangdu had already noticed them and happily shouted, "Godmother, Aunt Qingge." Chapter 59. Recognizing her as Bai Yue Guangwen. Mu Qingge and Yi Xiaoming, who were about to sneak away, both turned around and just saw Ji Jiuchuan's gaze looking in their direction. Mu Qingge and Yi Xiaoming exchanged glances, both of them showing an expression of what to do. Ji Jiuchuan walked up to them with little Sugar Bean in his arms, and recognized the forensic Dr. Mu Qingge who had done the paternity test for them. So godmother is Yi Xiaoming? Ji Jiuchuan called out tentatively, Yi Xiaoming? Yi Xiaoming remembered that Gu Yushi had mentioned to her that she had used her identity in front of Ji Jiuchuan, so she couldn't expose Gu Yushi. I'm not Yi Xiaoming, I'm Gu Yushi. Yi Xiaoming reacted quickly, smiling at Ji Jiuchuan. Hello, daddy of little Sugar Bean. Ji Jiuchuan laughed, but little Sugar Bean told me that Gu Yushi is her mommy, so are you little Sugar Bean's mommy? No, I'm not. Yi Xiaoming got stuck, first arguing out loud that she couldn't take on this identity, otherwise what if she had to compensate her at the end of the day? Godmother, daddy already knows. Sugar Bean's very appropriate retort. Yi Xiaoming was embarrassed. How could this unlucky child tell the truth? This is exposing her real mother, isn't it? But it couldn't be kept a secret any longer, so Yi Xiaoming simply laid her cards on the table. Ji Jiuchuan, our Yushi has suffered a lot for Sugar Bean, so don't you dare bully her. Ji Jiuchuan nodded, no. He will make it up to her. That's good, Yushi is at home. Yi Xiaoming was worried that Xia Tangdu wouldn't remember the address, so she told her the address specifically, 1003, Unit 4, Building 3. Thanks. You're welcome. We're downstairs, if you bully her, we'll rush up and beat you up. Yi Xiaoming was ready to fight. Unfortunately, she looked small and thin, and didn't look threatening at all. Ji Jiuchuan laughed and said, why would I bully her? She's the mother of my child, not my enemy. Don't worry. He didn't know why he had to explain. Yi Xiaoming took Mu Qingge and found a noodle shop to sit down in. Ji Jiuchuan entered the residential area, found Building 3, Unit 4, and pressed the elevator button for the 10th floor. Standing in front of the house, Ji Jiuchuan felt a little nervous for some reason. He wasn't mentally prepared, and Xia Tangdu knocked on the door. Mommy, it's me. And Daddy. Little Sugar Bean's voice was squeaky, as if she was afraid that Gu Yushi couldn't hear her, so she shouted. Gu Yushi, who was in the kitchen making cookies, was a little startled when she heard the voice. She froze in place for a few seconds, and then quickly walked to the front door to open it. She missed little Sugar Bean every moment of the day. The door opened, and Xia Tangdu's cute, round face fell into view. Gu Yushi gave a smile, Xia Tangdu. She didn't even look at Ji Jiuchuan. Ji Jiuchuan, who had been ignored, felt inexplicably unhappy, and coughed lightly. Gu Yushi, can't you see me?
Sorry, Gu Yushi hadn't finished speaking when she realized what had happened.
He wasn't calling her Yi Xiaoming, but Gu Yushi. He knew everything. Gu Yushi gave way. Come in first. Ji Jiuchuan carried Xia Tangdu into the house. The house was neatly decorated, spotless, and there was a faint fragrance in the air. Have a seat, I'll get you a glass of water. Gu Yushi was uneasy, and after saying that, she walked to the kitchen.
While pouring the water, she wondered where she had revealed her identity. She soon figured it out. I guess it was Little Sugarbean who let the cat out of the bag. Little Sugarbean is only 3.5 years old, so it's normal for him to let the cat out of the bag.
But how was she going to face him?
He would know that the woman who gave birth to him is a woman who was rejected by her family and driven out of the house, and he would be very disappointed, right? As she was daydreaming, the water overflowed from the glass and ran onto her hands, and then down the lines of her fingers onto the floor. Gu Yushi came back to her senses, put the glass down, wiped the floor with a paper towel, gathered herself together, and carried the glass out of the kitchen. Little Sugarbean switched on the TV with ease, found the cartoon she liked best with the hairdryer on top of her head.
Ji Jiuchuan stayed by her side and didn't play with his phone either. Have a glass of water. Gu Yushi handed Ji Jiuchuan a glass of water. Ji Jiuchuan took it, with a smile in his eyes. No explanation? Gu Yushi. Gu Yushi bit her lip and sat down in front of Ji Jiuchuan. Do you want to know why I lied to you and told you that I was Sugarbean's godmother? Ji Jiuchuan nodded.
He wasn't thirsty, and he was used to drinking mineral water, so he wasn't interested in plain boiled water. I don't want you to know what the real mother of Little Sugarbean is like.
Gu Yushi smiled gently.
Little Sugarbean returned to the Ji family, and I won't have much contact with her, affecting your lives. I just want her to grow up happily.
Without her real mother, how can she grow up happily? Ji Jiuchuan asked in return, have you never wanted to enter the Ji family? No.
Gu Yushi lowered her head. I just want my daughter to be carefree. Ji Jiuchuan laughed softly. What a strange woman. She doesn't want money, she doesn't want him, she just wants Little Sugarbean to live a happy life. Gu Yushi continued, my original plan was to wait until Little Sugarbean grew up, then tell her the truth and let her know who her father is. But I didn't expect that she would miss her father so much that she could find you with her piggy bank. Little Sugarbean's determination also made her realize that Little Sugarbean can't live without her father, and she is more suitable for staying in the Ji family. In her heart, we are all the same. Ji Jiuchuan implied that as long as Xia Tangdu existed, they would definitely cross paths.
Unless Gu Yushi wanted to leave.
So that he and Xia Tangdu could never find each other again.
Gu Yushi lowered her head and didn't say anything.
Ji Jiuchuan continued, what is really good for her growth is that we are all by her side, even if it's just a superficial relationship.
Do you understand what I mean?
Gu Yushi slowly looked up and looked at Ji Jiuchuan without speaking. You mean, we?
Wait, don't say it here.
Ji Jiuchuan glanced at the Little Sugarbean next to him. Children nowadays are very smart, and they can't conspire in front of each other. He took her arm and said to her, let's go to your room and talk.
Okay.
Gu Yushi also realized it and took Ji Jiuchuan to her room. The door closed. Gu Yushi suddenly realized something and wanted to hide the photo frame that she had taken out of the bedside table not long ago, but she discovered that Ji Jiuchuan had noticed.
Chapter 60 Recognizing her as the White Moonlight too. This is me. Ji Jiuchuan recognized himself in the photo at a glance.
This photo was very popular on campus at the time, and many girls bought it as wallpaper. He didn't keep it, after all, he could see his handsome face in the mirror every day.
It was rare that Gu Yushi actually had a photo of him.
Ji Jiuchuan walked over, picked up the frame, and noticed the girl behind him holding a book, with thick bangs, wearing black-framed glasses, and slightly bowing her head. She looked a little plump, and facing the camera, she looked very unnatural. The girl hidden deep inside, her appearance suddenly became clear. If you looked closely, she looked a little familiar.
This familiarity referred to Gu Yushi.
Ji Jiuchuan picked up the photo frame in shock, and looked at the photo of the girl in it, slowly overlapping it with Gu Yushi's face. It turned out that the girl he liked had always been Gu Yushi. It turned out that she had dropped out of school, so he couldn't find her everywhere after that.
He really was a fool, not realizing that the girl who had dropped out of school was the White Moonlight he had been looking for all along. He had clearly seen the photo of the White Moonlight at home, and had also seen Gu Yushi with his own eyes, but had never overlapped the two. But this time, it was inexplicably clear.
This is you.
Ji Chuan pointed at the short-haired girl in the photo and confirmed with Gu Yushi.
This slightly plump girl was not outstanding looking, her hair was not well groomed, and she would be hard to find if she was lost in a crowd. The reason Ji Chuan liked her was a very strange beginning. He called it love at first sight, not based on looks, but a feeling. He had met many pretty girls, but he had a sense of destiny with Gu Yushi, who was unremarkable at the time, and he could only see her. He still remembered the background at that time. It was the artificial lake on campus.
Gu Yushi was standing under the tree, playing with the kitten.
It was a very beautiful picture. The sunlight, the big trees, and the sparkling lakefront, the kitten and the girl, overlapping layer upon layer, became an indelible picture in his memory.
Yes, it's me.
Gu Yushi bit her lip, afraid to face her previous self.
She didn't dare tell Ji Chuan her true identity, because she didn't want to face Gu Yushi before her transformation.
When she had sex with Ji Chuan, she still looked like this, so pitiful that even she couldn't stand to look at herself. She was afraid that he would remember.
A genius like him would think that it was terrible, right? It really is you. Ji Chuan was both shocked and overjoyed, happier than if he had won the lottery.
He had been looking for someone his whole life, and never thought he would find them, but now she was right next to him, the mother of his child.
It was amazing. Gu Yushi's eyes fell. I'm ugly, right?
In fact, her features were there, even when she was fat and had a simple mushroom-shaped haircut, you could still see that her features were delicate. It's just that the thick black framed glasses hide her, making it hard for people to see her true beauty. And she's in puberty, with pimples.
You're not ugly, you're very pretty.
In Ji Chuan's eyes, even the old Gu Yushi was very pretty, very authentic and very comfortable to look at.
He understood. He finally understood.
He didn't understand before, because he wasn't the kind of person to get excited by the sight of a pretty face, and Teddy liked everyone, so he didn't understand how he could have a child with a woman.
Now he understood. Even if he was drunk, when he saw the girl he loved, could he not feel anything? Everything was clear and obvious. Ji Chuan even knew which house he wanted to live in the future. It was her. He didn't resist getting married at all.
He even wanted to marry her immediately and make a little brother for Sugar Bean.
His phone vibrated in his pocket.
Ji Chuan took it out and read it. Jo Yun had sent a message in the family group.
Jo Yun, have you met my future daughter-in-law? What does she look like? Is she carved from the same mold as Xia Tangdu? Why didn't you send me a photo? Do you like my present?
Oh, you're killing me, say something. Ji Chuan, come in, Ji Chuan, please speak.
At Ji Chuan, at Ji Chuan, at Ji Chuan.
Ji Tianfeng, bring her back so we can meet her. We want to thank this great hero properly, thumbs up, thumbs up.
That wasn't enough.
Jo Yun also posted a message in the family group, trying to force the issue, so Ji Chuan couldn't use money to pay off the birth mother of Xia Tangdu. A family that loves each other. Jo Yun, let me summarize the issues that everyone has been asking about these past few days, and I'll admit it, there is indeed a new member of the family. I'd like to formally introduce you to my little Sugar Bean, the little princess of our G family. Sugar Bean watching TV picture, Sugar Bean cute picture, Sugar Bean picking her toes picture. She quickly deleted the Sugar Bean picking her toes picture. Jo Yun, regarding Xia Tangdu's biological mother, she will also meet with everyone as soon as possible, so everyone can look forward to it. Ji Chuan was very excited, and he typed gibberish. For the sake of his image, he deleted the words and sent an emoticon of a face with two eyes.
Ji Chuan, are you disappointed? Gu Yushi asked Ji Chuan directly.
It was now or never, she couldn't hide anymore, she had to face him directly. Facing the person she has always loved.
What is there to be disappointed about?
Ji Chuan's mouth corners were more difficult to suppress than an AK-47, and he couldn't help but share the news with Lin Siyu and Zhou Xiaoyang. Ji Chuan, I'm going to fall in love, it's her I've been looking for. The mother of the little Sugar Bean who was disappointed is me, a very ordinary woman.
Gu Yushi smiled faintly. No, I'm very happy. Ji Chuan did not hide his joy at all. My parents also approve of you. By the way, do you mind if I take a picture for them? They really want to know what the biological mother of Xia Tangdu looks like. Ha! Gu Yushi froze slightly. Observing his expression, she could see sincerity. She was puzzled. Didn't he dislike her before? To be precise, he was very resistant to facing the mother of Xia Tangdu. Now, it's like she has a lottery ticket on her face. He smiled at the sight of her. I'm sorry, I need to calm down for a moment. Ji Zhouchuan couldn't contain his joy, quickly opened the door and walked out, picking up Xia Tangdu on the sofa in one arm. Xia Tangdu, Daddy is very happy, Daddy loves you even more. Ji Zhouchuan grinned, which looked a little scary to Xia Tangdu. She turned her head away. Daddy, you're scary. Afraid that his laughter would scare his daughter, Ji Zhouchuan put down Xia Tangdu, walked to the guest bathroom, closed the door, and laughed out loud. Who would have known? I thought I was going to be miserable, forced to spend my life with a woman I didn't like, just because of my responsibilities. But it turned out to be the woman of my dreams. The person I've longed for. This happiness is better than winning the lottery. Mommy, what's wrong with Daddy? Little Sugar Bean stood shivering in the doorway of the guest bathroom. Gu Yushi had just reached the doorway of the guest bathroom and took a sharp breath as she listened to the suppressed but uncontrollable laughter coming from inside. Perhaps. She hesitated for a few seconds, looking at the search results that popped up on her phone, and said uncertainly, schizophrenia?